Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham
Nithyananda. I welcome all the participants, the viewers here today for the brand new day of Nithyananda Yoga. Welcome all of you to join us today as we embark on this journey where no longer by the end of this will you think yourself as human. At the end of this, your only perception of you will be as divine. We are starting the Nithyananda Yoga with the Sadguru Vandanam, invoking the presence of the Divine Himself in the physical form, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, our Guru. Nithyanandam Paramasukadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gagana Sadrisham Tattvamasyaadilakshyam Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadhi Sakshibhutam Bhavaतीतं त्रिगुणरहितं सद्गुरुं तं नमामि. Now, as we start the Nithyananda Yoga, I welcome all the participants that are joining us on the various social media platforms, YouTube, Facebook, and those who are joining us in Zoom. I welcome all of you to this Nithyananda Yoga, and each one of you will have such an ultimate experience today from this whole process, because as Swamiji reveals, yoga is not something to move your body physically. It is not just a set of physical postures. Nithyananda Yoga is actually, in its reality, a way of connecting to the divine cosmic energy. When you are doing Nithyananda Yoga, you're not moving just your body to align your spine or make your muscles stronger. You're moving your body to plug yourself in to the cosmic energy which is present everywhere. And when you do that, you will see how much energy infuses your whole day. Not just energy at a human level, but the energy to manifest your reality. Because that is what is the science of Nithyananda Yoga. Yoga is a ritual. And as we start with any ritual in Hinduism, it always starts with the ritualistic cleansing of the various elements, the various units of the body to let the divine land. So let us start with the Tattva Chamanam. We will be cleansing the Atma Tattva, the Vidya Tattva, and the Shiva Tattva of the body. As we start, now place your hands in the Gokarna Mudra. Your right hand placed like a cow's ear. Now pour one udhirini of water, 1 spoon of water, onto the palm of your right hand, and at the end of each mantra, drink the water from the base of the palms. Om Atmatattvam Shodhayami Svadha. Om Vidya Tattvam Shodhayami Svadha. Om Shiva Tattvam Shodhayami Svadha. Now wash your hands with the water from the Panchapatram. Now, keeping your using the base of your right thumb, wipe your upper and lower lips from right to left 2 times, chanting the following mantra. Om Ham Hridayaya Namaha. Wash your hands with the water from the Panchapatram. Now, with your middle index and ring fingers touching together, touch above the upper lip and below the lower lip. Wash your hands with the water from the Panchapatram. With your right hand, thumb, and index finger joined together, touch the left nostril, the right nostril, the left nostril. With the ring finger and thumb joined together on the right hand, touch your right eye, left eye, right ear, left ear. Wash your hands with the water from the Panchapatram. Now, with the base of the little finger and thumb joined together, touch your navel center, your right chest, your left chest. And with all the fingers joined together, touch above your head, your right shoulder, your left shoulder, and your heart center. Now, as we get into Nithyananda Yoga, let us make a conscious intention. Yoga is to manifest the state of Paramashiva, the space of Paramashiva, the powers of Paramashiva, the being of Paramashiva, and ultimately the superconsciousness and Sri Kailasa itself of Paramashiva, wherever each one of you may be. Yoga's very purpose is to convert every cell in your body into divine, to overflow with bliss throughout your day, and to experience Paramashiva, that oneness with Paramashiva. So start the yoga today with the sankalpa, with the conscious intention of how you want to manifest this in your life today. Hold that intention and let us chant the sankalpa mantra, the powerful vibrations of the chanting that will create that as your reality. Now, placing your hands in the sankalpa mudra, place your left hand on top of your right thigh and cover it with your right hand on top in the Sankalpa Mudra. And let us start with the mantra. Om Mamopata Samasta Duritakshayadvara Bhagavat Shri Nithyananda Paramashiva Prityartham Shri Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Prityartham Cha Shubhe Shobhane Muhurte Adya Brahmanaha Dvitiya Parardhe Shri Shvetavaraha Kalpe Vaivasvatamanvantare Ashtavimshatitame Nityayuge Prathame Pade जम्बूद्वीपे भारतवर्षे भरतखण्डे मेरोः दक्षिणे पार्श्वे शकाब्धे अस्मिन् वर्तमाने व्यवहारिके प्रभवादीनां षष्ट्याः संवत्सराणां मध्ये शोभकृतनाम संवत्सरे उत्तरायणे श्रीलक्ष्मीवेङ्कटेश्वर ऋतौ कुम्भमासे कृष्णपक्षे शुभतिथौ सोमवासरयुक्तायां शुभनक्षत्र शुभयोग शुभकरण एवं गुणविशेषणविशिष्टायाम् अस्यां शुभतिथौ श्रीकैलासोन्नतद्वादशान्तश्यामलापीठारूढ श्रीमीनाक्षी सुन्दरेश्वर बृन्दस्वरूप परशिवपुत्र रत्नकुमार गुरुमण्यतुल्यावतार श्रीपार्वती स्तन्यपाणलब्ध दिव्यज्ञानविश्रुत सकलनिगमागमसारभूत द्राविडवेदप्रवक्तृ श्रीमत्परमशिवकरुणा समधिगतमुक्तामय चतुरश्रयान गीयमान छत्रचामर श्रीचिह्नकाहलादि समस्तबिरदावल्यलङ्कृत ज्ञानविज्ञानवर्ती सर्वजनसङ्गसद्यो निर्वाणदीक्षा व्ययापवर्गवर्षविश्राण श्रीमूत परमतकलभकेसरी शैवसिद्धान्तस्थापनाचार्य श्रीराजाधिराज पाण्ड्य महाराज गुरु शपनशाक्यादिमहान्धकारनिवारण ज्ञानभानु दीक्षणानर्हार्ह ध्वजोच्छेदनपूर्वक श्रीमद्वृषभध्वजस्थापक शैवसमयकर्तृ सर्वज्ञपीठारूढ श्रीजगद्गुरो श्रीज्ञानसम्बन्धदेशिकस्वामि वागीशसुन्दरमाणिक्यवाचकस्वामिनाम् अवतारभूत श्रीज्ञानसम्बन्धस्वामि पुनरुद्धृत श्यामलापीठ सर्वज्ञपीठ तृणवत्युत्तरद्विशततमगुरुमहासन्निधान अरुणगिरियोगीश्वर परम्परागत अरुणाचल सर्वज्ञपीठ गुरुमहासन्निधान कैलास परम्परागत काञ्ची कैलास सर्वज्ञपीठ त्रयस्त्रिंशदुत्तरद्विशततमगुरुमहासन्निधान नित्योत्सव नित्यमङ्गल नित्यकल्याण नित्यरजित कैलास परम्परागत आदिकैलास नित्यानन्दपीठ महासंस्थान महासिंहासन पीठ कर्तृ साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत कैलास परम्परागत वैवस्वतमनु इक्ष्वाकु हरिश्चन्द्र भगीरथ श्रीरामचन्द्र शूरसेन इत्यादि अनवच्छिन्न सार्वभौम चक्रवर्ती परंपरागत चतुष्षष्टि योगिनी मंडित चतुष्षष्टि संप्रदाय प्रवर्तक मनुधर्म शासन सूर्यवंश प्राप्त सर्वज्ञपीठ सुरांगी साम्राज्य मूर्धाभिषिक्त चूड़ामणि साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत श्री कपिल महागुरु पुनरुद्धृत महानिर्वाणी पीठ अष्टोत्तर सहस्र श्री महामंडलेश्वर साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत श्री महागणपति समारंभ अनवच्छिन्न पीठाधीश्वर गुरु परंपरा प्राप्त अटल पीठ अष्टोत्तर सहस्र श्री अटल पीठाधीश्वर धर्म मुक्ति स्वर्गपुर स्वर्ण पीठ त्रयोविंश गुरु महासन्निधान कैलास परंपरागत आदिपीठ सर्वज्ञ पीठ जगद्गुरु श्री कैलास पुनरुद्धारक श्री कैलास परमाचार्य श्रीमत् परमहंस परिव्राजकाचार्य वर्य सच्चिदानंद प्रणव स्वरूप श्रोत्रिय ब्रह्मनिष्ठ श्रीमद् जगद्गुरु श्रील श्री भगवत् श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव श्री ज्ञान संबंध देशिक परमाचार्य स्वामिनां प्रीत्यर्थं तेषां पादारविन्दयोः भक्तिसिद्ध्यर्थं गुरुकृपा कटाक्ष सिद्ध्यर्थं क्षेमस्थैर्य वीर्य विजय आयुरारोग्य ऐश्वर्याणामभिवृद्ध्यर्थं धर्मार्थ काम मोक्ष चतुर्विध फल पुरुषार्थ सिद्ध्यर्थं मम समस्त दुरितोपशान्त्यर्थं समस्त मंगल अवाप्त्यर्थं भगवत् श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव कृपा कटाक्षेण पूर्ण आरोग्य युक्त दृढ़गात्र यौगिक शरीर सिद्ध्यर्थं परमशिव शक्ति आविष्करणार्थं नित्यानंद योगाभ्यासं करिष्ये ओम अपौपस्पृश्य Now, with that, let us enter into the exact sequence of Nityananda Yoga. Nityananda Yoga is very unique from yoga as you normally learn it because it is directly from the Agamas. It is directly from the source of where yoga first started in this world. And the uniqueness is evident in the fact that there are 11 components. There are 12 components, to Nityananda Yoga, including the pranayama, the bandha, the japa, the mudras, the visualization, the exact asana, the pramana chanting, the abharana, and various other things, the aushadha, which are all a part of Nityananda Yoga. So, as we go through the sequence, you will be hearing different types of pranayamas, breath sequences, different type of bandhas, locks in the body, and different japas, different mahavakyas to be chanted in your inner space. You will be having different visualizations, your gaze will be changing, your mudras, which you place your body in, will be changing, as well as the asana. And throughout, as you're doing the asanas, you will also be listening to the various pramanas that are being chanted, the original verse from the source scripture for each and every one of these asanas. So, are we all ready for this now to get started with Nityananda Yoga? Okay, let us start. The first asana is Sukhasana. Now, in a seated position, we will be starting with the pranayama of Samana Kumbhaka, where you will be visualizing flames licking up your spine as you breathe in and out. You will be continuing this Kumbhaka till the next Kumbhaka is announced. And the japa of Soham, the mantra Soham, 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 repeated in your throat center. Again, the japa you will be continuing till the next japa is announced. In the first Sukhasana, you will be engaging the Mahamudra Bandha. Totally, there are 4 bandhas. The first being the Mula Bandha, which is the clenching of the perineum. Second being the Udyana Bandha, which is sucking in your stomach. Third being the Jalandhara Bandha, which is tucking in your chin to your chest and holding your breath there. And all three put together, which is the Mahamudra Bandha. So engaging the Mahamudra Bandha here in Sukhasana. Keep your hands in the Bindu Mudra, where you touch your index and middle thumb fingers together. Place it on your knees. Visualize Bhagavan Paramashiva in your inner space. Sukhasana. तत्सुखासनमित्युक्तम् अशक्तस्तत्समाचरेत् आसनं विजितं येन जितं तेन जगत्त्रयम्. Now from here move into Parvatasana, bringing your legs onto the opposite thighs. Now again continuing to engage the Mahamudra Bandha, all the three bandhas. Place your hands in the Anjali Mudra and raise it above your head. Here visualize yourself as Mount Kailash, the abode of Paramashiva. Parvatasana. अथ वक्षे महादेव पर्वतासनमङ्गलं यत्कृत्वा स्थिररूपी स्यात् षट्चक्रादिविलोपनम्. Now from here, moving into Halipavasana. Continuing to engage all the three bandhas. Gaze towards your nose in this asana. Bring the soles of your feet together in front of your body. Hold the left hand by your right hand in the Parashu Mudra and place the forehead on the ground behind the heels. Engage all the three bandhas, gazing towards your nose in Halipavasana. See, in any of the asanas where there is no visualization mentioned, you will be visualizing the supreme pontiff of Hinduism in your inner space. पूर्वविधियाहु मे जानो उभय पगतलि संपुटिठानो पृष्ठिपचेदो करल्यावो दक्षिण करसो वाम गहावो. Now here, keep the soles of your feet together, your forehead on the ground. Stretch your hands in front of your feet. Cup your palms, making a hollow. Again, engaging all the three bandhas, gazing towards your nose. In Nagipavasana, visualize yourself as a snake. Nagipavasana. पूरभविधि परियागाने नीचो हो ईकहुणी फणास्यो लगाई हाथ आगाने धरती लगावे पसारी दो हाथ की अंजुलि करे. From here moving into Kokhilasana, hold the big toes of your feet with the respective index and middle fingers in Prana Mudra. Stretch your legs straight out and upwards, then cross it into Padmasana. Lean forward and down onto your elbows, engaging all the three bandhas here. Kokhilasana. In this asana, you'll be visualizing yourself as a bird. As you can see, there are various different types of visualizations coming up. Each of these visualizations is designed when in this posture to awaken that DNA within you. As revealed by the Hindu scriptures, we have incarnated in all the forms of beings possible, from a tiny ant, a tiny worm, up to the large animals in the forest, to the asuras, to the devas, to birds, everything. As we do these postures, keeping that visualization within us, we are awakening that DNA to manifest the abilities, the powers of those beings. Here, visualize yourself as a bird. अथान्यदासनं वक्ष्ये येन सिद्धो भवेन्नरः अकस्मात् वायुसञ्चारं कोकिलाख्यासनेन च. Now here, place one knee on top of the opposite front ankle on top of the opposite knee and hold your opposite elbows. Engaging all the three bandhas, rotate your arms in a circular motion, gazing towards your nose, visualizing the supreme pontiff of Hinduism in Nithyananda. गोड़ा बावां पादकी आँख माहिली सोय दच चरण को वार लौता परिगुल्फ समोय वाम पाद को माहिलो बहुर गुल्फ जुजान तापरी गोड़ा दच की आँख चाह बाहर लीवान. Now from here moving into Gajasana, press your hands onto the ground, lifting your hips up high. Lower your head and then chest, scooping the body forward down again and again, like the trunk of an elephant, as you visualize yourself as an elephant. Here, engage the Uddiyana Bandha, sucking in your stomach. Gajasana. Nyubjampādagre bhūmau kritva lambi bhūya mastakagre hastatalo nidhaya nitambamurdhamunnamaya nabhi laksham bhūmau nasika maniya hastatala pariyantam naye dittam punah punah kuryat gajasanam bhavati. Now remain in the same position. Slowly start to alternate your feet towards the ground by pressing one heel towards the ground, lifting the other heel up. Here, visualize yourself as a bear engaging the Uddiyana Bandha, sucking in your stomach. Vrikshasana. एकैकं पादमाकुञ्च्य गजासनं कुर्यात् वृक्षासनं भवति. Now raise your body up into Vaishyasana. Standing tall on the tips of your toes, place your hands in the Hridaya Mudra with your index, middle, and ring fingers touching against the heart center. Engage the Uddiyana Bandha and sucking in your stomach while visualizing the supreme pontiff of Hinduism. केशेन पादयुगलं बद्ध्वा तिष्ठेदधोमुखः अथ वैश्यावक्षे यत्कृत्वा सत्यवान् भवेत्. Now let us enter over here into the first karana of this sequence. The karanas are very beautiful revelations from the Tandava, the divine blissful dance of Paramashiva with Devi, where Paramashiva condensed all the 1008 asanas revealed by him into the form of 108 karanas. This is also added up to the 12 components of Nithyananda Yoga. Here you will be moving your body in a certain dance posture. The first one is Urdhvajanu Karana, literally meaning the raised leg Karana. Now, standing with your heels touching your toes facing outwards at a 45-degree angle, keep your knees bent, both hands at the chest with your elbows parallel to the ground. Twist one knee toward the center, raise it up and back across your body to its original position. Simultaneously, as your leg is raising, follow the movement with the respective hand, raising it up and across your body. Repeat this on the other side. Urdhvajanu Karana. Next, now moving into Bala Linganasana. Now interlacing your fingers from outside in, holding on to the knee. Pull it up towards your chest, keeping your spine straight. Now visualize you are caressing a baby here. Engage all the three bandhas, tuck in your chin, suck in your stomach, and clench that perineum. Your hands in Sarvava Shankari Mudra. Continue the japa of Soham and the Samana Kumbhaka. Ekam Janorasya Lingya Sthatavyam Balalinganam Bhavati. Now pull your leg back into Padapidanasana, engaging all the three bandhas here. Take and keep your head, neck, and spine in a straight line. Padapidanasana. स्थित्वा कस्मिन् पादतले कराभ्यां वेष्ठयेत् तनुं पृष्ठे संस्थापयेत् तेन पादपीडनमासनम्. Now lean forward, clasping the hand with the respective leg, the leg to the respective hand. Lean forward, the other hand stretched forward in the Bindu Mudra, the index and ring fingers, the index and thumb touching together. Lean forward, stretch your back into the beautiful Nataraja position, Natarajasana, visualizing yourself as the Lord of dance, the Lord of the space dimension, Bhagavan Nataraja. Natarajasana. तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गष्ठप्रसारणे. Next, from here, moving into the Balalingasana on the other side. Visualize yourself caressing a baby. Ekam janurasya lingya sthatavyam balalinganam bhavati. Switch that leg behind you into Padapidanasana. स्थित्वैकस्मिन् पादतले कराभ्यां वेष्ठयेत् तनुं पृष्ठे संस्थापयेत् तेन पादपीडनमासनम्. And lean forward, visualizing yourself as the supreme pontiff of Hinduism into Natarajasana. उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गष्ठप्रसारणे. Now moving into the next karana, which is the Ardharechita karana. Sitting in the Armandi position with your heels together, the toes pointing outwards, and your knees bent. Place your right foot behind the left with your toes down and the heels up. Keep your left hand at the chest. Extend the opposite arm out wide like a pendulum. Now, while the arm swings, move the fingers one by one inwards towards the palm, and then outwards as you bring it back to your chest. Now uncross your legs and place one palm on your nose in the Anchita Karana. Now repeat the Karana on the other side. Relax there now as we enter into the skeleton dance. The skeleton dance, as revealed by Swamiji to the world, is one of the most powerful things you can ever do. It is a direct method to cleanse your muscle memory, where all the patterns, all the incompletions are stored. So, as you're doing the skeleton dance, it's two simple steps. Visualize yourself completely as pure bones, as nothing but bones, as a skeleton. Simultaneously, start to move your body intensely, shaking every inch, every muscle, every bone of that skeleton body of yours. Shake your body intensely and do the skeleton dance. Now you can relax, take a few steps on your mat to calm your heart rate down a bit. Now moving into the Katichinna Karana. The Katichinna Karana literally means the where you twist at your waist. In this Karana, now squat into the Aramandi position, lean forward, keeping your knees outwards, your knees bent. Now place your hands above your head, crossed against each other, and move your hips towards one side, simultaneously uncrossing the hands out wide and moving back up and repeating this on the other side. This is a very beautiful Karana, the Katichinna Karana. Yes, now keep your feet together and stand tall into the Tadasana position. Here engage the Uddiyana Bandha. Stand tall in the tips of your nose, visualizing yourself as a palm tree. Tall, growing tall. Not just visualization will happen, actual manifestation will happen. महामुद्राबद्धकोणौ ताडासनविभेदकान् विनोत्तानं सदा कुर्यादन्तर्वत्नी पतिप्रिया. Now from here moving into Uttanasana, lean forward, placing your hands onto the mat next to your feet. Engage all the three bandhas, sucking in your stomach, clenching your perineum and locking the chin to your chest. Visualize the supreme point of Hinduism. Here, let us move into the next japa. This japa is the japa Shivoham. But continue the Samana Kumbhaka, repeating Shivoham, Shivoham, Shivoham in your throat center. Uttanasana. महामुद्राबद्ध कोणौ ताडासन विभेदकान् विनोत्तानं सदा कुर्यादन्तर्वत्नी पतिप्रिया. Now from here moving into Tarakshvasana. Now jump your feet back, resting onto your hands, bringing your body into a plank position. Now tuck your chin to your chest into Jalandhara Bandha and rotate your head from side to side, from armpit to armpit, as described in the Pramana in Tarakshvasana. Gajasanavasthitva mastakam varam varam dakshina kukshim savya kukshim nayet Parakshvasanam bhavati. Now lean down, flat onto the ground. Here moving into Bhujangasana. Keep your feet pointed backwards and your hands next to your chest. Raise your head up using the strength of your lower back. Open your mouth wide. Inhale through the hollow of your throat in Bhujangani Mudra. Visualize yourself here as a cobra. Bhujangasana. अङ्गुष्ठनाभिपर्यन्तमधो भूमौ विनिन्यसेत् कराभ्यां च धरां धृत्वा ऊर्ध्वशीर्षः फणीवहि. Now from here, raising your body up into the Gajasana position. Alternate bringing one knee towards the chest, back and forth in Shashasana. Visualizing the supreme point of Hinduism. Here entering into the Sahaja Kumbhaka, the regular inhalation and exhalation. Shashasana. Gajasana samsthitau janudvayamakuncha varam varam kartavyam shashasanam bhavati. Continuing into Rathasana, bringing one foot between your hands, alternate between jumping the feet, front and back, visualizing yourself as a chariot, continuing the Sahaja Kumbhaka. Rathasana. Gajasana samsthitau ekaikam padam puro margena bhramayitva kartavyam rathasanam bhavati. Now, keeping one knee bent at a 90-degree angle, forward in front of you, raise your hands up towards the sky by your head, by your ears. Raise your arms up parallel, pulling the stomach in and up in the Uddiyana Bandha. Gaze towards your third eye. Here, visualize yourself as Lord Veerabhadra, the ferocious form of Paramashiva, destroying your ego. Veerabhadrasana. वासिष्ठमथ कौण्डिन्यमूढकुक्कुटमेव च अष्टावक्रमथोत्तानं मयूरं सेतुबन्धनम्. Now switching your legs there, your opposite leg forward in Veerabhadrasana on the other side. Gaze towards your third eye, visualize yourself as Lord Veerabhadra. वासिष्ठमथ कौण्डिन्यमूढकुक्कुटमेव च अष्टावक्रमथोत्तानं मयूरं सेतुबन्धनम्. Now moving into Vrikshasana. Stand tall, bringing one foot towards your inner thigh. Bring your palms together and raise them up above the head, keeping your elbows straight. Pull your stomach in and up, gazing forward. In the Uddiyana Bandha, visualizing yourself as a tree. Keep your hands in Anjali Mudra above your head. Vrikshasana. वामोरुमूलदेशे जयाम्यं पादं निधायतु तिष्ठेतु वृक्षवद्भूमौ वृक्षासनमिदं विदुः. Now, moving into Garudasana, bring one foot in front of your thigh and place your hands in the Anjali Mudra in front of your chest. Keeping your standing legs straight as a rod, visualize yourself as Lord Garuda, the form of an eagle, vehicle of Lord Vishnu. Garudasana. Garudasanamavakshe yena dhyanam sthiram bhavi sarvadoshadvinirmukto bhavatiha mahabali. Now repeat Vrikshasana on the other side, visualizing yourself as a tree. Raise those hands up above your head. वामोरुमूलदेशे च याम्यं पादं निधायतु तिष्ठेतु वृक्षवद्भूमौ वृक्षासनमिदं विदुः. From here, moving into Garudasana, bringing one foot on the opposite thigh. Stand tall, in hands in Anjali Mudra, visualizing yourself as Lord Garuda. Garudasana on the other side. Garudasanamavakshe yena dhyanam sthiram bhavi sarvadoshadvinirmukto bhavatiha mahabali. From here, stretch your body, your legs wide apart on the mat. You stretch your body forward and down into Trikonasana, keeping your hands straight. Continuing the Shivoham Japa, visualize yourself as a triangle in Trikonasana. Uttanapadam Krauncham cha Maricham Veerabhadrakam Natarajam Trikonam cha Suptangashthaprasarane. Now lean forward on the other side, repeating Trikonasana. Uttarapadam Krauncham cha Maricham Veerabhadrakam Natarajam Trikonam cha Suptangashthaprasarane. Now here, moving into the Nikuttaka Karana. Now in the Nikuttaka Karana, sitting in the Aramandi position, keeping your knees bent, your feet pointing away from each other and your back straight. Place your hands parallel to each other in front of your chest. Now simultaneously as you switch the position of your hands, raise one heel and let drop it towards the ground, simultaneously raising up the other heel. Move the respective hands to the movement of your feet. In the Nikuttaka Karana. From here now, sit down onto your heels. Your knees pointed forwards, your hands joined together in the Namaskara Mudra in front of your heart center. Here we'll be entering into a new pranayama, the Bhramari pranayama, where you will be buzzing like a bee. And engage the japa of Sadashivoham, Sadashivoham, Sadashivoham in your inner space. Angushthasana, Kabandhasanamiत्याहुः Gorakshasanamev च Angushtamushtikam Nyayam Brahma Prasaditam Tatha. Now moving into Saurasana, stretch one leg forward and lean your body hands forward. Place your hands by the side of your body in the Varamudra facing downwards in Saurasana. Prasarya ekam padatalam samsthapya tvekapadakam. Now from the sitting position, with your respective hand reach forward, holding onto the big toe in the Prana Mudra with the index and middle fingers, keeping the opposite hand to the back of your heel, Vidhunanasana. Gulphasitau padamekam prasarya tatpadagram samsprishe tatkaren gulpam chanyam dhare tatkaren dhunam pitham chabhyase chobhayatra. Repeat Saurasana on the other side now. Prasarya ekam padatalam samsthapya tvekapadakam. And repeat Vidunanasana on the other side. Engage all the three bandhas there. Gulphasitau padamekam prasaritat padagram samsprishe tatkaren gulpham chanyam dhare tatkaren dhunam pitham chabhyase chobhayatra. Now raising your toes to sit back onto them. Place both your palms on top of your knees and gaze towards the gap between your palms on the floor. Engage the Jalandhara Bandha, tucking in your chin to your chest in Brahmajurankushasana. Do phana pani hoye vese, edi do guda nivese, korapag thalyanki mahili, ayasma hira shemili. Throughout this sequence, you will be engaging the Mula Bandha throughout all the 308 asanas, unless explicitly mentioned to relax the Mula Bandha. Now in Kapilasana, engage the Uddiyana Bandha sucking in your stomach. While placing both the knees onto the ground, sitting on your heels, place your palms on top of your knees. Gaze towards your nose, visualizing yourself as Maha Kapila Muni. Kapilasana. उभय पगतली सम ठहरावे तिनको माहिली कोर मिलावे फना पानी कुड़ होए वैसे एडी दो जोनी निवैसे. And now move into Bhadra Gorakasana. And remaining in the same position, switch your gaze towards your third eye. Bhadra Gorakasana. दो पगथली संपुट करे कौरवारली भू परिधरे. Moving into Suryasana here. Now sitting on top of your heels, raise your knees off the ground. Placing your palms together in the Padma Mudra with your index and thumbs joined together, the rest of the fingers spread out. Raise your palms above your head, gazing towards the gap between the palms. Visualize yourself as Lord Surya in your inner space. Engage the Uddiyana Bandha, sucking in your stomach. एडी दो गुदा तरियाने फना पानी भेटक पुनिठाने गोड़ा जंग गदिट करे रहे आड़े वामसी विद कहे. Now relax your body from there into Mandukasana. Here, continuing with the Sahaja Kumbhaka, just breathing in and out slowly. Sit on top of your toes. Keep your hands on top of your knees, lifting your tongue up against the roof of your mouth like a frog in Manduki Mudra. Visualize yourself as a frog gazing towards your third eye. Mandukasana. पादतलौ पृष्ठदेशे अङ्गुष्ठे द्वे संस्पृशेत् जानुयुग्मं पुरस्कृत्य साधयन्मण्डुकासनम्. Now in the same position, bring your hands behind your back, clasping the opposite shoulder blades. Continuing to visualize yourself as a frog in the Manduki Mudra, gaze towards your third eye. Here, engage the Uddiyana Bandha, sucking in your stomach. Uttara Mandukasana. Mandukasana मण्डुकासनमध्यस्थं कूर्पराभ्यां धृतं शिरः एतद्धेकवदुत्तानमेतदुत्तानमण्डुकम्. Now moving into Simhasana. Crossing your ankles behind your back, sit on top of your feet. Keep your knees wide, your fingers spread on top of your knees. Open your mouth wide, sticking out your tongue, exhaling forcefully. Gaze at the tip of your nose, repeat several times, visualizing yourself as a lion here. Simhasana. दक्षिणं सविगुल्फेन दक्षिणेन तथेतरं हस्तजान्मौ संस्थाप्य स्वाङ्गुलीश्च प्रसाद्य च. Next, Bhadrasana. Now, uncross your ankles, just sitting on top of your heels with your toes crossed. Cross your hands behind you and clasp the opposite toes in the Prana Mudra. Here, continuing with the Brahmari Kumbhaka, buzzing like a bee in Bhadrasana, the 43rd asana. Engage the Jalandhara Bandha, sucking in your chin, tucking in your chin to your chest, gaze towards your nose. गुल्फौ च विशरस्याधो विक्रमेण समाहितः पादाङ्गुष्ठौ कराभ्यां च धृत्वा च पृष्ठदेशतः. Here moving into Kakabusandhyasana. Squat, keeping your feet flat onto the ground, your knees opened up wide. Bring your arms in and around your neck and in back and interlacing the fingers behind in the Parashu Mudra. Gaze towards your nose, visualizing yourself as a crow. Kakabusandhyasana. प्रथमे बेसुकुरिठाने दो हाथ पगामि च आने तिनको मोड़ी नल्या परल्यावे पृष्ठपचे कांकुसी करावे. Now keep your palms flat onto the ground, shoulders width apart. Bring your knees to the back of your arms towards the armpits. Lean your chin forward down, gazing ahead, lifting your feet off the ground in Kani Pavasana. Asana ka gunit ashi pushta hoi to achi hawi. Now lean your head down towards the ground. In the Kapalyasana, placing your hands and your head as a tripod position. Now raise your feet up off the ground, stretching it high above you, gazing towards your nose in Kapalyasana. Sisha dharti teki pagado miliva uncha kukare pagathalya kash dishisanamashirashe gauhatha ki hateli. Now from here moving into Parshvamayurasana. Squat on your toes with your legs together. Twist your body, placing both the legs to one side. Align your elbows with your knee and hip. Lean on towards your arms and balance, extending the legs towards the side, gazing towards your third eye. Here doing the Rechaka Kumbhaka, where your exhalations are longer than the inhalations, visualizing yourself as a peacock in Parshvamayurasana. Raise your body up there. मयूरं दण्डवत् कुर्यान् मायूरं दण्डनामकं कुर्यान् मायूरं पार्श्वाभ्यां मायूरपार्श्वनामकम्. Now over here in the 48th asana, squatting on your toes with your legs together, twist your body, placing both the hands to one side. Now lean forward in Parshvamayurasana on the other side, visualizing yourself as a peacock. Gaze towards your third eye. मयूरब्दड्डवत् कुर्यान् मायूरब्दड्डनामकं कुर्यान् मायूरं पार्श्वाभ्यां मायूरपार्श्वनामकम्. Now from here, moving into Bhairaganathasana, bringing your body into the plank position, similar to Karattvasana. Here, lean forward, placing your palms onto the ground, completely flat. Now bring one leg in between those palms from outside of the shoulder. Gazing towards your third eye, visualize yourself as Bhagavan Kala Bhairava. Bhairaganathasana. Asana Kavana Piti Jayi. Repeat Bhairaganathasana on the other side. Asana Kavana Piti Jayi. Now resting your forearms onto the ground. Tuck in your toes and lift your hips up towards the sky in Unmukha Pithasana. Here, visualizing the supreme pontiff of Hinduism in your inner space. Gaze towards your third eye, Unmukha Pithasana. Bhunyastha Ujanuni Hastau Chatushpadama Vangmukham Utthapitangra Yugala Katisthalam Abhiruka. Now, raising your body up into Vasishthasana. Bring your body onto one hand, raising your opposite hand up, keeping your balancing shoulder directly beneath the shoulders. Raise your hips up and gaze towards the sky, visualizing yourself as Rishi Vasishthasana. Odha Kukutavasishtham Marichihala Matsyakam Parivrittam Chaudharasya Vyudam Dhanurasanam. Repeat Vasishthasana on the other side. Odha Kukutavasishtham Marichihala Matsyakam Parivrittam Chaudharasya Vyudam Dhanurasanam. Now, stretching your legs forward into Anjaneyasana. Sit upon your palms, keeping your elbows stuck towards your body. Gaze towards your nose. Engage Jalandhara Bandha. Visualizing yourself as Lord Hanuman. Anjaneyasana. दो कर की उबे हथेली कौरवारली में ले भेली स्वागानी भूपरिदाशे महाने अंगुली मिली राशे. Now from the same position, stretching your hands up above your head, lean forward, clasping the toes of your respective feet in the prana mudra, and try to bring your head towards your knees, your elbows towards the ground. In Paschimottanasana, engage all the three bandhas here in Paschimottanasana. जंघो परिल्लाटन्तु पश्चिमतालमुचितेन केन प्रकारेण स्कन्धार्यं च जायते. From here, moving into Ugrasana, clasping your hands behind your neck in the Parashamudra. Bring your elbows towards the ground, your forehead towards your knees, visualizing Devi Kali in your inner space. Engage all the three bandhas. Ugrasana. स्वपाणिभ्यां धरं धृत्वा जानुपरि शिरोणि सेतासुरग्रमिदं प्रोक्तं भवेदनिलदीपनम्. Now raise that body up, moving into Marichyasana. Place one leg by your perineum, knees pointing upwards. Now bring your forehead down towards your knees, bringing the other hand around the coffee. Bringing your hands around the raised knee in Ugrasana. In Marichyasana, visualizing yourself as Rishi Marichyasana. Uttanapadam Krauncham cha Maricham Veerabhadrakam Natarajam Trikonam cha Siddhangashta Prasarane. Now rest that knee on the side of your body towards the ground. Lean forward, clasping your toes, bring your forehead towards your knees, gaze towards your nose, engaging all three bandhas in Mahamudrasana. Davam Pagedi Modi Mahila Gulpamula Dwarini Chede. Now raise your body up, repeating Marichyasana on the other side. Uttanapadam Krauncham cha Marijam Veerabhadrakam Natarajam Trikonam cha Siddhangashta Prasarane. Now lean forward, keeping that knee towards the ground in Mahamudrasana. Davam Pagamodi Edi Mahilo Gulpamula Dwarini Chede. Now moving into Bhadrasana 2. Raise up, keeping both your feet together in front of your body. Bring your hands around your feet in the Shambhavi Mudra, gazing towards your third eye. Here, entering into the next japa of Mahasadashivoham. Mahasadashivoham in your inner space. Continue the Rechaka Kumbhaka. Bhadrasana 2. गुल्भौ दर्शनस्याद सीवन्याः पार्श्वयोक्षिपेद् पादपार्श्वे तु पाणिभ्यां दृढं बद्ध्वा सुनिश्चलम्. Here, bring your hands towards your knees and lightly place your hands onto your knees, gazing towards your nose. Engage Jalandhara Bandha in Gwali Pavasana. पूर्व चरपट चौक कहियो सोई वाही विधियो कीजी सोई यामेड़ी भुनज राशे अंगुलाठंतरो राशे. From here, move into Joniasana, placing your hands in between your feet, underneath your feet. Lean forward, placing your forehead towards the ground. Visualize the Yoni Mandala, the creative energy, the embodiment of Parashakti herself, gazing towards your nose in Joniasana. दो पग थली संपुट करे कोरवारली भू परिधरे कोरवारली राखे से तापरि मूल द्वार टिकी बैसे. Now raise your body up, moving into Midiki Bhavasana. Keep your hands towards the side, flat. Lean forward with your forehead towards your feet and gaze at your nose in Midiki Bhavasana. Puruvili Paripagathali Samputisholedi Edi Milirashe. Now move on to Samadhyasana. Now raising up off the ground, place your hands underneath the thighs and calf muscles of your body. Lean forward and gazing towards your nose in and visualizing Lord Paramashiva in your inner space. Siddha Samadhyasana. दो पग थली संपुट करे सोले आगा में धरे अंगुला ठंतर राशे एड़ी को ऐसे विधिधाशे. From here, moving into Chiniki Pavasana, keeping your legs together. Keeping your hands underneath the legs. Bring the legs out, facing towards the sky. In Chiniki Pavasana, gazing towards your nose, visualize the supreme consciousness. Chiniki Pavasana. दो पगा की एड़ी धरतीवा मेड़ी धरती मगिवा मेढ़ लगावे. Now moving into Charapata Chokasana. Bring your hands towards your knees and lightly push your knees towards the ground, gazing towards your third eye. Engage the Jalandhara Bandha, the sucking of your stomach in Charapata Chokasana. दो पग थली संप्रधारे आगाने का जोर पसारे भूसा लगता राशे हाथ दो गोड़ा परिदाशे. Now from here, moving into Bhairavasana. Bring the soles of the feet together, knees wide, lift your heels up, bringing the toes towards the ground. Keep your knees on the ground, pull the stomach in and up, placing your hands on your knees in Bindu Mudra. Gaze towards your third eye, engage Uddiyana Bandha, visualizing yourself as Lord Kala Bhairava. Gulphau Sampirichan Yonyam Bitkameno Samshane Janu Pashukato Hasto Dandavad Bhairavasanam. Now from here, moving into Samanasana. Sit with one heel at the perineum, lift and hold the other foot, pulling the sole of the foot onto the chest. Gaze towards the third eye, holding the breath in the Mooladhara Chakra, gazing towards your third eye in Samanasana. Samanasana Vakshe Siddhamantradi Sadhana Teka Padamro Dattva Gushyonya Linga Vaksake. Now from here, moving into Apanasana, lift the raised leg over the shoulder and stretch the other leg out in front of you. Here, gazing towards your third eye in Apanasana. केवलं पादमे कञ्च स्कन्धे चारोऽपि यत्नतः एकपादेन गगने तिष्ठेद दण्डवत् प्रभो. Repeating Samanasana on the other side, continuing to gaze towards that third eye. Samanasanamavakshye siddhamantradi sadhanat. Now repeating Apanasana on the other side, continuing to gaze towards your third eye. केवलं पादमे कञ्च स्कन्धे चारोऽपि यत्नतः एकपादेन गगने तिष्ठेद दण्डवत् प्रभो. Now from here, let's move into Gomukhasana. Sit and cross one leg over the other, aligning the knees at the center of the body with your feet by the opposite hips. Place both your hands on top of the stacked knees, gazing towards your nose. Here we'll be moving into the next japa of Om Nithyanandoham in your inner space, engaging the Sheetkari Pranayama, by which you'll be hissing and inhaling through your teeth and exhaling through your nose. Visualize the face of a cow gazing towards your nose in Gomukhasana. Gomukhasana Dakshavya Dakshina Gulbhanto Prishtipashve Niyojayeet. Now now moving from here into Anusuyasana. In the same position, bring your hands towards your toes, clasped in the Shambhavi Mudra. Engage the Uddiyana Bandha sucking in your stomach. Gaze towards your nose. In this asana, visualizing yourself as Rishika Anusuya with golden glowing skin. Anusuyasana. दक्षिण गोड़ नीचो ठाने वावोंता के ऊपर आने गोड़ा संधि मिलावे बारी आधा पुनिपदे संधि पसारी. Now from here moving into Anusuyasana 2, bringing your hands behind your back into Anusuyasana. Clasping your hands behind your back in the Parashumudra, gaze towards your nose, visualizing yourself as Rishika Anasuya. Lean forward, placing your nose onto the ground. Anusuyasana 2. जीवना गोड़ा की संधि उपरिडावा गोड़ा की संधि मिलाए राशे गोड़ा से पकतल्यालो वाडवाई सुधा राशे. Now from here moving into Garudasana 2. Sit on the ground with one heel pressed against the perineum. Keep the opposite foot on the ground in front of the other, keeping the spine straight, chest out. Hands on the respective knees, gaze towards your nose, visualizing yourself as Lord Garuda. Garudasana 2. डावा पग मोड़ी एडी माहिला गुल्भ मूल द्वार नीचे रे बैसे जीवनी पग थली धरती टेकी गोड़ो ऊंचा भौराश है. Now move into Naradasana, bringing your hands behind your bringing your elbows outside of the raised knees. Twist towards the side, gazing towards your third eye. In Naradasana, visualizing yourself as Lord Nataraja. Natarajasana. Prishijamam pagthali keri bhupita hilagave pheri. Now from here, moving on to Matsyapitakasana. Place one foot on top of the opposite thigh, wrap the respective arm around the knee, and holding onto the opposite shin. Extend the opposite shin and straight and hold on to the respective toe with the index and middle finger. Gazing towards your nose, visualizing the Matsyavatara, the fish form of Lord Mahavishnu. Matsyapitakasana. वामेन वामाङ्गुष्ठन्तु गृहीतं मत्स्यपीठकं योनि वामेन सम्पीड्य मेढ्रादुपरि दक्षिणम्. Now from here, repeating Gomukhasana on the other side. Savve Dakshina Gulbhantu Prishpashve Niyoje Dakshina Idana Savyam Gomukham Yatha. Moving into Anusuyasana on the other side. Dakshina Godo Nicho Thane Vavonta ke upar aane. Moving on to Anusuyasana 2 on the other side. Jivana Goda ki sandhi uparidava Goda ki sandhi milaye rashe. Now raise on to Garudasana 2 on the other side. Visualize yourself as Lord Garuda gazing towards your nose. Garudasana. डावा पग मोड़ी एड़ी हिलव गुल्भ द्वार नीचे दे बेसे जिमनी पंसली धरती टेकी गोड़ा ऊंचो भोराशे. Now from here, repeating Naradasana on the other side, twist your body out, gazing towards your third eye. पगथली केरी भूपर ताही लगावे फेरी गोड़ा स्वप्नो है जोई दचपाश लावे सोई. And repeating there Matsya Pitakasana on the other side, visualizing the Matsya avatar of Bhagavan Vishnu. Matsya Pitakasana. वामेन वामाङ्गुष्ठन्तो गृहीतमत्स्य पीठकं योनि वामेन सम्पीड्य मेढ्भ्रादुपरि दक्षिणम्. From here, let us move into Matsyendrasana. Placing one leg on the root of the thigh, opposite thigh. Twist your body, raise the other knee towards the sky. Twist your body out of that knee. Placing your elbow inside the knee and stretching your one elbow towards your back behind you and one elbow towards your chin. Gazing towards your third eye, visualize Matsyendranath, Matsyendrasana 1. उदरं पश्चिमाभासं कृत्वा तिष्ठति यत्नतः नम्राङ्गं वामपादं हि दक्षिणानुपरिन्यसेत्. Here moving into the Sheetkari pranayama. Continuing with the Sheetkari pranayama, hissing your breath. Kubasana now. Switch your hands, bringing the other hand towards the neck. Doing the japa of Om Nithyanandoham in your space. Visualize yourself as a camel. Kubasana. Asana kaugunu jholo jaye. Now stretch both your hands flat onto the ground. Gazing towards your third eye in the Matsyendrasana 2, continue to visualize Matsyendranath in your space. Matsyendrasana 2. Matsyendrapeetham Jatrapradeeptim Prachanda Rukmandala Khandanastram. Now repeating Matsyendrasana on the other side. उदरं पश्चिमाभासं कृत्वा तिष्ठति यत्ततः नम्राङ्गं वामपादं हि दक्षिणानुपरिन्यसेत्. Repeating Kubasana on the other side, visualize yourself as a camel. Asana Kaugulu Jholo Jaye. Moving into Matsyendrasana 2. Continuing to gaze towards your third eye. Matsyendrapeetham Jatrapradeeptim Prachanda Rukmandala Khandanastram. Now from here, moving into Padmasana, the 91st asana of the sequence. Place both your legs onto the opposite thighs, visualizing yourself as Bhagavan Paramashiva. Place your hands onto your knees. Engage all the three bandhas, gazing towards your nose. Padmasana. आसनं विविधं प्रोक्तं पद्मं वज्रासनं तथा ऊर्ध्वोरुपरि चेद्धते उभे पादतले यथा. Now from here, crossing your arms, holding on to the opposite toes with the index and middle finger. Gaze towards your nose, visualizing yourself as the goddess Parvati, your inner space. Padmasana 2. उत्तानौ चरणौ कृत्वा उरुसंस्थौ प्रयत्नतः ऊर्मध्ये तथोत्तानौ पाणि कृत्वा तु तादृशौ.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda
Nityanandam, we complete with all the participants for the interruption that happened. Now we are going to be continuing with the Kukuta. Please sit and place feet on top of your opposite thighs. Place the palms on the ground between the two thighs. You all can just slide in your slide in your hands within the gaps or between your thighs and your legs. Just slide it in there, and you can now lift your body up. Visualize yourself as a rooster and gaze at your third eye, having the Shambhavi Mudra. पद्मासनं सुसंस्थाप्य नानूर्वोरन्तरे करौ नवेशभूमावातिष्ठेत् व्योमस्थः सनः. As you are sitting in the Padmasana, please slide it back and come into the Baddha Kekiasana. Raise up to your knees. Place the palm on the ground, the fingers pointing towards the perineum. Keep the elbows together. Now press it against the navel, then lean forward and find the balance. Extend the knees up off the ground. If you can just put your entire weight towards your core, you will actually see how your body just beautifully lifts up into Baddha Kekiasana, having the Shambhavi Mudra and visualizing Swamiji in your third eye. दरामवष्टभ्यकरद्वयेन तत्कूर्परि स्थापितनाभिपार्श्व शासनो दण्डवदुत्थितः के मयूरमेतत् प्रवदन्ति पीठम् मयूरं पद्मकं कुर्यात् बद्धकेकीति कथ्यते. The next is Mayurasana. As you are in Baddha Kekiasana, just lift up your legs. Keep the elbows together. Continue to press against the navel. Lean forward and extend your legs off the ground. Continue to have the gaze on your third eye and visualize yourself as a peacock. Mayurasana. अथ वक्षे महादेव मयूरासनमुत्तमं भूमौ निपात्य हस्तौ द्वौ कूर्परोपरि देहकं कूर्परोपरि संस्थाप्य सर्वदेहं स्थिराशयः केवलं हस्तयुगलं निपात्य भुवि सुस्थिरः. Now please lie down on your stomach with the feet pointing outwards and place your forehead on the mat. Visualize yourself as a crocodile. Interlace the fingers behind your neck and hold it. The bandha is Mula Bandha. Be in Sahaja Kumbhaka as we do the Makarasana. अध्यास्य शेते हृदयं निधाय भूमौ च पादौ च प्रसार्यमानौ शिरश्च धृत्वा करदण्डयुग्मे देहाग्निकारं मकरासनं तत्. As you are in Makarasana, extend your feet and lift them up, visualizing yourself as a locust, and place your palm on the either sides of your chest. Raise your legs, bringing the thighs off the ground as you visualize yourself as a locust. Shalabhasana. अध्यास्तशेते करयुग्मवक्षौ भूमिमवष्टभ्य करयोस्तलाभ्यां पादौ च शून्ये च वितस्ति चोर्ध्वं वदन्ति पीठं शलभं मुनीन्द्राः. Now, please bring your legs forward. Just bend it forward. Visualizing yourself as a camel. We are going to be entering into Ushtrasana. Bring your hands towards the feet. Pull your feet down towards the ground outside of the hips. Now lift yourself up as much as possible. visualizing yourself as a camel. Ushtrasana. Adhyasashete padayugmavastam prashte nidhayapi dhritam karabhyam आकुञ्चयेत् संयुगदारक्ष्यस्कात् मुष्ट्रं च पीठं योगिनो वदन्ति. Now please extend your feet above and lift yourself up as visualizing yourself as a bow. Visualize yourself as a bow and lift yourself up. Dhanurasana. Lift the chest off the ground and raise your head up, gazing into your third eye. धनुरासना प्रसार्य पादौ भुवि दण्डरूपौ करौ च पृष्ठे धृतपादयुग्मम् कृत्वा धनुस्तुल्यविवर्तिताङ्गम् निर्गत्य योगी धनुरासनं तत्. The next is Bhagasana. Sit on both knees with your head, neck and spine in a straight line. Place your palms down on the top of your thighs and gaze into your third eye, holding on to the Mula Bandha and visualizing Swamiji in your third eye. Bhagasana. उलटा मोड़ी पावदो वैसे बहुरौ जुगति करैक ऐसे पावन माहिला गुलफुजौ होवु कुलापाशति लावै सोवु पिष्टि पगतल्यांकी पुनि जोई हाथा सौ मोडे वह सोई ताकौ जंगनि कैटलिवै दासोतिन की पिष्टि लगावै अंगुरी धोय पग की जोई मीडू परियाने सोई हाथ दोवु गोड़ा परिराशे दृष्टि त्रिकटी मध्य दाशे. The next is Gohyasana. Now place your head on the ground. From the knees, place the forearms on the ground with your fingers interlocked, elbows and shoulders width apart. We are going to be doing the Gohyasana now. Now walk the toes forward until the hips align with the shoulders. And lift the feet up. Keep the knees bent together against the chest and touching the chin. Now gaze towards your nose. दोऊ हाथ की कहुनी जोई पुनः कलाई जाने दोई पिष्टि अंगुरिया की पुन जानो ये सब लेबू पर ठानो उभय कलाई जुड़वा राशे तिन परियानी सीस पर दाशे या विधि आसन करे कपारी नासा दृष्टि रहे तिरधारी पीड़ी जंग मिलावे दोई एड़ी कूला राशे भोई घोड़ा चिबुका अग्रे लगावे आसन को ही नाम कहावे सिर नेत्र दूषे कसै तथा वामहनीर्थ होय पहर एक आसन सधे लहै समाधि दी सोय. Now please lift your legs straight up and enter into Shirasasana. Continue to visualize Swamiji in your third eye and now and continue to gaze towards your nose. Shirasasana. विपरीतं मण्डलं च द्विविधैव विदितं हिनः दण्डासनं द्विविधा प्रोक्तं विपरीतोपवेशने सर्वाङ्गशीर्षभागास्तु षट्षष्टिः प्रतिसास्तु ते. Please relax. Now come down slowly, very slowly. Yes. Now sit with your hands behind the calves. Stretch the legs up. Bring your forehead to the knees. Come to a vertical position with the legs. Continue to hold on to the Mula Bandha And from this asana forward, you're going to be entering into the Bastrika Kumbhaka. Visualize Swamiji in your third eye and Shambhavi Mudra, Hodyasana. दोवु हाथ पग बाहराने गोड़ा तरे कांक सीठाने अंगुष्ठ पिंडली लगता धरे चरण उभव आकाश दिशि करे पिष्टि सकूला धरती लावे उदर संकोचि ऊर्ध टहरावे गोड़ा शीस भिद्ध भन करे इह विधि फोड्या आसन धरे देह विशाली ना रहे रक्त पीति पुनि जाय भंसी घुमरी आदि न आदिजे नाना रोग नसाय.
Yes. Um, I'm completing with all the participants for the small interruption which has been occurred. We'll be continuing the yoga. Next asana is Parigasana. Now sit and extend the legs out up at the 45 degrees angle. Bring the hands behind and hold the opposite shoulders in Shambhavi Mudra. Keep the chest upright and legs straight, toes pointed up in the air. Hold the breath and gaze at the third eye, as you visualize yourself as a maze. उत्तानं शयनं कृत्वा पादो मिलित्वा प्रसार्य नितम्बं भूमौ स्पृश्य हस्ताभ्यां कन्दराभद्वा कुम्भकं कृत्वा तिष्ठेत् परिघासनं भवति. Now, the next asana is Naukasana. Now, remain in the same position. Keep the elbows and palms down on the ground. Visualize yourself as a boat. Naukasana. उत्तानशयनं कूत्पराभ्यां भूमिनष्टभ्यः नितम्बं निधाय चिरुहुरु जङ्गापादा दण्डवद्धारये नौकासनं भवति. The next asana is Rudrasana. Now sit and lift the feet up, scoop the hands under the heels and pull the feet towards the chest. Keep the spine upright and gaze at the nose. Visualize yourself as Lord Rudra. पगतली संपदि कर हाथस्य पग ऊंचाई पगा का अंगुता दो लेवु परली का नितालवे लगावे. Next asana is Unmukha Pitasana. Now lay down with feet flat on the ground, palms facing down, fingers just touching back of the heels. Lift the hips up, press the feet into the ground, tuck the chin to the chest and gaze at the moon. Visualize the supreme power of Hinduism in your inner space. ऊर्ध्वे जजानिनि कृत्वा शयध्वोमकं तथा उत्थाप्य हस्तौ तिष्ठेतु पीतोन्मुखनामके. Now, slowly relax yourself into Shivasana. Lay on the back with palms facing upwards. Completely unclench from all micro movements of the body and the mind. Let the body remain dead. Visualize the body is dead. And the supreme power of Hinduism, Swamiji is liberating all of us. अदशवासनम् उत्तानं शववद्भूमौ शयनं तु शवासनं शवासनं शान्तिहरं चित्तविश्रान्तिकारकम्. Yes. So, because all participants to start to wiggle your toes and your fingers and raise yourself up to a comfortable sitting position as we now enter into the Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama. So, congratulations for all the participants for finishing the 108 asanas. It's wonderful. We have just 200 more left to finish the Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama. So, because all of you to stay tuned, be participative so that all of you can finish the 308 asanas. So first asana in the 300 asanas, the Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama is the Yithasana Sthasana, where you sit in a posture that brings ease to your physical and mental space. As you visualize the supreme point of Hinduism in your third eye, bring the let the index and thumb join together, touch each other in Bindu Mudra and place them. As you engage in Samana Kumbhaka, engage in a Mula Bandha, we should have Om Nithyananda Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Japa repeating in your inner space. Yithasana Sthasana. Paryankam Tatsamakhyatam Mitasam Stham Yathastitihi. The next asana is Samasana. Now sit cross-legged in the same position. Hands on your knees with thumbs and index touching in Bindu Mudra. Take a long deep inhalation and hold. Then take prolonged inhalations and exhalations. Samasana. इदानीं गर्भिणीनां योगाभ्यासो यथा लघुः सुखप्रसवलाभाय प्रोचते प्राक्तनेपति. Next asana is Muktasana. Now Now place the left foot against the genital region. Now place the right foot over top of the left. Hands facing down on top of the knees and gaze at the nose. As you visualize yourself as a sage which has been liberated by the supreme point of Hinduism. Muktasana. Nipidya Sivanim Sukshmam Dakshinetara Gulpataha Vamam Yamena Gulpena Muktasana Vidam Bhavet. The next asana is Siddhasana. Now maintain the same position which all of us did in Muktasana. Just switch the gaze to the third eye. Siddhasana. Sthanam Avichendriyo Chaladrisha Pashyam Bhruvorantaram Tetan Mokshaka Pada Beda Janakam Siddhasanam Prochite. The next asana is Siddhyasana. Now maintain the same position as Siddhasana. Switch the gaze to the ground in front of you and engage in all three bandhas, the Mula Bandha, Janendra Bandha and Udyana Bandha. वामपादिकी एदी जानो सीवनी मरिता सको थानो दक्षिण पादिकी एदी जोई मेडमती लगावे सोई. The next asana is Rudrasana. Now remain the same position which all of us did in Siddhyasana. Rotate the hands on top of the knees in Bindu Mudra. Switch the gaze to the third eye. Visualize yourself as Lord Rudra, the fierce dimensions of Paramashivoham. Rudrasana 2. वामचरण परिय दक्षिण राके एक जिगति असा विदिधा के वाम पगतिले बाहिले कोर दक्षिण के जो बाहर ले वोर. The next asana is Santadhanasana. Now maintain same position as Rudrasana 2. Just switch the gaze through your nose. As you visualize yourself as a supreme point of Hinduism in your inner space, yes. Santadhanasana. आसन कौगण मन की चंचलता मीठा. Next asana is Siddhasana 2.
Now maintain one heel on top of the another. Bring hands to the navel, cupping one palm over the other, resembling a lotus flower in Sanpata Mudra. Visualize the supreme Pandafinderism in your inner space. ऋचिकाय समासीनः सिद्धासनमुदीरतं प्रसर भुवि पादौ तु द्वोभ्यं मङ्गुष्टमदरात्. The next asana is Bandha Yoni Asana. Now maintain one heel on top of the other, little fingers beneath the bottom of the lip, ring fingers above the upper lip, middle fingers closing the nostrils, index finger over the eyes, and thumbs closing the ears in Shanmukhi Mudra. Visualize your Sankalpa is manifesting through the womb of creation. Bandha Yoni Asana. यत्र मध्ये महादेव भन्तयोन्यासनेषु औ यकृत्वा खेचरो भूत्वा विचरेदीश्वरो यथा. Next asana is Virasana. Now place one foot on the thigh and the other foot under the opposite thigh. Touch the thumb and index finger together on the Bindu Mudra and rest them on top of the knees. Visualize you're embodying the space and state of bravery. Virasana. एकपादमथैकस्मिन् विन्यस्योनि संस्थितः इतरस्मिन् तथा चोरं वीरासनमुदीरतम्. Next asana is Valmikasana. Now left heel on the right side generative organ, toes under the thighs, right foot on the left leg, toes by the knees, hands on the knees, thumbs and index touching each other and gaze below. Visualize the great sage poet, the author of Ramayana, Sage Valmiki. दावा पग की पगतिली पुनी है रिहे जोया पनाम ऋषि मेरे रचना आने लगा वे सोया. The next asana is Joni Mudrasana. Now keep the legs in the same position. Switch the gaze at the nose. Visualize you're representing the goddess Devi, the Shakti, the symbol of the creative energy of the universe, the Yoni Mandala. भामपालिकी पगतली जाहि माहिली कोरी जोनितहान धरी वैसे उड़ता पाव जो मोरी. Next asana is Nyoniyasana. Now keep the feet and hands in the same position. Switch the gaze to the third eye and continue to visualize the Yoni Mandala in your inner space. योन्यासनं प्रवेतेन योगं योगफलेनिदं तत्कालपललतान् तावत् केचरो यावदेव हि. Next asana is Bhadrasana 3. Now sit and bring the soles of the feet together in front of you. Hold with both the hands in Shamya Mudra. Bring the knees down towards the ground and gaze the nose. Visualize Lord Veerabhadra in your inner space. गुल्पौ च वृषणस्य दः सीवन्त्याः पार्श्वयोक्षिपेत् सव्यगुल्पं तथा सव्य दक्षगुल्पं तदक्षिणे. Next asana is Aghorasana. Now press the soles of the feet together at the perineum. Press your tongue up against the roof of the mouth and gaze at the third eye. With your right hand, cover your nostril. Let the left nostril with index finger and inhale through the right nostril. Close both the nostrils, hold the breath and exhale through the left nostril in Kechara Mudra. Repeat this on the other side. Visualize yourself as an Aghori. Aghorasana. पूर्व कहो पुष्टिका जो ही वाही विधि जो की जैसो ही तब अंगुरी मुख बाहरी आने मुखो पुनी संपद करिठाने. Next asana is Kaneri Pavasana. Now remain in same position. Rest the elbows to your heels and and let your hands holding the chin. Visualize yourself as a 60-year-old elephant. Kaneri Pavasana. गावाली पवा आसना कशो है जैसे जाहू में जाने विदिते से दोबो गुलपमा हिला जानो और इद्यावची कहू निठानो. Next asana is Parasana. Now sit with knees raised, arms between the thighs and the calves. Interlace the fingers in Shambhava Mudra. Feet off on the mat and visualize the supreme power of Hinduism in your inner space. Parasana. जोग प्रदीकाय दोहु कर की अंगुरी जोई पतशाम आनी लगावे सोहु. Next asana is Gopi Chandasana. Now interlace the fingers around the feet with toes together. Toes at the groove in the throat. He is touching the chest, chin on the hands, and gaze at the nose. As you're visualizing, then embodying the state and space of a king. Gopi Chandasana. Puraba Vidhi Paga Kanguta Kadaka Kuparashe Edi Hridalagave Kangase Aidya Anguli Paridashe. Next asana is Udarasana. Now sit with soles of the feet together, inside the hands underneath the legs. Holding the feet with interlocked fingers, bring the feet up to the chest, bring the head down, touch the chin to the soles and gaze at the nose. Visualize your body free from any defect. Udarasana. Dobu pakitli sampaditane, hube hasta kari urdihi thane, angushta do samatharave, chipka niche tahi lagave. The next asana is Vishishtasana. Now sit with feet together, arms under the legs. Raise the feet up to the face, fingers interlocked in Shambhu Mudra, palms over the face. Visualize yourself excelling in everything. Vishishtasana. Dobu pagri jodi sampati kare do hadu do paga bichi ani tale kari barilyave. Next asana is Bhujasana. Now from a seated position, next asana is Bhujasana. Now visualize yourself as a cobra. Maintain the Shambhu Mudra. Next asana is Bhujasana. Now from seated position, lift both the legs over top of the respective shoulders. Bring arms underneath the legs and hip and up, interlacing the fingers around the back of the neck as you visualize yourself as a Bhujasana. Sirasanam tu viknyayam kakshasanam param grivasanam cha paramam bhujasana vimochate. Next asana is Kalyanasana. Now maintain a seated position, raise the legs up. Bring elbows under the knees and tap the arms around the back in palms clasped. Gaze at the nose. Visualize yourself as a beautiful, auspicious goddess in your Kalyanasana. हाथ दो उपगम चियाने तिनको गोद नीचे ताहे बहुरी पगथ्या बाहिल्यावे पुनः युक्ति ऐसे तहरावे. The next asana is Sankatasana. Now, with the left knee on the mat, place left foot flat and place the perineum on the raised heel. Raise the right leg on over top of the left and bring the right heel to the left hip. Place the opposite hand, the opposite knees. Visualize yourself as a swan. Sankatasana. वामपादं चितेर्मूलं सन्न्यासधर्मीतले पाददण्डेन याम्येद वेष्टे वामपादकम्. Next asana. Now from Sankatasana, slide the left heel to the left hip, keep the right knee on top of the left, place both hands on the right side, visualize yourself as a cow. Renukasana. Anusagina gara pancham vishim da galyam nidaya dhyagali vamka pagala nidaya kudu. The next asana is Matsyendrasana. Now place the right foot on the left side, place the left foot on the right knee, bring the left hand behind the back and hold right side. Place the right hand on the left side, twist the body and gaze at the third eye. Visualize the supreme Panda Hinduism in your Vamajhanga वामजंग घपरदचिताने वामहस्तपिष्टिदिशाने बहुरोदचन पारहे जोहु ताकी नाली जो पकारे सो. Next asana, Machindrasana. Now from Machindrasana, untwist and hold onto your respective big toes. Lean your forehead so it touches the ground and chest to touch the knees. Machindrasana 2. Prathama Jimana Chana Jujoy Vabajanga Gapri Rake Soyi. The next asana, Guruvasana. Now maintain the feet in same position. Interlace the fingers and place on top of the knees. Shambhu Mudra. Vaishnavi Mudra. Visualize the supreme part of the fingers and inward. उरुमूलितपादस्य कनिष्काप्रदेशे गुल्फं संस्थापितरे वजानो इतिपादपार्श्वे संस्थाप्य तिष्ठित हस्तौ सम्मीलयेत् गुरुआसनं भवति. Let's now repeat the Sankatasana sequence for the day. Sankatasana. वामपादं चितेर्मूलं संन्यासधरनीतले पाददण्डेन यामेन वेष्टेत् वामपादकम्. Tenukasana for the day. अनसागे नगर पंचम विश्वम द गल्यम नीरया ज्यागले वाम का पगल निदया कुदु. Machindrasana 2. Machindrasana on the other side. वामजंग घपरितचिताने वामहस्तपिष्टिदिशाने. Machindrasana 2 on the other side. प्रथम जीवयोचन जुजोई वामजंग घपरि राखे सोई ताकि एरी करिसो लावे बहुरी जुगती यह और करावे. Next asana, Guruvasana. उर्मूलितपादस्य कनिष्काप्रदेशे गुल्फं संस्थापितरे वज्रादि पार्ष्णि. The next asana is Parshasana. Now sit with feet flat on the ground, knees against your chest, hands holding the opposite knees, thighs together, spine straight, toes pressed against the roof of the mouth. Visualize the grip on the fingers in your inner space. पादले भूमिनिदाय जान्योरसिनिदाय विपरीत हस्ताभ्याम. Next asana. Now proceed the position, place feet flat on the mat, wrap the arms around the legs, fold the opposite wrist, place the chin onto your knees and gaze at the nose. Vidokasana. Bodhashokasana. दोबो पगड़ी भूव परिधेरी कोरमाहिले ऐसे करे कोर मिला युक्त भेसे जंगघा चादी अग्र निवेसे. The next asana is Korakatasana. Now from Sita Purusham, place feet flat on the mat, place the arms under the knees and hold the opposite elbows and gaze at the nose. Korakatasana. Korakatasana दो हाथ बगल बाहर लियावे गोदा नीचे ले तहरावे. Next asana is Sumati Asana. Now maintain same hold beneath the knees. Right foot over the top of the left so heel crosses and toes pointed up and gaze at the navel. Visualize the great sage, Maharishi Smriti in your inner space. Sumati Asana. मूलद्वारे धरती परिताने दावा पग परि डच पद आने दाई पगति कोले आवे हाथे एकांतर तहरावे. Next asana is Dandasana. Now extend the feet out straight, arms raised straight above the head. Interlace the fingers, wrist pointed outwards, engage Nagri Bandhas, engage at the knees. Dandasana. इदानीं गर्भिणीनां योगाभ्यासो यतालघोषक प्रसवलाभाय प्रोचते प्राक्नेपति. Next asana is Arambhasana. Now sit with legs straight, hold the big toes with index and middle finger. Chest forward and down, head to the knees. Inhale through the left nostril and exhale through the right as you do the Nadi Shodhana. Dohu pag milave pasari, pagakanguta, pakadi, jilata, gode lagave. Next asana is Bidokasana. Now sit with legs straight, extend knees slightly up, one hand distance between the heels. Bring shoulders down, grab the arms around the legs in Shambhu Mudra. Hold the soles of the feet and gaze at the nose. Gaze at the third eye. Petama bhisi do pava pasari kochuka urdhako kor dodhare. Next asana Jalandhari Pavasana. Now extend both legs out with heels together. Place the chin, mouth, nose on the heels. Insert the hands below the legs. Keep the elbows together on the ground along the fingers. palms facing upwards and gaze at the nose. Dohu edi Mailike DJ Hat Pasari, Punich Chibuka Makanasikata Digabu Paridhari. Next asana is Urdhva Paschimottanasana. Now sit and extend both legs out. Lift one foot behind the neck. Lean forward and down as in Paschimottanasana. Visualize Supreme Pandafindoism in your inner space. Paspitana Sinstam Krita Ekam Paring Vivayam Ditva Dishtet Urdhva Paschimottanam Bhavati. Next asana is Anantasana. Now lay on the back, lift the right leg behind the neck, left hand holds foot from the top, straighten the body, concentrate on prana moving from the Muladhara, Taurus, Sahasrara Chakra and gaze at the knee. Uttana Shaini Ekam Payi Grivanam Vinyasya. Next asana is Ankushasana. Now from Anantasana, rest on the elbows of hand holding foot. Concentrate on the prana moving from the Muladhara Chakra, Taurus, Sahasrara Chakra and gaze at the knees. Uttana Shaiti Ekam Padingriva Yankurvan. Next asana is Drishasana. Now lying down on the back, bring the knees to the chest, encircle the thighs and the calves with the arms and roll to the left and the right. Visualize the breathe for the Hinduism in your inner space. Drishasana. Uttana Shainam Jani Hridevastamba Janga Sahita Rini Karadve Bhadra Savya Pasavyam Lodayet Drishasanam Bhavati. Now let's repeat the Urdhva Paschimottanasana on the other side. Paschimottanasana Sitam Krita Ekam Padam Grivayam Ditva Dishtet Paschimottanam Bhavati. Anantasana on the other side. Uttana Shaini Ekam Payam Grivayam Vinyasya. Ankushasana on the other side. Uttana Shaiti Ekam Padam Grivayam Kurvan. With the beautiful asanas we engaged ourselves into. Next asana is Yoga Nidrasana. Now lay on the back, lift the legs one by one, up behind the head, hold the hands behind the back and gaze at the nose. Yoga Nidrasana. Padabhyam Vyashtiya Kantam Bhashtabhyam Prishtabandham Tanmadya Shainam Kuryada Yoga Nidra Shukhaprada. Next asana is Atma Ramasana. Now while lie on the back, raise the legs towards the head, wrap the arms around the legs, integrate the fingers behind the back and gaze at the nose. Visualize Lord Vishnu blessing within. Atma Ramasana Pratama Suda Sove Pagu Uche Agane Ane Do Pag Bichi Hati Kai Kahuni Ki Mahili. Next asana is Kochikasana. Now lay on the back, knees to the chest, soles facing up. Extend the arms sideways and gaze at the third eye. Kochikasana. दो हाथ चिरसा करे तिरसो उबे से पाकरे पगु चय आगने आने बहुरी जिक्ति ऐसिका विधिवाने. Next asana is Jatara Pravritti 1, 2, and 3. Now lie on the back, knees to the chest, arms reach to the sides at the shoulder level. Jatara Pravritti 1. Now knees bent, one knee bent, twist and bring to the ground. On the opposite side, keep the other leg extended straight. Now in Jatara Pravritti 2, keep both the knees bent to one side. In Jatara Pravritti 3, keep legs straight to one side and head looks in the opposite direction of the legs. Parividdhi Kukshi Bhagya Tridadhivari Kitaha Baddha Konam Sudha Konam Oda Konam Matapicha. Now let's repeat Jatara Pravritti Asana 1, 2, and 3 on our respective other sides. Parividdhi Kukshi Bhagya Tridadhivari Kitaha Baddha Konam Sudha Konam Oda Konam Matapicha. Next asana is Dvipalapitam. Now lie on the back, bend your knees and place your feet flat on the ground. Hold the ankles and lift the hips up in the air and gaze at the nose. Visualize yourself as sturdy as a bridge. Prati Kuryayitan Vanda Pita Sarva Balapradam Garbhinandara Bhalan Iti Ghargi Jagadanu. Next asana is Parinkasana. Now lie on the back and place feet flat on the mat. Bring arms over the head and place the hands flat on the mat with fingers pointing towards the feet. Lift the entire body up from the ground. Visualize yourself as sturdy as some furniture, as a stone furniture. उत्तानं शयनमस्ततः ब्याम्बूनस्तम्भपाणिलाभ्या भूम दत्त्वा नाभिप्रदेशे ऊर्ध्वं कुर्यात् पर्यङ्कासनं भवति. The next asana is Shvotanasana. Now lay on the back, knees to the chest, hands to the shoulders, move the hips in a circular motion. Visualize you're laying on your back like a dog. Savat shariram sanstapya jani sammilya navo annilya astabhyam kandaram bhadva bhamayet Shvotanam bhavati. The next asana is Viparita Karani. Now low side spine and raise the hips and legs up. Bring hands to the lower back for support if needed. Elbows and hands extend on the mat below, helping to balance the body as leg raises up straight. Move the legs around the body and around. Vipariti Karani. अतः विपरीत करनी मुद्रा भूतले शरीरोद्वेके नयन चरण अद्वयम. The next asana is Vipariti Karani too. Now remain same position. Just stop the movement. करनी विपरीताख्य सर्वादिव्यारि नाशिनी. The next asana is Langalasana. Now lay on the back, lift the hips, take feet over the head, toes on the floor, hands stretched on the ground, palms clasped, and raised on the neck and the shoulders. Visualize yourself as a flow. Langalasana. Griva kantene bhumim vishtamba pada gadvayam muru madhye narakasanam bhavati. Next asana is Shayita Paschimottanasana. Now lie on the back, legs over the head, toes pointed on the ground, thighs to the chest, hold the toes, arms and legs straight. Taram Shayita Kurvida Shayita Paschimottanakam. Next asana is Supta Konasana. Now remain same position, spread the toes out wide and continue to visualize Swamiji in your inner space. परिविद्य कुक्ष भाग्य त्रिदादि परिकीतः बद्ध गोदम सूद कोन उदकोनम मतापि च. Next asana is Chakrasana. Now bring legs over top of the head, toes on the ground. Hold the ankles, keep the knees straight, roll backwards onto the back, keeping legs straight. Visualize yourself as a chakra. Shavasanasto pado kuryanmastakam parau. The next asana is Supta Prasarita Padangushtasana. Now lie on the back, legs vertical, hold the big toes in Pranamudra, open the legs wide, visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Uttanapadam kram chamcha varicham veera bhadrakam natarajantrika namcha subdangashta prasarine. Next asana is Supta Padangushtasana. Now lay on the back with legs extended straight up, hold the big toes in Pranamudra. उत्तानपादं क्रौं चमचं वरीचं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गष्टप्रसारिणे. Now relax yourself into Matsyasana. Now from Suptam Padangushtasana, move the legs into Padmasana. Lay on the back, put the opposite elbows over the head and gaze at the nose. Visualize Matsyavatara, the fish avatar of Mahavishnu in your inner space. Mukta Padmasan Krita Uttana Shainam Chare Kurparabhyam Shiro Vyeshya Matsyasanam Tu Rogaha. Yes, let us now relax ourselves into Parasharamasana. Now lay on the back in Padmasana. Place back to the right hand on the left palm. Gaze his nose. Visualize Lord Rama in your inner space. Pratama kare Padmasana ache Sudo soya bhupari pache. Next asana Sarvangasana. Now while lying the back, the legs in Padmasana, lift the hips and legs up. Hands support the chin, elbows on the floor. Tuck the chin to the chest and gaze at the nose. Sarvangasana. Atta vaksheta sankshepa sarvangasana uttamam yakrit tvayogi nipuno vidyabhi pandito yatha. Next asana is Vrishchikasana. Now lay on the back, one foot on the opposite thigh. Lift the other knee towards the head. Extend both arms straight and hook fingers towards and gaze at the third eye. Visualize yourself as a scorpion. Pratama Shaina Sudha Sisha Kesaki Samdi Sudha Ke. Let's repeat Vrishchikasana on the other side. Pratama Shaina Sudha Sisha Kesaki Samdi Sudha Ke. Next asana Vrishab Padak Shepasana. Now lay on the back and place the fingers around the neck. Lift both the feet off on the ground. Extend one leg straight and other knee to the chest, alternating extending and raising the knee again and again. Visualize supreme point of Hinduism in your inner space. This is similar to your bicycle crunches, which we do for strengthening our core muscles. उत्तानशयनं कृत्वा अनुलोम्भिः कन्द्रामद्दा कूर्परो मिलितानितं बेन भुवं स्थित्वा एकं पादं प्रसार्य एकेन पादेन सव्यदक्षिणं भ्रामयित्वा ऋषिपादक्षेपः भवति. Next asana is Marottanasana. Now lay on the back, lift the legs one by one, touching the ears with the knees. Shodhanav श्रोतनाव संस्थिति कृत्वा जालुद्धापर्यं येन कर्णयो संस्पृशेत् मारोतयं भवति. Next asana is Brikasana. Now, while lying on the back, place soles of the feet flat on the ground. Stand up and sit back again and again. Visualize yourself as a bull. अत उत्थानं शयनं कृत्वा पादतलाभ्यां भूमिं दत्त्वा उत्तिष्ठेत् वृक्षासनं भवति. Next asana is Uttasana. Now lay on the back, quickly throw the legs above the head in a somersault. Completely roll over, finish in plumb position and repeat again and again. Uttan Shainam Padu Shilango Bhuman Stapita Nubjam Veti Nubjam Shainam. Next asana is Saratasana. Lie on your belly with toes extended, hands on the ground by the shoulders, contract lips and make a sound like a flute. Whistling while inhaling, carrying warriors into a battle for dharma on your chariot back. Nubja Shainam Kritva Nabhim Bhuma Nidhaya. Next asana Dehuyanganasana. Now place the palms on the mat in plank position. Jump the legs forward and back and between the arms. Hastadant Baddatan Madhyat Sanadayam Uttanaiva Bhari Neya Atanayet Dehuyanganam Bhavati. Next asana Jatyasana. Now from standing position, bend forward and place the hands on the mat. Walk back and forth. Jatyasana. अतिजात्यासनं वक्ष्ये येन यज्जति स्परो भवेत् हस्तान् देभूमौ च गमनागमनं ततः. We will now relaxing ourselves into the Lolita Karanam. Now stand with knees bent and feet pointing outwards in the Aramangi position. Bend the elbows and keep the hands at the chest level. Shiftly move the arms across the body, then bring it back to the center. Tilt the head back and open the chest up towards the sky. Move the head in all directions and relax yourself completely. The next asana is Sarpasana. Now stand erect like a rod, arms to the side in Shamudra, touching the thighs. Visualize your Kundalini Devi rising and curling up around the body. Other Sarpasanam Vakshe Vayupanaya Kevalam Shariram Davadishtet Rajubandastu Padayoho. Next asana is Ushtra Sadanasana. Now, while standing, place all fingers on the mat, then stand on the feet. Feet on the fists. Begin to move and walk like a camel. मुष्टिक कनिष्ठिका प्रदेशे भूमौ निधाय उपरि पादते संस्थाप्य गजसाधनम् उष्ट्रासाधनं भवति. Next asana is Ashwasana. Now remain same position, do the same movement. Just visualize yourself as a horse. मुष्टिकनिष्ठिका प्रदेशे भूमौ निधाय उपरि पादते संस्थाप्य अश्वत्थ शरीरं चलनीयम् अश्वासनं भवति. Next asana is Kapotanikarasana. Now stand straight with feet together, interlace the hands behind the back and Parshamudra and pull them down towards the calves and open up your chest. Visualize yourself as soaring bird. पादद्वये भूमौ निधाय पृष्ठभागेन हस्तजङ्घपर्यन्तं नीत्वा कपोतनिकटं भवति. Next asana, we are entering the next karana, which is the Tala Pushpatam Karana. To stand tall together, Namaskar Mudra, gently bend the knees and keep toes pointing upwards. Simultaneously open up the palms and raise one heel off the ground, slightly lowering the waist and the shoulder of the heel. Visualize you're holding, offering a bouquet of flowers to Paramashiva. Next asana is Kadghasana. Now lay on the stomach, jump the feet up and stand. Bring the palms together, forming a horn of a rhinoceros. Visualize yourself as a rhinoceros. निजसरतमासानं कृत्वा पादतलो भुवनस्तम्भ उत्तिष्ठेत् कदुगासनं भवति. Next asana is Uttanottanam. Now sit down all the way as low as you can to the ground. Stand up and do this again and again. Puyasman udattavyam asittavyam iti Uttanottanam bhavati. Next asana is Mutsalasana. Stand up straight, raise the arms over the head and jump repeatedly. Visualize yourself as a moose. Sadyam sthita uddam bahu nayet varam varam mudanam kritva nayet Mutsalasanam bhavati. The next asana is Uchirshaka. Come up standing position, pull the sole of one foot towards your belly. With the other leg, sit down and stand up, alternating both the sides. Uchirshaka. Hastadvayan drisva dritva tishtet. We will now moving through the next karana, which is the Parshvajana karana. Now stand and keep one leg slightly bent with toes pointing to the chest. Bend and lift the opposite knee towards the chest, pointing the toes downward. Now keep the arm holding the knee with the hand pointing outward and close into a fist. Let the opposite hand hang down on top of the thigh, wrist twisted and fingers pointing towards the center of the body. In Parshvajana karana. The next is Tandavasana. Now on one leg, lower the body to the mat, then stand straight, lifting the raised leg to the opposite side. Visualize yourself fiercely dancing as Shiva. Ekena parisarthavyam Tandavasanam bhavati. Next asana is Brahmanasana. Now place the left foot on the inner thigh and stand erect on the mat across hands by the sides. Visualize yourself being blessed by Lord Brahma. Brahmanasana vakcha yakritva brahmano bhavet. Next asana is Garudasana 3. Now stand tall, wrap the left leg over and around the right knee. Tuck the left toes on the cross on the other side of the right calf. Simultaneously cross the left arm below the right hand and bring the palms together in front of your heart in Namaskar Mudra. Visualize yourself as Lord Garuda. Uttana karma pitesya sainhem garudameva. Next asana is Ekapadasana. Now stand straight on right leg, let the left foot on the opposite thigh, hands relaxed. Next asana is Dhruvasana. Now stand your right leg, hold the big toes of the left foot and straighten out the side. Rotate your body quickly on the standing leg. Visualize a pole star posture. Visualize yourself as a North Pole star. Ekena hastena dandurupase ekasi padasya gram diptva itarpadam bhuminda ayataroya bhramanam kartavyam dhruvasanam bhavati. Next asana, Trivikramasana. Now stand on right leg and lift the left foot behind the neck and stand tall, alternate sitting and standing. Visualize the 3 steps of Vishnu. Visualize Lord Vishnu in your inner space. Ekena grivayam padasastapya satavyam uttatavyam Trivikramasana bhavati. Let's now repeat the Parshvajana karana on the other side. Yes. Let's now do Tandavasana. Let's extend other leg, sit down and stand up. Ekena parina startavyam Tandavasanam bhavati. Next asana is Brahmanasana. Now bring the other leg to your thigh. Brahmanasana avakya kritva brahmano bhavet. Next asana is Garudasana. Now wrap the opposite leg over the knee. Tuck the right toe under the opposite thigh of the other calf. Cross the right arm below the left and bring the palms together in Namaskar Mudra. Uttana karma bhutesya samhem garudameva cha. Next asana Ekapadasana. Now keep the opposite leg on the opposite thigh. Daksha grimva padasya jhango paridaya cha. Next asana Dhruvasana. Now hold the opposite leg straight up and rotate yourself. Ekena padena dandurupase ekasya padasya dutta itarpadatalam. Next asana Trivikramasana. Now place the opposite leg behind the neck and alternate sitting and standing. एकेन पादे साधव्यम् उतातव्यं तानवासनं भवति ग्रीवायां पादं संस्थाप्य साधव्यम् उतातव्यं त्रिविक्रमासनं भवति. Now, with that nice engagement of the core, let us relax ourselves into Samanaka Karana. The standard feet close together, toes pointing slightly out. Keep both the hands to the sides of the body and relax yourself completely. The next asana is Gorak Janjali asana. Now stand erect, then bend forward. Bring both the hands underneath the knees and make a finger lock. Sit in squat position. Sit in squatting position. Let the finger lock touch the navel. Visualize the sage Goraknatha in your inner space. प्रथम ही उभो होय बहुरी नीच पुनील होवे. The next asana is Kanchasana. Now insert the hands between the thighs and the calves, then wrap around the behind the butt. Squat down, hold the hands behind, keep the chest upright. Kanchasana. Uru madhyadhasto nivesha nitambam dhritta paratalabyam bhumi mastabhya dishtet kamchasanam bhavati. Next asana is Bhairavasana. Now bring the feet together, sitting squatting position. Hold the hands and the back and sit upright and gaze at the navel. Visualize Bhagavan Kala Bhairava in your inner space. दाऊ पकके तालिकी माही को मिलावे पना पनिकुतो माधुवे से. Next asana is Varahasana. Now squat all the way down onto the ground. Keep your feet together, toes apart. Bring your elbows up close to the head and palms joined over the back, facing downward and gaze at the nose. Visualize a bow, one of the 10 incarnations of Mahavishnu. पगतिली की माही कोरी मिलावे पना पनिकुतो बैसे एडी मुरुद्वार नीचे राशे. Next asana is Pipritasana. Now heels touching, bring your hips to the same level as your knees. Let the hands hang down, fingertips touching the toes in front of you. Atta Uttarasanaani Pashnidha Sammirya Tistva Itambam Jana Pradesha Anilya Tishte Pipriyasanam Bhavati. Next asana is Bhakasana. Now place hands on the mat with fingers wide. Place your knees on the back of the arms, eyes forward and down, and slowly lift up yourself. Visualize yourself as a crow. Bhakasana. हस्ताभ्यां वामहस्तम्भ्या जानुद्वयनाभो सम्मील्य जङ्घोपरि संस्थाप्य तिष्ठेत् बकासनं भवति. Next asana is Sushtanga Kapaliyasana. Now kneel down, head on the ground, palms spread for support. Raise the body and the head and legs into Padmasana. Sushtanga Kapaliyasana. Asana Kaugana Kapalyache hoyi. Now relax yourself in the Guptasana. Keep the toes flat, touching the opposite feet. Sit down between the feet, let the heels come outside the hips. Hands on the knees, sit straight and gaze at the nose. Visualize you are sitting in the secret seat with Paramashiva and Guru. Jana Varantere Pada Kritva Parati Gope Pado Parisam Stapya Gudam Guptasanam Viduhu. Next asana is Vrikshasana. Let us engage yourself into the handstand posture. Hands on the ground, fingers wide, lift the body up. Visualize yourself as a tree with deep roots into the ground. Sapta Chakrachalaya Vikshasa Vishechakaanjana Nendriya Dadadhya Kona Bedhan Samabhyaset. Next asana Shibhuasana. Now remain same position. Switch the gaze to the third eye. दो पग जोई माहिली गुलपा मिल उभय होय दो हाथ दो संपद करे. Next asana is Matsyasana. Now from Bakasana, jump the legs back onto the hands and feet, palms for the chest, body pressed off on the mat, push the body up, down again and again, as if you're doing a crunches. Visualize yourself as a as if you're doing a push-ups. Visualize yourself as a fish. Nujjam Shainam Kurparo Pashabhagam Muda Krita Stavlavyam Bhuvastambya Varam Varodhanam Kuryat Tatsi Bhavati. Next asana Sarpasana. Now lie prone on the belly, hands on the hips, extend legs jointly, point the toes, lift the chest to the left and right like a snake. Nidyan Shailan Krita Hastanitam Sanstapya Padam Gritya Sammilyan Urasa Gantavyam Sarpasanam Bhavati. Next asana Niralambanasana. Now lie on the prone on the belly, hands in Padma Mudra, holding the chin, legs straight, toes pointed together. Karabhyam Pankajam Kritva Tishche Kurvaya Shuddhihi Mukhabandhamanun Nucche Niralambanamasanam. Next asana Chakrasana. Lie on the stomach, place the hands flat, mat in front of you. Straighten the arms and bend the knees. Bring the feet upwards towards upper the back. Lift the head up and the chest. Adhyasavastitva sadabhyam bhunastambhyam niyat chakrasana bhavati. Next asana is Vajrasana. Sit on your knees with toes or the feet flat on the mat. Bring the butt on the heels. Stretch your arms in front of you. Hands facing down. Place the forehead on the mat. Visualize you are the weapon of Indra, symbolizing indestructibility. इदानीं गर्भिणीनां योगाभ्यासे तालकुहोषकप्रशवलाभाय प्रोच्यते प्राक्तनेपति. Next asana is Meshasana. From Gajasana, alternate striking the ground with your hands, experiencing yourself as powerful as a ram. Meshasana. Gajasana is the ekekam bhavam bhumata riyet. Meshasana bhavati. Now with that, from Gajasana, lift the legs into the air. Slowly bring the forehead to the ground in Ajasana. Visualize you are unborn, existing for eternity. Gajasana is the paradvim mantrakal krita masikeന bhavam sprishet Ajasana bhavati. Now relax yourself into Dhanantarasana. Sit on the heels, legs together, interlace the fingers around the toes. First pull the feet towards the perineum, then place the hands on the respective knees, spine straight and gaze at the nose. पूर्ववति परि हाथ की काकसी से पनाशरा मोरी पगा गंगुली मेट लगावे. Next asana is Angamodanam. Now interlace your fingers in front and behind you. Stretch the arms forward to the sides and backwards, giving massage to various different joints and muscles. Astiya anguli bhadra hastya madhya sarvangam niksha sharite tishtet Angamodanam. Next asana Garudasana 4. Now sit on heels in Vajrasana, feet turn out to the sides, thighs and knees rest on the ground, spine straight and gaze on the knees. Visualize yourself as Lord Garuda. Jango Rubhyadaram Pijas Tirthayodvijanuna Jano Prik Karadvanda Garudasa Muchite. The next asana is Ananda Mandirasana. Now sit with legs folded back, knees wide open, front of the buttocks on the ground, gaze at the third eye. Visualize you're residing in a blissful temple. Vक्षे वीरनाथ आनन्दमन्दिरासनं यकृत्वा अमरो धीरो भवेत्येवेह साधकः. Next asana is Mandukasana. The knees wide, sit on the ankles, hands under the knees and gaze at the nose. Visualize yourself as a frog. Prishtan Sampira Gulpabhyam Janvange Savalaya Kritihi. Next asana Narasimhasana. Now keep your toes on the mat, heels up together and place a perineum on the heels. Place the palms on the ground, spread the fingers wide open, thumbs touching, base of the hand touching the toes. Gaze at the nose, visualize, inhale, exhale, sticking out the tongue and visualize Narasimha in your inner space. Dovu panapani hoye vese, edi mera golden vese. Next asana Bishtakasana. Now sit on toes and place perineum on the heels. Separate the knees sideways and place on the ground. Make a hollow of palm and place on the mouth. Keep thumbs under the teeth and close the lips. Gaze at the nose. Inhale through the Pingala Nadi. Exhale through the mouth to capacity. Visualize yourself as Devi, presiding over any and all minuscule fears you have. Dopakanki Dijoy Gunam Panam Vanam Punihoyi. Next asana. This is a funny asana. Now so sit at the top of the feet on the ground. Sit on the heels and bend the elbows, bringing fingers to the armpits. Meditate as if monkey is scratching and gaze at the eye. Visualize yourself as graceful as a monkey. Dobu Pakji Samta Ani Tiniki Piste Bhum Paritani Muladvari Edyam Parilyave Muda Hade Ucha Taharave. Next asana is Vajra Sangarasana. Now stand toes, soles of feet together. Sit on the heels, knees wide and feet off on the floor. Hold the elbows behind the back and gaze below. Pratama Panapani Hoyavese Edi Dovu Edi Gudanivese. Next asana Kanjanasana. Now keep toes down, ankles crossed behind and sit to the heels. Place palms on the mat to the sides. Kanjanasana Mukcha Yakitva Sustiro Bhavet. Next asana is Kurmasana. Now with toes flat, cross the feet and place a pillion on back of the heels. Keep the knees wide and on the floor. Rest the hands on the knees. Gulpo Chiviris Jadaho Yukraminis Mahitaha. Vijikaya Shro Grivam Kurpasam Itirtama. Next asana is Yogasana. Now with toes flat, cross the feet and place a perineum on the back of the heels and gaze at the feet. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Gudam nim Niyamya Gulpabhyam Yukramen Samahitaha Yogatram Bhave Ded Iti Yoga Vidoviduhu. Next asana is Vijogasana. Stand on the knees, cross the ankles behind, feet near the opposite knees, hold the calves with thighs, with fingers inside and thumbs outside, and gaze at the third eye. Godam Vano Ubay Hoya Goda Adara Kedohu. Next asana Ushtrasana 2. Now in kneeling position, bend backward, hold the ankles with hands, keep the arms straight, push the hips up forward and tilt the head back. Meru Dantagrati Danya Sami Para Yufkuman. Next asana Jatyasana 2. Now with heels together, hands on the soles of the feet, slowly lean back. Bring elbows down to the mat, place the back of the head on the mat, and gaze at the knees. Do Edi Samtakare Sole Muladhari Taridhere. Next asana Virtasana. Now sit on the knees with thighs and calves together. Lean back and touch your back to the ground, then rise up. Use support with hands if needed. Do this again and again. Jankarti Bhumanidaya Jangodarayo Urni Sustape Prishtivamsam Varam Prishet Viritasana Bhavati. Next asana is Kapotasana. From Viritasana, raise the hips up higher. Bring forearms on the mat and hold the back of the heels. Bring the head in between the hip feet. Visualize yourself as a beautiful dove. Meru Dantagrati Dari Samipada Shivkuman. Yes, we complete with all the participants for the interruption. We'll be resuming back for with the Nithyananda Yoga. The next asana is Varahasana. Next asana is Varasana. Now stand upright on knees with toes tucked. Hold the arms with opposite hands and gaze at nose. Which like Paramashiva is fulfilling your goal. Varasana. Jani bhuva संस्था प्रस्ताभ्यां भव परस्परं दत्वा सरलं तिष्ठेत् वरासनं भवति. Next asana is Varahasana 2. Now keep knees together and toes tucked in. Lean forward and bring the elbows to the mat. Holding the head. Rest the head on the hands and heels on the butt. Suram Chandram Bhave Vedananis Astani Katyante. Next asana is Mundasana. Now kneel down, place crown of the head on the mat between the interlaced fingers. Bring elbows on the mat, shoulders width apart. Lift the knees up and hips up. Raise the body upside down. Visualize yourself your lob tree. अधो मुंडासनं वक्ष्ये सर्वेषां परैनांसकं मूलमार्गे पदे धत्वा धरयेत् मारुतं सिद्धिः. Relax yourself into Andasana. Kneel down, head between the knees, elbows adjacent to the knees, hands holding the head, exhale through your mouth. प्रथम पगतले समतेहरावे कोरमाहिली उबे मिलावे. Next asana is Viparita Shalabhasana. Now lie on the belly, arms extended straight out. Lift the thighs, arms and chest off from the ground. Visualize yourself as a locust. Shalabhasana Bedasya Nataberunda Namake. Next asana is Kapalasana. Now lie on the belly, arms to the side, palms down. Keep forehead on the ground. Keep the chest on the mat and lift the legs up together. Kapalam Bhuminidaya Urdhapado Nayet Kapalasanam Bhavati. Next asana is Akasha Kapotasana. Now lay on the stomach, hands by the side. Lift the legs up over the head and slowly place feet on the mat in front of you. Keep the palms flat on the mat behind. Ushtrasana Sitva Charano Bhumari Tipa Masukopari. Now relax yourself into Chatakasana. Now sit on the knees, bring the chest down so navel touches the knees. Keep hands flat on the mat, forearms on the ground, be sturdy. Visualize yourself as a sparrow. Purpara Paryanto Hasto Dharamashtam Vijanani Nabo Kamchujatisti Satakasana Bhavati. Next asana is Vrishchikasana 2. Kneel down, hands and elbows on the mat. Raise legs, bend back to touch feet on the head, lift the chin and hold. Vischiva Puchapati Mangri Pashinjitva Sashire Chibukam Vithariko. Next asana is Vrishasana. Now place perium down on the right heel. Keep the left foot opposite of the hip, ankle to the side. Raise hands on the mat and resembling a bull. Vyame Gulpe Padimole Vama Bhagya Padetara. Next asana is Yogasana. From kneeling position. The next asana is Lolasana. Now, from kneeling position, place hands flat to the mat in front of you. Lift the knees off the ground. Cross the toes of the feet over top of the right. Balance above the mat. Lolasana. Lolasana sta kuryat vayu. Lola paghatanat. Now let's repeat Vrishasana on the other side. Yamya gulpe pad mole vamabhage padetaram. Next asana is Balagunasana. Now place left toes on the ground, sit on the heels of the left foot. Place the right foot flat in the ground with the knees raised towards the chest. Palms and respective knees maintain upright position. Vishwas Balagunai. Now the 64 siddhas in your inner space. Asana Kaugana Jalabika Rajayi. The next asana is Grahasana. Squat with feet flat on the mat, bring elbows under the thighs and wrap the arms out on the shins. And hold onto the ankles from the outside in Vaishnavi Mudra. Visualize yourself as the entire planet. Padate Bhumunidaya Sastapya Janamatya Kurpuro Stapya Hastabhyam Gulpa Pradesho Ditva Dishtet Grahasanam Bhavati. Now let's repeat Balagunasana on the other side. Next, Katasana. This is similar to Angushtasana in the Pratamavinyasa Krama. Squat on toes with heels up and knees off on mat. Place the perineum on the heels and has respective knees in Vaishnava Mudra. Keep the spine upright. Utkatasana. Yujas Bijosti Yata Udajano Yatrasane. Next asana is Vajrasangarasana 2. Sit on toes with perineum on the heels and soles together. Keep knees wide and off on the ground. Hold the opposite elbows behind the back. Patama Panapani Ho Yajaise Do Iri Guda Nivese. The next asana is Anilasana. Now squat with feet hip width apart. Hands under the soles of feet from inside, palms down, arms straight, elbows together at the navel, and gaze down. दो हाथ भूमि परिताही कहूनी जारी ना बिलागे आने. Next asana is Padukasana. Place back of the hands on the mat with fingers facing towards the body. Step feet on the mat. Set the feet on top of the hands wrapped around feet like a shoe and walk around. हस्ततलयोपाद्य कृत्वा हस्ततिष्ठे गच्छेत् Padukasana bhavati. Next asana is Kukudodana. Now place palms on the mat, raise both the feet upwards into the air, let them fall back down. Do this again and again. Visualize yourself as a rooster. हस्तदे भुवं कृत्वा पाल्य च ऊर्ध्वं मुण्डानं कृत्वा भुवं पते इत्थानं पुनः पुनः कुर्यात् कुकुदोधनं भवति. Next asana is Viparita Nrityasana. Now place hands on the mat, brace legs upwards into the handstand. Move around on two hands as if you are dancing. हस्तदलां भुवनस्तम्भे ऊर्ध्वपारङ्गं हस्तदलाभ्यां नर्तव्यं कर्तव्यं विपरीतनृत्यं भवति. Now relax ourselves into Kunjarasana. Separate the feet and place one palm down on the mat with arms straight. Bring the opposite hand to the head. Be stable. Adha Vakshe Mahadeva Kunjarasana Uttamam. Now let's repeat Kunjarasana on the other side. Adha Vakshe Mahadeva Kunjarasana Uttamam. Next asana is Kadambasana. Now sit on the ground with feet flat and heels close to the body. Hold the respective ankles in Shami Mudra. Lift the feet off from the ground. Pasti Byambhunashtabhya Hastadve Gulpavadritva Tishte Kadambam Bhavati. Relax yourself into Pavana Muktasana. Sit with the heels of the perineum. Hold the knees with hands and press them towards the chest. Dayo Supadya Pani Latva Sasne Dambake Jani Vakshasi Sadur Babrati Karabandhanaihi. Next asana is Chakorasana. Now sit and lift one leg behind the head. Place both the hands flat on the mat and extend the opposite leg up with knees straight. Lift the entire body off on the ground and keep it chin up. Purvatam Chatushpadapitam Vajrasam Tata. Next asana Dhanurasana 2. Now sit on the ground, hold the left toes with the left hand, index and middle fingers. Hold the foot to the left ear. Extend the right leg out. Keep straight. Hold the big toes with the right hand. Visualize yourself as a bow. Padang Vishnodupanibyang Hitva Shiva Navadi. Next asana Ashtavakrasana. Now lift the left leg over top of the left shoulder. Bring the right foot across and hook on top of the left foot. Lean forward and down while extend the legs out to the left. Lift with the head and chest and find your balance. Vashishnodakon Dinu Urukukramyocha Ashtavakramatottala Mayuram Setu Bandhanam. The next asana is Pranasana. Now place right foot on left thigh and bring the left foot on the ground. Have the left shoulder underneath the raised left leg and place the hands flat on the ground. Eta prabheta vakshami karoti yasa chamaraha. The next asana is Parshamashyendrasana on. Place right foot at the root of the left thigh, then left leg by the side of the right knee. Hold the left leg by the right hand and twist the body and remain steady. Visualize the Gorak Matsyendranath in your inner space. वामोर्मूलर्पिता दक्ष पादोर्जन्म बहिर्व्यष्टि दक्षदोषिणा. Now let's repeat Chakrasana on the other side. Bring the leg behind the neck and extend the other leg out and lift yourself up from the body, from the ground. Purvatam Chudaspadam Vajrasram Tata. Next starts the Dhanurasana. In the raised leg, pull it against the ear. Padam Vishtadapanibyam Grhitva Shravanavadi. The next asana is Ashtavakrasana. Vashishtamakondinyam Udakuktamev Ashtavakramadattana Mayuram Setu Bandhanam. The next asana is Pranasana. Eta Prabedam Akshami Karoti Sachamaraha. Now let's repeat past Matsyendrasana on the other side. Visualizing yourself as sage Matsyendranatha. Vavor Daksha Pado Janva Bharir Veshtita Dakshadoshna. The next asana is Ardha Paschimottanasana. Now keep one leg straight and press the frame with other heel. Chest forward and down. Hold your toes with feet and bring the head towards the knee. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Ekam Padam Prasar Ekam Padam Prashni Nav Shrivani. The next asana is Crown Chasana. Now place your left ankle outside of the hip. Hold the sole of the right foot and lift the leg up towards the forehead. Keep the knee straight and gaze at the nose. Visualize yourself as a crane. Uttan Param Crown Chamcha Maricham Veera Bhadrakam Natarajam Trikonam Cha Suttangashta Prasarane. Now let's repeat Ardha Paschimottanasana on the other side. Ekam Padam Prasaryam Ekam Padasya Pashnina. Count Chasana on the other side. Uttan Param Crown Chamcha Maricham Veera Bhadrakam Natarajam Trikonam Cha Suttangashta Prasarane. With that beautiful stretch we had, let us relax ourselves into Swastikasana. Now sit with soles between the thighs and the calves, spine straight, palms resting on the knees in Chama Mudra. Visualize embody fuse peace, well-being, good fortune and prosperity. Jano vorantare samyak kritva paritebbe ilichakaya samasinaha swastikam taprachas shate. The next asana, Gorakshasana. Now keep the feet in same position. Cover the heels with respective hands. Tuck the chin to the chest in Chandrabandha. Ears at the tip of the nose. Visualize the great sage Gorakhnatha, the founder of Natha Yoga of Hinduism. Gorakshasana. Jana Varantare Padu Uttana Vyakta Samchitau. Next asana is Bhagasana. Now bring the left heel to the perineum, right foot on the left thigh. Close the eyes with the index finger, nose with the middle finger, and ears with the thumbs. Gaze at the third eye. Meditate on the Arihata. Visualize Supreme Pandapindosam in your space. Vama Pashno Guda Samstabha Dakshangyam Vama Janghane. Next asana is Yogasana 2. Now place feet on top of the opposite knees. Place hands on the ground. Palms facing up. Keep the spine straight and gaze at the nose. Uttana Chana Kritva Samstopyari Janunoho. Next asana is Uddha Kukutasana. Now from Padmasana, place hands flat on the mat beside the body. Place hands into the mat and lift the knees off on the ground. Balance above the ground. Visualize yourself as a rooster. Vasishtam Kondinya Modakukudam Evacha Ashta Vakramadavatana Mayuram Setu Bandhanam. The next asana is Siddha Haritali-asana. From Padmasana, slide, insert both the hands to the knees and place them on the mat. While lifting the body up, stay seated on the mat and gaze at the nose. Pratamam Padmasana ko kare hastado goda samdidhere. The next asana is Hamsasana. Now from Padmasana, place the hands on the mat with the backs of the calf and thighs. Lift the thighs up to your shoulder, legs off on the mat, stay above the mat and gaze forward. Visualize yourself as elegant swan. Kukadasana sthita skandam paryantam urnitva drishti ramsasanam bhavati. Next asana is Karmakasana. From Padmasana, place the hand between the thighs of the calf while sitting. Reach the hands behind the body and place the fingers in Paramashivoham. Bring the forehead to the floor and gaze at the nose. प्रथम पद्मासन को करे गोदा संदिक माही करि धेरे. Next asana is Kurmasana 2. From Padmasana, insert both the hands with thighs and the calves. Bend the elbows, pull the respective shoulders with the hands. Kurmasana 2. Bhami Jangapari Dashinapava Dahini Jangapari Bhamilyave. Next asana is Granthi Bedasana. Come from Padmasana, insert both the hands with thighs and the calves. Bend the elbows, hold the respective shoulders with the hands in Sandha Mudra. Bend the knee down, bend the head down, touch the chin to the chest in Chandrabandha. Gaze at those. Rejoice knowing you are in Shiva's secret north posture, the Granthi Beda. Adavakshya Neelakanta Grantha Bedasanam Shubham Nyatva Rudra Bhavek Kshipram Sukshavayu Niveshanat. Next asana is Uttana Purmasana. From Padmasana, insert both the hands to the thighs and the calves. Lay on the back, bend the elbows and hold the respective shoulders with hands. Kukatasana Bandhasam Karabhyan Drita Kantaram. The next asana is Pangu Kukatasana. From Padmasana, place both the hands with the gap of the thighs and the calves. Place one hand flat on the mat and hold its wrist. With the other hand, lift the body up and hold it. Kukudasana chitta eke pari nanya sramar bandhutta sthitena bhuvishtubhya tishke pangu kukudam bhavati. Now let's repeat Pangu Kukudasana on the other side, visualizing yourself as a rooster. Kukudasana chitta eke pari anya sramari badam dittva hastatlena bhuvishtubhya tishke pangu kukudam bhavati. Next asana is Giridhrasana. From Padmasana, place elbows on toes, interlace fingers, rest the chin on the knuckles in Parishamudra, rest the thumb on the throat. Visualize you have gone beyond all greed and covetousness in your life. Jano Varantare Pada Guttano Vyakti Samsitau. Next asana is Padmasana 3. The left foot on the right side, right leg on the left, hold one hand over the other, arms facing upwards, keep the spine straight and gaze at the nose. Uttana Chana Vidaya Vidivat Shakti Distu Yogirat. Next asana Padmasana 4. Now remain same position. Place the palms on top of the knees in Chandra Mudra. Keep your spine straight and gaze at the nose. Visualize Paramashiva in your inner space. Etat Padmasan Kuryat Panavayu Prasiddhayet. The next asana is Karmakasana 2. From Padmasana, hook the right hand, index and middle finger in Prana Mudra around the big toes. Lift the elbow as if pulling a bow back, move the big toes around. Place the left hand on the opposite knee, keep straight and repeat on the other side. Ata Nidasana Vakcha Yoga Puraksharakshanath. Next asana is Karmakasana 3. Now from Padmasana, cross the arms behind the back and hold the big toes. Inhale through the tongue, straight in like an arrow. Engage in all three bandhas and gaze at the nose. Karmakasana Sthitya Udare Puryat Sudkam Tata Vayu Vaso Yiti Kalina Sukta Vayuna. The next asana Dhridasana. Maintain the same position in Karmakasana 3. Lift the chest up and gaze at the third eye. Urabhyamyopari Sabhya Padiyukvam Prayatataha. Now relax yourself into Nagrasana. From Padmasana, arms behind the back, holding opposite big toes in Prana Mudra. Lay down on the elbows, thighs and back and gaze at the nose. Visualize yourself as a snake. Pratama Padmasana Gomtane Do Hada Pachane Ane Padanguta Pagade Ani Sobe Kahunya Kulyapani. Next asana is Kandukasana. Lie on the back, bend the knees, feet on the ground, embrace the knees to chest, head touches the knees. Squeeze the body into a ball. वेत्रासने स्थितः हस्तपादान् निष्कुञ्मूर्धं नियेत् पृष्ठवांसेन भुवं पोतेत् कन्दुकासनं भवति. Next asana is Urdhva Pavanasana. Lay on the back, knees raised together, bring toes evenly together, hands interlock under the head and gaze at the nose. प्रथम सूदर्शेन करावे गोदा उभे राशि मिलावे. The next asana is Margati Pitasana. Now lay on the back, bend the knees and keep the feet flat on the mat. Place upturned palms under the heels and lift the hips up. Visualize yourself as a powerful alpha ape. उत्तान शयनं पादले उत्तान हस्ते स्थापयेत् पृष्ठभां मूत्र मध्येत् मर्कटपीतं भवति. Next asana is Uttan Shikapitaka. Now lie on spine, raise the hips up. Support your hips and with the hands place the waist. Elbows bear the weight of the body. Chin presses the throat and gaze at the nose. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. जंघो रुभललीनस्य उत्तांशिकपीठकम् अप्रमत्तप्रकुर्वीत भुक्ते प्रति विजेन्द्रियः प्राग्विजितेन्द्रियः. The next asana, Narakasana. Now lie such spine, raise the hips and legs up, elbows and hands extended on the mat below, helping the balance the body as legs raises up straight. Visualize blissfully traveling through the hell unscathed. Griva contain bhuvanastam vyapadagdaim ura madhye uro murtayet narkasanam bhavati. The next asana is Striyan Naukasana. Now lie such spine, raise the hips and bring the hands to your lower back, keeping elbows on the mat. Raise the legs up vertically, then slowly lower, engage, angle them, keeping the core engaged. Visualize you're a boat crossing the ocean of samsara. नौकवस्थित्वा ऊर्ध्वपादाद्वयं नयेत् त्रिजन् नौकासनं भवति. Next asana, Dvajasana. Keep the upper back on the mat, raise the legs up vertically, elbows and shoulders, hands remain on the mat below. Keep the legs vertical and hold. Visualize you're the Kailasa flag, respected across all the nations. Triya Naukava Griva Pishta Kurpare Bhumastambya Mastakakshena Padagvayam Urdhav Nayet Dvajasana Bhavati. Now relax yourself into Mritasana. Lie as spine and completely relax yourself. Now lie supine and completely relax yourself. Avoid any movements. Relax yourself completely. Inhale and exhale deeply and as slowly as possible. Visualize the body is dead and Supreme Path of Hinduism, Swamiji, is liberating you. Bring awareness to every single body part in you in Shakti Chalaya Mudra. Repeat the japa. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham, the Mahavakya in your inner space. Vritasanam. Uttanam Shavavad Bhumau, Shayanam tu Shavasanam, Shavasanam Shramaharam, Chitta Vrishranti Karakam. Relax your body completely. Completely relax yourself. Inhale and exhale as slowly as possible and as deeply as possible. Bring awareness to every single body part. Continue to repeat the japa in your inner space. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Relax every single muscle in your body, from the tips of your toes all the way to the tips in your hair. Bring awareness to yourself. Yes. Now, start to wiggle your toes and your fingers. Now, rock yourself up in a comfortable seated position. Yes. Yes, congratulations to all the participants. You have successfully finished the 308 asanas with Vinyasa Krama. I would request all the participants to share. How was it during the whole Nithyananda Yoga? How did you feel? You feel that the conscious resolution which you have made, did it start manifesting for you, or any breakthrough started manifesting for you, or you felt the Nithyananda Yoga was so, your body was just smoothly going to each of the asanas? How did you feel? Request all participants to post. Like we were doing many complex asanas and a set of asanas and doing lots of pranayamas, different types of pranayamas, repeating different japas and different types of visualizations. So with this, now all of us have aligned ourselves to cosmic geometry. Like this, I now like to offer my heartfelt gratitude at the feet of Swamiji for this beautiful revelation of Nityananda Yoga for all of us. Let us end this session with the Purna Mantra. Om Purnamadah Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnameva Vashishyate Om Shanti 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 Hari Om Tat Sat Sarvam Bhagavat Shri Nityananda Paramashiva Padukarpanamastu Om Nithyanandam. Thank you to all the participants. Nithyananda.
Nithyanandam, everyone. Welcome to the Paramashivoham Level-1 program. With the blessings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivan's blessings, let's start with the Sadguru Vandanam. Please sit straight with the Atmanjali Mudra. Nithyanandam Paramasugadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gagana Sadrisham Tattvamasyadilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Nithyanandam, everyone. Welcome all for the Paramashivoham Level-1 program. And today, we are going to learn Nithyanandam, Luan, Christina, and all others. Please come in front of camera and participate in the sessions. Kalivang, Vishwanathan, Aya, and Lingodhanaya, all of you, please come in front of camera and participate in the sessions. Sri Parabrahmananda, your camera is on, but it's completely dark. So please come in front of camera and participate in the sessions. Very interesting sessions today. Yes. Before we start our Jnana sessions, we are going to do the third eye power manifestation. So please post your powerful cognitions from Living Enlightenment book. So we start our day with starting after the wonderful yoga session that you just had. Let's start doing the power manifestation of third eye. As all of you are aware, that every power manifestation starts with what? Receiving a powerful cognition from Living Enlightenment book. If you do not have the soft copy, I'm going to post the link of this book in the chat. For those of you who have the book, receive the powerful cognition and post it in the chat. Yes. Another minute to post your powerful cognitions. Quickly do that. All right. So now please sit straight with your head, neck, back, straight line. With your head, neck, back, straight line. Bring your awareness to your third eye and fill your inner space with Swamiji's form. Any thoughts that are coming, just let it come, let it go. Your complete awareness on your third eye. Now, with this space, start chanting the Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Start chanting the Mahavakya continuously, bringing the awareness of the third eye again and again. And experience the space of oneness with Swamiji Paramashiva. With that space of oneness, scan through your third eye and manifest the power of third eye. I'm going to project the picture. Scan through your third eye and manifest the power of third eye.
Paramashivoham 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 Paramashivoham
Yes. Now, please go ahead and post whatever your third eye reveal in the chat. Quickly post whatever your third eye reveal in the chat. All right. So, what happened, Ma Christina? Luan? All right. So, today, let's start our Jnana sessions today. How many of you? Okay, there are some responses now. I lost. Search the book and I lost. All right, ma'am. Okay, so today we are going to learn about the chakras. How many of you have learned before some things about the chakras or know something? Swamiji used to conduct this program. This is the first program I attended from Swamiji way back in 2004, called Ananda Spurana, the flowering into bliss. It was such a beautiful experience. The 2-day program that he conducted in the United States, where I attended to, it's such a hilarious fun, the 2 days. He used to tell so many stories, so many jokes. We rolled with laughter. But at the same time, the meditation, the awareness, the understanding that we got, literally the experience of floating. The body became so light, it just was floating. The experience of floating with bliss, I can say. So this program is a very powerful program, very popular program. The Swamiji used to conduct at least 2 days of this program elaborately. But today we are going to conduct all in 1 day. So a bit shortened version of what Swamiji used to conduct. But I hope you all will enjoy. But all we request is your participation. Yeah, Nitya Dhyan meditation we'll be doing. Yeah. So it's basically that all this you're learning will lead to that. We'll learn that on Dhyana Spurana. One of the days we'll learn, Luan. We'll be explaining completely about that. But the subject, literally, it's similar. What we are going to learn. is similar. Intensive program. Yeah. So I request all of you to come in front of camera. Who is Parabrahmananda? Yeah. So with such a beautiful experience that we had, and it is a very popular program. And as far as I remember, this is the program Swamiji himself used to conduct in various cities across the world. So I myself attended this with Swamiji many, about 20 years back. So with that, let's start. A learned professor from the West went to meet a Zen master in the East, in Japan. The professor had done a lot of research in many areas of study. He went to meet the master to get some spiritual knowledge, to understand spirituality in a better fashion. He arrived at the master's place and found the master is brewing the tea. The master saw him and gestured to sit and continue to brew the tea. Zen masters are totally different, okay? You can't understand how they behave. No, we cannot predict how the master behaves. The professor sat down after a while and started talking of his background, of all his studies, his discoveries, his travels around the world, his experiences with people, his conclusions on various subjects and whatnot. So he started talking about so many things, going on and on and on and on about, he was explaining to professor. The master finished brewing the tea and placed the 2 cups between them. He began pouring the tea. The professor started pouring the master pouring the professor's cup. He poured. Slowly the cup started overflowing. The tea split over the saucer and flowed onto the table. The professor was watching what was happening. He could not contain himself anymore. What is this? He screamed out, "Master, what are you doing? Stop pouring. The cup is overflowing." The master stopped calmly and said, "So are you." The professor was shocked, but understood what the master was saying to tell him. The professor was so full, like teacup. I already know this. This much I know. Anything that the master might tell him would only overflow outside, not into him. The professor understood from that one word of the master that he meant what he was trying to tell him. So to understand, if you really want to gain something, just be like an empty cup here. Be totally open and receptive. Be like a child, innocent, curious, like a sponge, ready to absorb. That's enough. What the happiness arises from the very being, from our self. It is unlimited because no external agent can stop it. This program, as I mentioned earlier, called Ananda Spurana. Meaning what? Ananda is bliss. Spurana is flowering. The fountain of bliss. The flowering of bliss, which is eternal, Nithya. This is the basic level program Swamiji conducted. Very popular program. It's also called Life Bliss program. Later, it was renamed based on the 4 tattvas. It added as Nitya Dhyana Yoga, all based on chakras. So today we are going to learn the gist of all this. So we teach you how to re-experience the bliss that you constantly felt when you were a child, the bliss that you lost as you grow up and you become educated. With social conditioning, we block the energy centers in our body-mind system that connects us to existential energy. As long as these centers are fully open and unblocked, we are in constant contact with our primary source of energy. We are at ease, we are in comfort, we are in bliss. When these centers get blocked through conditioning, with the growth of navigations in us, with accumulation of samskara, meaning what? Patterns, we lose that bliss, that comfort, that ease with ourselves. We become diseased. These energy blocks are the root cause of all our illnesses, be they are the mind or the body. Through the use of meditation techniques, we teach you how to unblock and energize these energy centers called chakras so that we can experience that bliss again. That's why this program is called Ananda Spurana. Ananda is bliss, Spurana is gush, the flowering. The bliss that we blocked out starts gushing again. We stop the bliss flow. We teach you how to stop stopping and let bliss flow within you again. Each one of you has come here with a definitive purpose in mind. All of you have taken time off important tasks, possibly postpone other important schedules of yours, and made time to be here with us here, right? So I'm deeply grateful to you for this and would like to ensure that you get what you come for. And all I seek of you is written is you receive what I have to say openly without blocks in your mind. So similar programs you must have attended. All I seek is just leave that all outside and just be open and curious mind here today. The happiness. Okay, this is already done. Learning in this program happens at 3 levels. At first level, you benefit intellectually, you gather new information, you learn new techniques that your rational mind accepts, which is intellectual. You get from this learning about 33%. Much of this information gets erased soon after you attend this program. You're out of this, out of all the information is lost, is left by itself. At the next level, you get emotionally involved with something that happens here. You are touched at some point emotionally by the course content or the practices and the purpose that you are here. So when you add this emotional with this intellectual understanding, your learning enhances 66%. This is still not enough what you came for. At the third level, something happens to you which makes you say to yourself when you go home, something has changed within me. Often this transformation is noticed by others close to you. You have internalized this program and how it has transformed you. For this to happen, I need your total unwavering involvement. We'll be doing many meditation techniques for each chakra, and a lot of understanding happens. So total 100% involvement, not 99%. Okay, water doesn't boil at 99 degrees. It has a certain temperature to get the boiling point. So it's not incremental. The quantum shift to happen, you need 100% involvement. So if you ask you any program that anyone attends, we all have certain basic requirements, right? The mental health, physical, the health basically, and any of these, if you ask to list these categories: mental health, meditation, physical health, contentment or fulfillment, peace of mind, love, interpersonal relationship, good managerial capability, or wealth, all that you list. You will find that almost all our needs can be classified into 5 specific categories: physical well-being, mental well-being, interpersonal relationship, material well-being, and spiritual well-being. In order to achieve all these expectations that you have, your body, mind, spirit have to work synchronously. Only a person with good physical health can have a sound and healthy mind. Body and mind are intimately related. Combination of a healthy body and a healthy mind helps in effective interpersonal relationship, which in turn helps in whatever endeavors that we undertake. Naturally, financial success follows. So, a small story: Nasruddin searching for his lost coin outside under the street lamp, as there is no light in his own house. Why search for something outside while it is still inside? You lost something inside the house, and because street light is there outside, you search outside, you will never get it, right? So this is what we do in all our lives. There is something searching all the time outside, but the bliss within us. We search everywhere but inside, because we have not lit our own self. So what we hope to do here to provide you the light that helps you find that what is always within you. So after the World War I, a biplane was abandoned, a small story, near a remote tribal settlement in Asia. The tribal people had never seen an aircraft in all their lives. There was a lot of excitement and commotion about it, and a big crowd gathered around it. They wondered what it might be, and each one started giving some suggestion about it. They finally concluded that since it had wheels, it must be a bullock cart. But that's what they knew. So news spread in the village about the new bullock cart. There was a lot of celebration in the village, and the biplane was taken around the settlement yoked to bullocks, and it served as a bullock cart. There was a lot of celebration in the village. Biplane was taken around as a bullock, and some weeks later, a young tribal boy who had returned from a city where he was studying and saw this biplane. He got into it and looked around. He saw all the gears and mechanisms in it. He fiddled with the switches and levers, and suddenly the engine came to life. He managed to taxi the plane on the ground for a short distance, and the villager was shocked at what they saw. The boy had seen tractors being used and declared to people that the biplane was not a bullock cart, but some kind of a tractor. There was a great celebration once again, and the biplane started being used as a tractor. 6 months passed by, and a retired army officer came to the village. He saw the biplane being used as a tractor and was shocked. He told the villagers that it was not a tractor and that the plane could actually fly. They refused to believe. They refused to believe him because the only thing they had ever seen flying were birds. The army officer got into the aircraft, flew it for a short while, and landed. The villager was wonderstruck. Then they understood its true potential. Most of us operate our life only as bullock carts, at the instinct level, surrendering to our emotions, just like this. There are mechanisms or gears inside us called chakras, which are boundless energy centers. Each of them is associated with a particular emotion within us. If we understand how to handle the emotion properly, we can function as an aircraft. A man is a wonderful mechanism meant to fly, but we don't know our true potentiality. We have very limited view of ourselves. Most of us would rather crawl like a snail and be safe rather than soar free like a bird, even if we risk breaking a wing. So, as we understand, we exist, not just the physical body that you see. I request one more time, all of you, please be on camera. Yes. So, many of us believe our existence is just this physical body. But we exist not just this physical body. This is just one layer. We have many layers, 5 more layers. So I am physical layer. Then we have this breath, right? Breathing. We are alive means we are breathing. So the breath layer. The physical layer is called Annamaya Kosha in Sanskrit. We will be learning about these in tomorrow's sessions elaborately, but I'm going to give you a gist today to continue this program, relevant to this program. The physical body, which you see. Annamaya, Anna means food. So with body which takes the food and survive this physical body. And the breath body, the air that goes in that the prana goes in, the life energy goes in and comes out, the breath body. That's the second layer. And we have this mind, continuous thoughts, emotions. This is Manomaya Kosha, the mental layer. Physical body or physical layer, you can call body or layer. Second is breath body or breath layer. Third is mental body or mental layer. Then the fourth is intelligence layer and bliss layer. So let's take the first three layers. The second and third. Second is the breath body. Third is mental body, right? So these two layers meet the physical layer. When they meet the physical layer, there forms they meet at the seven points in our body, upper body. I repeat, the breath body and the mental body. The second layer and the third layer meet the physical body at the 7 points in our upper body, which forms the great energy center called chakras. With one body affects the other, meaning the breath body affects the physical body and mental body. Physical body affects the mental body and the breath body. Mental body affects the breath body and the physical body. So our body-mind system are interrelated through these chakras. Is it clear? Can I have a thumbs up? Luan, Christina, is it clear? Are all interconnected. How these chakras form, I just give you a brief. When the breath layer, the second one, and the third layer, mental body, meet the physical body, they form the energy center in the upper body. These energy centers in Sanskrit we call as chakras. And these are interrelated. One affects the other. Mental body affects the physical body. Breath body affects the physical body. And vice versa. So this is what we are going to learn, how they affect, how the emotion that we go through the mental body affects the physical body. So this is what we are going to learn today. Any questions? Please do let me know immediately. So we have within us 7 energy centers, and we refer to them as chakras in Sanskrit. What was once only a concept described in various scriptures, and the reference of these chakras we find in various scriptures. Not only it is there in time immemorial in the Vedic scriptures, a reference of these chakras. In the modern science also, these references are found and visible in the photography, special photography called Kirlian photography and other types of similar photography. These are verifiable. And any major diseases that happen, we can find within before 6 months, 6 months before, through these photographies. When we associate ourselves, mostly external things like home, a car, a profession, and other basic things, we use our bodies just as a bullock cart. Nothing else. We just use only how many houses I have, or I'm not saying here, I'm not here to say taking care of our basic needs is wrong. We have to take care, but here I'm bringing this up only to use this. If all our energy is used only to get these basic things and more of these basic things, greedy of these basic things, right? Not just the basic necessities, but greedy of these basic things, then we're using our bodies just the bullock cart. We just operate at the instinct level and remain with an overloaded unconscious mind. If you're limited to this, we're operating with an overloaded unconscious mind. When we additionally move into art, creativity, philosophy, and such things involving not just as the mind, but also heart, we use our bodies as a tractor. As in the story we just narrated, we will find a certain fulfillment in our lives. A poet who has given birth to a poem will be happier than a woman who has given birth to a child. In the case of the latter, the womb is centered in the stomach, whereas in the former, it is centered in the heart. So, the fulfillment. So, these people will be able to operate at the intellectual level. Finally, a man who enters into spirituality and develops a thirst for true knowledge and realizes that he is the ultimate existential energy in physical form. Understand? In a different language, ultimate, man is actually ultimate existential energy, the macrocosm in the microcosm. In the physical form, the whole cosmos in the physical form uses body as an aircraft. Enlightened masters use their bodies as an aircraft. Enlightened masters are so ecstatic all the time. They rise beyond all the miseries of the bullock cart and tractor and just fly. They operate at the intuitive level. So what should we do to become an aircraft? What was the difference between the villagers and the army officer? The aircraft remained the same. Nothing was added to it or removed from it. No physical changes were made in it. Then what was the difference? Knowledge. Jnana, in Sanskrit we call. The knowledge of the mechanism of the aircraft. The villagers did not know that the device had such a mechanism that could operate it in a way that it could fly. So do us. We do not know, we do not have the knowledge that we can become Paramashiva, we can be divine. Whereas the army officer knew about it, so that's all. The technique with which they handled the aircraft made it first a bullock cart, then a tractor, then finally an aircraft. The knowledge of the mechanism of the aircraft, the villagers did not know that the device had such a mechanism that it could be operated in a way that it could fly. Whereas the army officer knew about it, that's all. So the technique with which they handled the aircraft made it first look like a bullock cart, then a tractor, then finally an aircraft. So we have within us the 7 energy centers. We refer to them as chakras. What was once only a concept described in various scriptures has now established to be a verifiable fact through Kirlian and other photography techniques. Now, existence of our chakra energy fields have been well documented. I shall now take you through a short experience. I would like you to close your eyes and think of the happiest moment of your life. Visualize this fully, in detail, and in color. Tell me what you feel after this event. Close your eyes, take a minute. What was your happiest moment? Visualize it fully. All right. So now, why can't we? My question here is, how do we, what you felt in just few seconds, the blissful, happiest moment, how we felt, is it possible to live continuously all the time? My question to you, are you living your life continuously without a break with that happiest moment of your experience? Are we? I'm sure most of you say no, isn't it? Are we living the life blissfully all the time? The answer would come as no. So what do we do? The answer is just listen to session and practice. You will find a way. You will realize where you're stuck. So okay, before coming to chakra, there is something that we need to know. To understand where we are stuck, to understand our emotions. See, the chakras, let me explain to you in brief. We understood that there are 7 energy centers, which formed with our 3 first layers, right? We exist in layers. We'll learn in detail tomorrow session. But the first 3 layers, when they meet, they form energy centers at 7 points in our body. You remember only this, right? The mental body, the breath body, meet the physical body, form the chakras. That signifies what? Our mental body affects the physical body, breath body affects the physical body. This is the concept of the Nitya Dhyan meditation that Swamiji, Luan, you are asking, right? Are you there, Luan? You're asking about Nitya Dhyan in my chat. Luan, he's not even here. We'll be learning that also in further sessions. So these chakras or energy points are, how many of you do not know about the chakras? I'm guessing all of you know. Luan, I was sharing you about what you asked Nitya Dhyan. Nitya Dhyan concept is about these first three layers. The mental body, the physical body, breath body, and mental body, using one controlling the other. We use such a beautiful meditation revealed to Swamiji, and we'll be learning that also. Okay, so how many of you do not know about these energy centers, where they are located? All of you know about this? Can you post your comments in the chat? Not exactly. Okay, let me explain to you. First a Sanskrit name, then I'm also tell in English name. Mooladhara Chakra. See, visualize our spine, right? Spine is the Merudhanda, the spinal cord, right? Around it, imagine a cartwheel. Spine is the center point. Around a cartwheel, right? A big cartwheel. Bullock cart, where the spine is the center point. So now locations we will understand. The Mooladhara Chakra, just below the spine, is the root center, which we call Mooladhara. The first chakra is at the base of the spine, at the root of the spine. The second is 2 inches above the root. 2 inches above the root is called spleen chakra, spleen area, or Swadhisthana chakra in Sanskrit. Then one at the navel. Navel is Manipuraka chakra at the navel. One at the heart. Anahata chakra we call in Sanskrit, or heart chakra in Sanskrit, in English. Then one at the throat. Vishuddha chakra in Sanskrit, at the throat or throat chakra. Then one at the eyebrows, the Anya chakra, eyebrow center, one at the crown of the center. Is it clear? Lingodvan, is it clear? How many are there in the Chinese room? Are all they clear? Are they all clear? Okay, let me show you the picture. The root center is the base of the spine. All these are along the spinal cord, around it, like supposed to be a bullock cart size, right? So below the spinal cord and 2 inches above the root center is Swadhisthana or spleen center, one at the navel, heart, throat, brow center, and the crown center, right? So the major energy points, these are the major energy points through which the entire energy, the Kundalini in your system is flowing. So to understand, all these chakras are associated with, we just learned that these points are associated with our breath and mental layer, isn't it? Our mental layer is what? Our emotions, isn't it? Our emotions. So these emotions, when we go through certain emotions, a specific emotion affects the chakra, each chakra. Specific emotion affects the chakra. Are you clear about this now? These supposed to be a cart wheel size around our spinal cord, a bullock cart wheel size, right? But their size, if they are in the bullock cart size, our energy flow is good. We feel extremely blissful, happy, manifesting, living a happy life, manifesting life. But when we go through certain emotions, we'll get there. That is what we are going to learn today. What emotions, what chakra gets blocked, all that is what we are going to learn. But to understand this, what's going on with the system, there's something is needed. Every session we are telling, right? What is that? Listening. Whatever is happening with us, we need something that is listening. Hearing is you just hear, you forget. Your mind just reacts to hearing. I'm just going over quickly to what exactly you need. Listening means when the sound enters in your system, gets absorbed into your system. True listening is right cognizing. You understand it correctly without any reactive mind, without any your own perception to it. Mandukya Upanishad starts with the hymn Om Bhadram Karnebi. The dear shining ones, may we through our ears listen to only that which is auspicious. Maybe through our eyes see only which is auspicious. Especially, it is saying that we have to train the ears, eyes to listen. Listen what? Horror movies? See horror movies? No. Only what is auspicious. Any idea that stays in mind is just a philosophy. Only when it becomes part of your life, it becomes meaningful. What is that makes great truth relevant to your life? Make great truths work in your life is listening. The first truth of life is listening. It is only listening that thinking starts. Only when you authentically listen, life starts. Only when you listen, you start having a relationship with life. Spirituality starts with listening. With the listening, a new being will bond to you. So you need to listen to what is your system, what is going on with your system. Mind system means, what do you mean? Your body, mind, emotions, what are going on. Mean a conscious of life or aware of what is going on. Then only you understand yourself well and you understand where the problem is. So every session we have been sharing that you need to listen to yourself. Any questions? Please do post in the Please understand, with our current way of living, we use less than 5% of our biological system. It is now very well established that we use less than 10% of our brain power. The rest we call unconscious or subconscious energy, and its use is considered esoteric and strange. Biologists tells us that less than 5% of our biological system is ever used. The rest is just standby. We have within us 72,000 energy centers and pathways, of which we use at best 14,000. The rest is never used. There is no greater misuse of available resources than the way we misuse the resources of the human system. What a waste. In this session that we are going to learn meditation techniques we are going to do, that will teach you in the Paramashivoham Level 1, or the know how that the pilot that we are talking about, then in the story of a bullock cart being used as a bullock cart or tractor or aircraft. So you are going to learn how the pilot has to have, in order to fly the machine using the chakras, which are the engine and the transmission system. Even if you do not wish to utilize the full potential of the powerful machine that we are, for even reasonable performance, we need to keep the chakras in good order for our well-being. Most of our elements, physical and mental, are as a result of blocked chakras. So in today's program, we will study about the 7 major energy centers or chakras. Each chakra is associated with an emotional state and is blocked by the negative emotion in that state, a specific negative emotion in that state. For instance, the Mooladhara chakra, located at the base of the spine, is linked to the base emotions of survival, such as lust, anger, greed, and fantasy, and is blocked by excess of these emotions. Since 85% of our energy is located in this chakra, a blocked Mooladhara saps one's ability to live. Re-energizing the Mooladhara can be done through a meditation technique that reduces these negative emotions. The scriptural references are shown here. Yoga Shika, there are various references for this existence of these chakras. One of these is Yoga Shika Upanishad describe the chakras and their positions. The verses from Yoga Shika Upanishad are 168 to 175. You see the references. All the chakra references on these Yoga Shika Upanishad. For all those who have a body, their body is the temple of Shiva. It can give them unimaginable powers. The triangular part in between the anus and penis is called the Mooladhara. This is the place where Shiva lives as a life-giving force. There, the Parashakti is called Kundalini lives. From there, the wind is produced. The fire is also produced from there. From there only the sound hamsa and the mind are also produced. This is the scriptural references, what we saw, Yogashika Upanishad meaning. This place which would give whatever is asked for is called Kamakyapetam, the seat of passion. In the edge of the anus is the Swadhisthana chakra with 6 petals. Near the belly, the Manipura chakra with its 10 petals. In the place near the heart, the Anahata chakra with 12 petals, and the throat, the depression in the throat, the Vishuddhi chakra, which is its 16 petal exists. In between the eyelid, the Anya chakra with 2 petals. Over that is Mahapita called Uddiyana. And there's another reference, Yoga Chudamani Upanishad. You will find that almost all our needs can be classified into 5 specific categories. We just went through this. Even when we enjoy all these positive efforts, we still feel that something is missing in our lives. Quite often, what is missing in our lives is contentment, fulfillment, and sustained joy. We keep searching everywhere for these elusive experiences. So now let's go over the chakras and what emotion affects each chakra. I just go over this briefly to learn before we learn about these chakras. Now you can see clearly chakras and their locations. The Sanskrit name and the English name is on the right side. In the picture, you can see the physical location also. Is it clear for all of you? Shall I move on? We are going to learn about all these chakras today. Okay, so now let's understand what happens with these chakras. Okay, so Mooladhara chakra, the first chakra. What causes this chakra to get shrink or block is greed and lust, fantasy. So what unlocks? Drop your fantasies and welcome reality. What powerful cognition to hold is move from perception to reality. And Swadhisthana chakra is fear. The spleen center is fear, and especially the fear of death. What unlocks is facing the fear by facing the death itself. And the powerful cognition is also there. Then Manipuraka chakra, the constant worry. And when you stop worrying about worries, Then the next Anahata chakra is constantly feeling unloved and seeking attention, seeking love from others. And what unblocks is expressing selfless love. Then Vishuddhi is comparison and jealousy. And this chakra unblocks by expressing our uniqueness, unique individuality without worrying about others. Anya chakra is seriousness and ego. What unblocks is innocence, simplicity, and intelligence, and by shedding all forms of ego. Then Sahasrara chakra, the crown center, constantly feeling discontentment and complaints about everything. What unblocks the chakra is gratitude. So in today's session, what we are going to do is understand these chakras are associated with the surrounding glands, organs. If the chakras get shrunken, the surrounding areas will become diseased, and this is where we get the diseases. These chakras deeply impact our physical and mental health, and chakras are in turn affected by our thoughts and emotions and are direct channels to the boundless energy of the cosmos. Then why the reasons are endless, that our lifestyle, the way we live, the way we entertain our unconscious life, the patterns that we entertain, all that are the reason to block these chakras. So basically, the energy flow from these chakras has to happen. When the chakras get shrunken, the energy flow doesn't happen. That's where, and because the energy flow, these chakras are the one supply the energy flow to the surrounding area. So for example, the heart chakra, it supplies energy to all the regions, the glands near it supplies energy to that region. If this chakra gets blocked, the energy flow and that area is blocked or reduced. So that's where energy is held. So when that energy is reduced because of the blocked chakra, that's where you get the diseases. That's why when they take the Kirlian photos, when the particular chakra is blocked, what diseases you get, you'll get to know at least 6 months before. That's why almost all physical and mental illnesses can be partly or wholly cured simply by cleansing and energizing the corresponding chakra. Disease is only an imbalance in any one of these chakras, because our body and mind are rooted in our inner consciousness. Keeping these chakras in a healthy state, we can see a transformation happening in us at the mental and physical levels. So in today's sessions, what we are going to do is, in 3 levels we are going to do. The first is understanding about each chakra and its emotion, associated emotion that blocks the chakra, that makes shrunk this chakra, first level, which clears the conscious part of the brain. Please listen to this carefully. 3 ways we work on today for each chakra. First one is, we will understand about how this chakra is getting shrunk, what emotion is affecting this chakra, and how this chakra is getting affected. It clears the conscious part of it. Then what about which is already blocked in previous years? Whatever is the reason we entertain, by using the meditation technique. For each chakra, we do the meditation technique. with that meditation, we cleanse the unconscious part of the this chakra. Whatever already damage happened, by doing the meditation, that is cleared. Understanding conscious part, whatever happened already, unconscious part, by cleared by a meditation technique. Then what about continuous? Next, what happened? By following 4 tattva. Which tattva to follow? In the 4 tattvas you learned, right? Which tattva to follow to open the chakra? By following integrity, this chakra will be remain open. By following authenticity, this chakra is continuously open. So in 3 ways, we are going to understand this sessions today. Is it clear? Yeah, so Luan is asking, does sexual energy get blocked in Muladhara chakra? It is, we are talking about the whole Kundalini energy. The energy that what you are asking is a fantasy. The sexual energy that you are asking is a fantasy. When you are living dharmically, what is accepted by the whole system? Dharmically means what? You understand what I mean? Like accepted by dharma, like with your wife or with your, then that is dharma. For the kids, all that is fine. But when you're fantasizing with something else, somebody else, then that blocks this chakra. You understand? When you're fantasizing that this Muladhara chakra is, that is what is lust, that is what is the fantasy, blocks this chakra. 80% of the energy is located in the Muladhara, and which, if you with the fantasies, this chakra is blocked. Is it clear? Same. So we are going to understand the chakras in 3 levels. Understanding what emotion that we entertain. We go through these emotions every day. What are these emotions? Major emotions are, I just go through this again briefly. The Muladhara, the fantasy, greed, lust blocks the Muladhara. How to unblock, we are going to learn. And how to keep open, also with tattva to follow. We are going to learn. Then fear, the spleen center, swadhisthana, fear. When we go, is there anybody here without any fear? It is. So this chakra gets blocked. So what do? We are going to learn in detail. Then worry. Is there anybody here without any worries? We go through these emotions, isn't it? And attention need. Constantly we feel we are unloved. Isn't it? So what happens when you go through this emotion is this chakras get blocked. And what do we need to do? So is what we are going to learn. And is there anyone here who never compares with anything? Anybody? We do compare. For every aspect we compare, right? So then what happens? This chakra gets blocked. And of course, seriousness, ego, this chakra, Ajna chakra gets blocked. And is there anyone here who never complains? Discontented? Fully contented? No one is here. So we go through these emotions. But what happens when you go through these emotions is we are blocking the chakras. We are blocking our Kundalini energy. We are putting a big block on our available energy. So today's sessions are going to be what actually happening with each chakra, getting the awareness, getting the knowledge, and unblocking by meditation technique, and how to remain continuously by following the tattvas that we learned, right? Yesterday we learned the tattvas. So by following the tattvas, how it remains open so that we operate our life like an aircraft in the story, which we are born to be, which we are, that is a natural thing. Right? So that is the essence of introduction of the chakras today. And let me see our next acharyas here to lead us to the next the first chakra. Any questions, please do let me know. Chandrasekhara Priya, how do we know which is real or fantasy? Whatever makes you complete, whatever makes you blissful, you will know very intuitively what is real. Fantasy always leads you to discontentment. Fantasy always leads you to discontentment within a short span. We are supposed to have dreams or ambitions, right? Yeah. You authentically you have to grow. So how does it conflicting here, ma? Like, surely you have to grow, you have to have ambition, but with your strong sankalpa, with your strong unified sankalpa, you can manifest that. Fantasy is different. Fantasy is just you don't work for anything. You simply want fantasy, ma. You see, let me give you a straight example. Fantasy means, like, take for teenagers. What they do? Whose photo they put in their wall? Film actors, isn't it? Do they like their many people? They judge their appearance, isn't it? Oh, I'm not looking beautiful. And they fantasize the film stars, isn't it? Pop stars. That is fantasy, isn't it? They fantasize about the heroes, heroines. You understand what I'm saying, ma? Chandrasekhara Priya? it's the yeah. Ambition is totally different than fantasy. You understand, Ma? Chandrasekhar Priya? Not possible to become. Can you complete that sentence, Ma? Yeah. See, Ma, becoming like somebody. I mean, you can't become like the pop star. No, you have your unique. See, in the sessions today, you're going to learn, understand your own uniqueness, and you become your authentic self. You express your authentic self. You can get inspiration from how much hard work they did, how you can get that. Nothing wrong with that. But understanding each one of us got created with uniqueness. Understanding our own uniqueness and becoming our highest authentic self. Our own uniqueness. Radiate our own highest self, our own uniqueness, talents. We don't need to become like somebody, but we can become our own highest self, which may be greater. That is what I'm saying. It is no comparison here, no measuring stick here. Getting inspiration is different. The work they did, how much hard work they did, their dedication, passion to become that. It's not easy to become like that, pop star, whatever. Like what work they did, how much hard work they did, what they went through, getting inspiration and align, chisel our system like that is what is needed. But then we become our own authentic, unique self. Expressing our own uniqueness. Each one of us are our divine self, the Paramashiva, right? So Vishwanathan is asking, if we keep awareness in the higher chakras, lower chakras also activated? Yes. Yeah. Right. And are separate awareness required? See, you first work on, see, this is what I explained to you about listening to yourself, right? There's one concept we learned about listening to yourself, right, Vishwanathan? When you listen to yourself, which emotion is affecting you more? Are you triggered too much of fear, too much of worry you have, too much of attention need you are going through? When you listen to yourself, you understand, then you need to know what to work on more. Right? So initially you need to listen to yourself, understand yourself, what emotions are triggering in you more. And of higher chakras and lower. Definitely, see, the thing is, if you are caught by fear and worry, how will your third eye will be awakened? Because you're caught in those patterns, right? Those emotions. Your higher chakra, third eye, how will it be awakened? Because you're lost in fear, you're lost in worry. You're not even in your control because those emotions are overpowered you, taken over, you are taken over by them. Then how you can see it is possible. I'm not saying it is not possible, but you listen to yourself, understand yourself, then it's very clear. So follow the sessions today, it's very, very clear to you. and it cleanses your body. Believe me, I just shared my experience. This is the first program I attended. Swamiji himself used to conduct as Ananda Spurana in Sanskrit. I attended in United States when he came there and conducted. And trust me, it's just 2 days he conducted. Body literally floated. First time I ever experienced the lightness in the body, feeling blissful in the system. Just after attending this, of the cleansing of the chakras. So it is possible for all of us. Okay, understand first. No shortcut, Vishwanathan. First, directly work. You want to work on directly one, one chakra. Why to work on all this? Why to do all this meditation? Isn't it? So let me work on directly some third eye. So all these, I don't need to worry about this lower chakras, Manipuraka, this and all this. I don't need to work on. Is that what you're thinking? I know. No shortcut. Please do this sincerely. Is it clear? Okay, so let's start with our next session, the Muladhara Chakra. Our next Acharya is here to lead us to the chakras. Chandrasekhara Priya? No, you can't skip. Chandrasekhara Priya also asking. No. Listen to Ma, listen to yourself. Listening is very, very important. No, they are lower chakras. When you're always caught in fear and greed, definitely they are lower chakras. It's not about lower chakra. This many days I lost without this understanding. Be happy that at least you are getting to know. But there are millions out there, they don't even know. Isn't it? So he posted such a beautiful comment. This many days I lost without this understanding. Celebrate your understanding now. So then what is your responsibility, Vishwanathan? What you need to do? Teach others. Reach out to others. There are many people who don't, they must be feeling like that, isn't it? Yeah, so let's move on to our next session. Thank you all and see you in further sessions. Any questions? Please do let me know until our next, we start our next session.
Nithyananda, everyone. Nithyananda. Yes, a warm welcome to all of you. Let us begin this segment with the Sadguru Vandana. Please sit with your head, neck, and spine in a straight line as we chant the Sadguru Vandanam. Om Nithyanandam Paramasukhadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gagana Sadrusham Tattvamasyadhilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadhi Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Satgurum Tam Namami. I welcome you all with my love and respects. Okay, so we are doing a very interesting topic. We're learning interesting knowledge we are gaining today. It has to do with the functioning of our entire body-mind system. So Nithyanandam, Ma Christina, Nithyanandam, Luan, Patrico, Nithyanandam, Ma Nitya Chandrasekhara, Priyananda. Okay, Nithyanandam, everyone. So kindly turn on your cameras. Let's begin. Requesting some of the participants have still kept their cameras turned off. So requesting all of them to kindly turn on the cameras. Just a minute, please. We're having a slight technical glitch. Okay, thank you for your patience. So today we're learning about the chakras, isn't it? The 7 energy centers in our bodies. Okay, so in the previous segment, we were introduced to the chakras. How each chakra flowers and when it gets unblocked and why it gets blocked and how it can be unblocked. This is what we looked at in the previous segment. Now we will be learning more about these chakras in details. So first of all, let us understand this whole program is designed to awaken your 7 energy centers. So today's segment is all about awakening your 7 energy centers. Swamiji does not only awaken your 7 energy centers, please provide your listening here, he also awakens your consciousness through which you can express the 4 fundamental foundations, the truths of Jivan Mukti, which we saw yesterday. Jivan Mukti is again living enlightenment. So the 4 truths, the 4 fundamental foundations that was dealt in last evening's session, that was all about integrity, authenticity, responsibility, and enriching yourselves and all the others in your lives. So Swamiji is going to awaken your consciousness, okay, through which you can express these 4 fundamental foundations. These 7 energy points in your body, as per the yogic tradition and as per Swamiji's experience, plays a very vital role in your life. all the major things related to your life, your diseases, the way you think, why you think the way you think, why you behave the way you behave, your emotions, your pains, joys, your understanding about the whole world, your understanding about yourself, and everything said and unsaid. Now, each of the energy center is the center for a thought current. Please understand. Each of the energy center is the center for a thought current. Now you have 7 thought currents, 7 chakras. Okay. Each thought current is responsible for one chakra or one center. So understand, each thought current is responsible for one center. It means if that thought current is clean, alive, authentic, that center is alive, expanding and enriching. If the thought current is corrupt, that center also shrinks and collapses. Please understand. So before we move on to the first chakra, the Muladhara chakra, I would like you all to share your understanding about what you learned in your previous segment. See, we learned a lot of things about how our body can be used as an aircraft, isn't it? Not just as a body, it can even become an aircraft. You can use it if you use the chakras in the right way. If it is used with the right understanding, it can help you to overcome pain, misery, suffering that you go through in your day-to-day life. If you know how to handle the chakras well, how to use them well. With all the knowledge that we'll be gaining today, we will be applying this knowledge to overcome all the problems in our lives. See, understand, whatever pain, suffering you're going through right now, don't think that you can come to a solution. You will be able to find a solution to all the problems. You will never be able to find a solution to all your problems until you know the source of these problems. Okay, from where it is emanating, the problems, from where it is happening. So understand, today we will be learning the source of all our pain and suffering, from which chakra, which chakra gets blocked, what are the kind of problems that we encounter, what are the kind of pain and suffering that we go through when these chakras are blocked. So today we will be learning how to unblock these chakras and how to make the most of it by applying the knowledge that we are going to gain from these segments. So we will be beginning with the Muladhara chakra. So what is your understanding before we start? What is your understanding about the chakras? You can briefly share in the chat here. So what are the 7 energy centers, the 7 energy points? As you're sharing, let me share. See, there are 3 bodies. Okay. Jagrat, Swapna and Sushupti, the states. Now, when these 3 bodies touch each other on particular points, at 7 points, they crisscross each other. The points at which they crisscross each other is called chakras. The mechanisms of our body, if you know how to operate the energy centers, you can transform the same body as an aircraft, the same body which is giving you so much of pain, the mind that is giving you worries, and the being which is giving you depression. The same energy, if you know how to operate it and transform it, if you know the technique to tune yourself, the same energy or pain can become bliss. The worry can become a wonder, and the depression can become an expression of joy. So today we will be learning how to use these chakras effectively in our day-to-day lives. Okay, so Nithyananda Ma Guru Prasadini Ma Vishwanathan is sharing. Muladhara chakra is located in lower spine and I is carrying the emotions and thought currents of fantasy or greed. Okay. Vibration in the Muladhara is the Kundalini moving Ma. No, it is not the Kundalini moving. Vibration in the Muladhara chakra is that chakra getting activated. The chakra is my spiritual body. Like an aircraft, I think I missed that part. Okay, Ma Chandrasekhara Priya. So we will be learning more about the Muladhara chakra in detail. So if you people are not clear about the chakras, if you're not yet clear, for all those who have joined now, if you still are not clear about how the chakras function, let us learn more about it in this upcoming segment. So we begin with the Muladhara chakra. Today's topic is very interesting, so please provide your listening. Is it okay if we meditate with online chakras music video? What I would suggest is, now that you are here in this program, make the most use of what the Guru, the Master, is giving you. See, the best person on planet Earth to guide you is the Master. So when he is going to guide you, you don't have to use any other techniques on your own. Just follow the Master, whatever he is giving you, because he's giving you the best of everything. Okay? So you can attend the whole program and then decide for yourself what you need to do, but everything will be attended to in this program. You don't have to try anything on your own. Whatever needs to be given will be given in this program by the Master, with the Master's energy. It comes to you with the Master's energy. So it's better to allow the Master to work through all of us. Now we will begin with the Muladhara chakra. Sorry. Now, the Muladhara chakra or the root chakra is located at the base of the spine. Understand? This chakra is located at the base of the spine. In Sanskrit, Muladhara means the root and basis of existence. Mula means root and Adhara means basis. So in Sanskrit, Mula means root and Adhara means base. It is the root and base of our existence. It is located at the base of the spine. It is locked by imagination and expectation. That is fantasy. So when you are deluded, when you are running behind material pleasures, okay, when you are drowned in fantasy and desires, this chakra gets locked. Now, the Muladhara chakra is concerned with sex. This chakra is the base and root of creative energy. Understand? This chakra is the base of creative and the root of creative energy. Now, what blocks this chakra? Let us find out what blocks this chakra. So understand, the Muladhara chakra is blocked when you live in fantasy and imagination, which can never become a reality. Especially greed-based incompletions. It is blocked when we are not connected with reality. Okay? See, there is, for many people, for most of us, we dream, isn't it? Most of us have dreams. Sometimes we daydream. How many people have this habit of daydreaming? We wish for so many things in life, isn't it? How I wish I had this, how I wish I had that, how I wish I could go on a vacation. I could be on a cruise. I could buy this stuff. So we have our own desires. We have all our dreams, isn't it? Most of us, we live in fantasy and we imagine things that can never become a reality. Now, when you have greed based incompletions, this chakra is blocked when we are not connected to reality. Understand? When we are not willing to accept the reality as it is and we are very comfortable imagining and fantasizing, this chakra gets blocked. Now, the major thought flow that can influence this chakra is pleasure. So, pleasure is not just limited to physical. So, here we have a question, Sri Maharani. Can I see you, please? Can you please turn on your camera? Yes. Yes, ma'am. So, what you're asking is, how do we know when we cannot have something? How do we know it is fantasy? Okay. For example, how many of you daydream? Do you have role models in your life? Do you like a cricketer? Do you have a favorite film personality or a cricket um, personality? Do you like somebody, ma? Do you have a role model in your life? You don't have a role model. Okay. So do you have dreams? You want to build a house, you want to have a new house or a vehicle. Yes, you want to have your new house. So what are you doing about it? So do you come across pictures of houses where you're looking at those houses and you're fantasizing like, I wish I could live in this house. I wish I could have a bigger bungalow. I wish I could live like this. So you're agreeing to this question. Yes. So that is now the current house that you are living in. Are you able to accept that house? You have certain, you're not okay with that, whatever you are living with right now. You're uncomfortable. You're not at ease with whatever you are having, possessing right now. See, if you are comfortable, that is it. So, ma, now, okay, now accepting the reality is what? Accepting the reality is, 1 minute. Existing. See, when you are living wherever you are living, when that place becomes your dream house, that is reality. Now you're striving for something that does not exist physically. You want it, right? That is your want, your desire. Okay, you want to possess it. You want to have it. Okay, now you're fantasizing about that house, isn't it? You are fantasizing, I wish I could live in this kind of a house. I wish I could have a bigger house, a beautiful house. Okay, you have your own ideas about that house. Okay, so that is fantasy living. Now that also is an incompletion, that you're not having what you want to have is also a greed based incompletion. You want a house, you want a better house, you want a bigger house right now, so that you are not happy with whatever you are having. Okay, that is an incompletion. See, being complete, being feeling powerful all the time with whatever you have is completion. Now, what is an incompletion? Okay, you are not happy with whatever you have. There are many various definitions for an incompletion. Okay, bringing in the past and not able to realize or take decisions in the future is also an incompletion. Right now you are not happy with whatever you have and you wish, you have a certain wish. Oh, I wish I had this. Now you're talking about a house. So right now you're not happy where you live with whatever you have. You're not happy with it. Now you are fantasizing and imagining that you could live in a better place. So what is happening? You are not living in the present moment. You are not able to accept the reality as it is. Is it clear, ma? Are you able to follow? Okay, you're not able to follow. Okay, so right now you want a house, right? That is your dream. You want to live in a better house, and you're not able to accept the place where you are currently living. It is a desire. Right now, it is a desire. So can you be more clear, Ma? I have no house. I live with family. Can you Can you give us some more clarity? Just fancy to have my own house. There's nothing wrong to there is nothing wrong in wanting to have a new house. In that, you know, trying to achieve that, what is happening to you? That is more important. You want to have your own house, fine. What are you doing about it? So living with the reality, accepting the reality. So do I just accept living with family as my present? Accepting also, Ma, there should be like, there shouldn't be any kind of an incompletion. When you say, do I accept? So it is not like you need to force yourself upon them, or do something that is not giving you happiness at the end of the day. See, that is why it is very important to attend these sessions and start doing the completions. When the completion happens, you will not have any such like right now you're not comfortable, right? From whatever you're sharing, it shows that you're not comfortable with whatever you have. Do you agree with me, Ma? Let me see. Okay, somewhat. See, you say that you have a family, and you are also saying that you have no house. Okay, there is a contradiction here, isn't it? So right now you're living in a house with a few family members, and you're not happy living in that family. You feel that this house doesn't belong to you, and you want a new house. Is that so? Okay, you live in Canada, but you live in the Caribbean where it is hot. Okay, I don't like the cold, so I'm happy where it is hot. Okay, Ma. So right now you live in Canada, but I'm in the Caribbean where it is hot, and you like to live in a place where it is hot. I'm where it is not now. It is not hot now, is it? That is why I said somewhat. Okay. Seema, first of all, get clarity in what exactly you want. Okay. Having that clarity and having that as a goal in the initial stages will help. Okay. But when you don't have clarity about what exactly you want, again, it is an incompletion. You want something that doesn't exist. Okay. So get that clarity first. What exactly are you looking for? When we have that clarity, it becomes easier to attain. So most of you here, can you please all turn on your cameras and be attentive? See, we're looking at a very important topic now. First, let us understand what we are learning before we delve into questions. Okay. See, the Muladhara chakra is blocked when you live in fantasy and imagination. What is a fantasy that doesn't exist right now? It is not in existence. And I'm fantasizing about it. Oh, I wish I live. I wish I had a body like this model. I wish I had jewels. I could wear so many jewels. I could dress up like this. I wish I had cars. I wish I could travel around the world. These are all dreams and desires. Okay, please understand. Now, sometimes we imagine things. Okay, we imagine things that don't exist. Like say, there is a beautiful example I can share. Like once a peasant, a farmer, he gets a bag of rice, and he brings that bag of rice home. He is going through so much of poverty. Rather than enjoying that bag of rice that he gets, what he does now, he's afraid that the rats may eat the bag of the rice. So what he does, he ties that bag of rice onto his roof, and he lies down on the floor. Okay, and he starts dreaming, he starts imagining, if I sell this rice, I will get this much amount, and with that money, I'm going to buy a new house or whatever. Is like, he starts imagining. Finally, what happens? A rat finds its way to the rice bag, and it chews the rope. The bag drops on this man, and he dies instantly. Okay, so these kind of imaginations, sometimes we tend to have these kind of fantasies and imaginations. It is not like, it is not ruled out of our lives. We do have our own, we do live in fantasy and imagination, until and unless the master happens in your life and works on these chakras. You do live in a fantasy world. Okay, there will be one area in your life where you will be fantasizing about something that does not exist, that you wish you had. Okay, we live life in that way. We live life in a certain way which doesn't give us complete happiness. So we try to achieve or attain that, that fulfillment by dreaming, by having desires, by having dreams, by having fantasies and imaginations. Okay, now this can never become a reality, please understand, especially greed based incompletions. It is blocked when we are not connected with reality. Having goals is not wrong. Having the right kind of goals is important. When you achieve that, look back and see what was the journey. Are you happy achieving that? Most of the time, what happens? Somebody has it, so we want to have it. Okay, we end up wanting to have something just because somebody is having it, and we strive all our lives to achieve that. But what happens at the end of the day? Once we have achieved, we move on to something else. We are not happy with whatever we have achieved. Okay, for some people, accumulating wealth could be their goal. For some, it could be accumulating degrees. For some, it could be accumulating a wardrobe full of clothes and jewelry. But they're not happy. They keep on going back again and again and again. So when you achieve a certain thing, look at yourself and ask, I am happy. Am I happy with this, or do I want more of this? Okay, so this chakra is connected with sex, fantasy and imagination. This chakra flowers when you drop your fantasies and welcome reality. What is reality? First of all, accepting yourself the way you are initially. Okay? Accepting situations as they are, accepting people as they are. That is the first step. Now, the Dukkha Harana meditation will open up this chakra. What keeps it alive is practicing authenticity. See, yesterday we learned about authenticity, all about authenticity, one of the powers. So, when we practice authenticity, when we are authentically authentic, this chakra flowers. And when you drop your fantasies and welcome reality, this chakra flowers. Now, please understand what is fantasy, what is desire, what is imagination. Okay, somewhere it will crisscross, all the three will crisscross. See, today we are all here to learn more about these chakras so that we know where we are stuck, in which chakra we are stuck, how to unblock that chakra. The technique and the methods will also be shared how to unblock these chakras. Now, the Muladhara chakra is concerned with lust. This chakra is the base and root of our creative energy. Understand, we are looking at a very important point here. No man is totally male and no woman is totally female. We are both male and female in our energies. Okay? We are both male as well as female in our energies. We have both the energies. We have masculine as well as feminine energy. In fact, each man is just 51% man, and see, each man has 51% masculine energy and 49% feminine energy. Similarly, a woman has 51% feminine energy and 49% masculine energy. So let us try to understand the gap between imagination and reality through a small story. Shri Maharani, please listen. Provide your listening, Ma. You will be able to get your answers with this story. With the help of the story, you will be able to understand what exactly you are looking for, where exactly you feel you are stuck. Okay? So please provide your listening. So one man asked me, why has the concept of a single man for a single woman that was exhibited in Ramayana failed? So I told him jokingly, in the Ramayana, Sita did not see Hrithik and Shahrukh. And Sita was not under the load of any images. I hope you're able to understand this joke. See, Sita was not exposed in a way that, she came across many men in her life. The only image Sita had was of Janaka, her father, and there was not much disparity between Janaka's image and Rama's image. Understand, Janaka was also a very conscious being, a very learned person. So now, when the gap between the reality and imagination increases, the tension starts. See, we have teenagers in this present generation. When you are in your teens and when you move on into your early adulthood, you do live in a fantasy world. Okay, you want to have a husband like Hrithik Roshan or whoever, whichever hero. You want to have a cricketer as your husband. You want to have if you're a female, you look for the opposite sex. That is, you want to have somebody like this person, that person. Whereas male bodies, like men at that age, they go through these kind of fantasies where they fantasize having a role model, somebody in the film world or somebody in the sports world as their better halves. Okay, sometimes they imagine, like they want to become something that is not matching with their reality. Okay, he may be a 17-year-old, but he may be looking at a 45-year-old and he may be imagining certain things. He may be seeing somebody successful in the racing world and he would want to become a racer. Something like that. Okay. The gap between reality and imagination increases. When it increases, the tension starts. When this gap is reduced, the tension is reduced. When the tension mounts, the chain can even break. Okay. So right now what we are all doing is, we are not able to accept the reality as it is. If we are having relationship issues within families, we're not able to accept the reality as it is. Please understand. That is why we are not happy. When we accept ourselves the way we are, when we accept the other person as they are, then the gap between the reality and imagination decreases. Now, there are 4 or 5 steps for this suppression. Please understand. Now we're looking at how the masculine and feminine energy gets suppressed. So the right side of the brain is suppressed when you suppress the left side of the body. That is, you suppress the feminine energy. When you suppress Yes. So, similarly, the left side of the brain is suppressed when we suppress the right side of the body. And then masculine energy is suppressed. Till the age of 7, the conditioning happens. And we don't bring up our children, we are bringing them down. A child is whole. Okay, when you are a child, you are whole. But in the process of bringing up the child, what happens is the child is reduced to half. At the age of 7, our unconscious reaches as male or female. We start understanding we are half, either male or female. So between the age of 7 and 14, the child turns outwards, mostly to the parents and his near and dear ones. The child's first role model are his parents. Now, in their search for the lost self, what happens? The boy child turns to the mother and the girl child turns to the father. Now, if this umbilical cord is severed, then there is trauma. At the age of 7, we start missing, our one half is missing. So at this age, we start looking up for our missed feminine or masculine energy. From the age of 7 to 14, if we are male, we start getting attracted to our mothers. And if we are female, then we are attracted to our fathers. This is where sex starts. In their search for their other half, the girls adore their father and boys adore their mother. Now, at this age, the physical presence of the father or the mother heals the wound of the root center. Only between the ages 7 to 14, relationships happen. If kids don't have the nearness of father or mother, in their future life, they will have dissatisfaction no matter what they have. So, if you send your child to a boarding school at this age, what are you asking for? Is an old age home later? Understand? When you put your child in a boarding school when he is young, the child will end up putting you in an old age home when he is old enough, because he has not experienced the nearness of his parents at that age when he wanted to have. But in the Gurukul, what happens in the Gurukul environment? All the children of all Varnas and both the genders are taught the Gayatri Mantra. Okay? The Gayatri Mantra is taught to them at the age of 7. So, what happens if by the age of 14, if they have had a spiritual experience of some kind, then when they were taught the Brahma Sutra, and those who did not have this kind of a spiritual experience were taught the Kama Sutra to become good grahasthas. So if before the age of 21 they were enlightened, they were initiated as sannyasis. If not, they were taught the Yoga Shastras. So in the Gurukul, each child was handled according to the Varna system. If the child was good at reciting, if the child was an Ekasandagrahi, that is, he's able to imbibe by listening to the recitation of the mantras or Vedas or whatever. If the child is able to grasp immediately, then that child was raised as a Brahmana. If the child was well versed in warfare and administration and things like that, that child was raised as a Kshatriya. And then came Brahmana, Kshatriya, Shudra. So each child, according to his qualities and capabilities, was raised accordingly. To be raised as a Brahmana, you don't have to necessarily be from a Brahmin family. Okay, that was the Varna system that was followed in Gurukuls. And so for every child, if that child had any kind of a spiritual experience between the ages of 7 and 14, then that child was taught the Brahma Sutra. And if they did not have any kind of spiritual experiences, they were taught the Kama Sutra to become good grahasthas. And before the age of 21, if they were enlightened, then they were initiated as sannyasis. Otherwise, they were taught the yoga shastras. So, a lot of nurturing happened in the Gurukul. Now, from the age of 14, children become mature to become a father or mother themselves. The father or mother nearness, if it is not available to the children, they start looking in the outer world. And they are ready to engage with the opposite sex to marry, but they are rarely allowed. See, one more thing, when I say the father or mother, the nearness of the parents, it doesn't need physical, it is not only physical nearness, it is also the psychological nearness. Even if the child is growing up with his parents, if the parents are working, if the parents are not able to give that time to the child starts looking in the outer world. Okay, they are ready to engage with the opposite sex to marry, but they are rarely allowed. So they collect and cherish imaginations and dreams of the opposite sex through the media. Please understand. When I say fantasy, when children are fantasizing, now it is happening at a very young age. In this present generation, because of the media exposure to the children, and there is no parental guidance, there is nobody to guide them and teach them what is right or wrong, it is happening in a much larger scale. Now, children are cherishing all kinds of imaginations and dreams of the opposite sex through the media. Now, kids are continuously collecting imaginations from all sources, and during these years, they collect ideas from movies, television, etc., and build up an image of the perfect woman or man. Please understand, whatever they're watching, they're fantasizing. They want to have a mother like, whatever they're watching, maybe a serial or a movie. If they find somebody very attractive, very compassionate on screen, they want somebody like that in their real life. So they're moving from reality to imagination. So understand, media people are actually dream sellers. We keep buying and eating these images, and the load on the Muladhara chakra increases. So during this time, from each person, we collect the best nose, best eyes, best personality, and create our own ideal person. So, how do we fall in love? Let us understand. The stage of building up our image of the ideal person lasts around 7 years, till the person is 20 or 21. By then, these ideas are already deep rooted in our minds. Then a fresh search begins to find that perfect person in our real life. This is where expectations start. For the next 7 years, this search continues. Sometimes, after a long search, we find a person who seems to match our mental image from a distance. The picture in our mind is green, and the person, the image that we see, also seems to be green. And then all is greenery. A match seems to be found. What happens at this point is what is called falling in love. This is the science behind falling in love. Now, let us look at a small story to understand this concept better. Now, Ram Gopal was a painter by profession. He was recalling to his friend, this girl walked in with a blue black chip and wanted me to paint a model house with the same color. I thought I would give up my profession in trying to match it. Nothing seemed to satisfy her. The friend asked, "Did you match it?" Gopal continued, "Well, lucky for me, she got a call on her mobile and I quickly painted the chip while she was talking." So, changing the reality itself. Now, what happens finally when we get close to the person? We find that the green has faded to white. The fantasy and the reality are totally different. From up close, we realize that no living person can live up to the image we carry in our minds. See, how many of us were driven by, when it came to marriage, how many of you were driven by what you saw on television or movies? How many of you wanted to have an ideal husband? who would only be interested in you and no other person in his life. Once you're married, you become the center point for that person. Having a ideal life, ideal partner. How many of you visualized or fantasized having one such person in your lives? Most of us, including me, isn't it? All of us wanted an ideal partner, but the reality doesn't match with what we imagined. And then what happens? What happens when the reality doesn't match? Fantasy and reality are totally different. We get upset, isn't it? We get upset, we are not happy, and we're forced to accept reality. So what happens? From up close, we realize that no living person can live up to the image we carry in our minds. We end up feeling cheated and exploited by the other. We blame the other person for that. But it is our own imagination that we try to force on the other. See, you need a certain maturity to happen in you to accept reality as it is. Okay? Over a period of time, this changes. Initially, you go through all this, like, getting upset, getting depressed, and, we feel we're being used, or, all these emotions happen for a certain period of time. But when you start living the reality, when you start accepting things cannot be changed, it is going to be the way it is, then what happens? When we accept the reality, then we move on from fantasy to reality. And rather than living in a fantasy world, it is better to accept the reality as it is and start living. And there is a certain maturity that happens for this acceptance also to happen in us. Okay? Without that maturity, this acceptance cannot happen. So when you come to a master, what he does is he breaks the walls around you, the walls that you have built, the cards that you have built, the castles that you have built. He breaks it and he shows you he makes you come face to face with the reality. He empowers you to accept the reality as it is. He doesn't allow you to live in that fantasy world anymore. He keeps breaking it every time. Now, when we are not able to accept the reality as it is, like say an ideal partner, you don't have the ideal partner in your life, what do? You don't just settle with it. You start changing the other person. Okay? You start demanding from the other person what the other person is not able to give you. You try to demand, you want to change. You want that person to change to suit your mental image. And that is the biggest damage that you can do to any person, not just to yourself. You will damage the whole thing. You will break the relationship. By trying to change the other person to your whims and fancies, what are you doing? You're not only harming that person, you're harming your very relationship. We try to possess the other. We convert them into matter. Literally, we degrade everything into matter. Here starts the problem. Both of you, both the partners are trying to chisel each other. They want them to change according to their whims and fantasies, isn't it? So, in trying to change each other, what are you doing to yourself? You are causing great harm to yourself as well as the other person. So, both of you cannot be living happily together as a couple when you are constantly trying to change the other person rather than bringing in the changes in yourself. You are only trying to change the other person and bringing in more trouble, inviting more trouble for yourself and the other person. Now, when we are trying to change the other person, what do we think is happening? We think we are a couple living together, but in actuality, we are four people living together: husband and wife, a mental cutout of the ideal wife, and the wife and her mental cutout of her ideal husband. So the real relationship will never happen. ultimately the sheer load of expectation leads to disturbances in the Mooladhara chakra. And this is why this chakra gets blocked. Hope all of you are able to follow. Are you able to follow? Why the Mooladhara chakra gets blocked? We are getting a clear-cut understanding about the whole chakra, why it can get blocked and how it can get blocked. If you have any questions, please share here. It's clear, is it? Okay. Okay. So let us look at another example, another story. A 90-year-old man used to sit every day at the beach from morning to evening, watching the people going by. Another man who noticed this went up to him and asked him, "What do you actually do sitting here every day?" The old man replied, "I am searching for a woman to be my wife." So at the age of 90, this person is still looking for a spouse. The man was simply shocked at his reply and asked him, "Why did you not search in your youth?" The old man replied, "I have been searching since I was 30 years old." Now the man was astonished and asked him, "What sort of a woman are you searching for?" He replied, "I am searching for a perfect woman." "And you haven't found one?" the man asked. "I found one woman who matched what I had in mind, but it did not work out well with her," replied the old man. The man asked, "Why?" The old man replied, "She was searching for a perfect man." And this is what happens when we try to get a perfect match for the image that we carry inside us. So the way to unlock the Mooladhara chakra is drop the image, drop the expectation completely, accept the reality as it is. When you accept the reality as it is, this chakra opens on its own. See, whatever is shown in movies, understand, they're only trying to sell you dreams. They're only making money by showing you all fantasies which does not exist in real life. What you see on media does not actually exist in reality. And some people learn it the hard way. But some people are quite intelligent. One or two failures in their relationships, now it has become so common. They break relationships, they're in and out of relationships. Children in this generation, young children, getting into relationships at such tender age. And what do they know about relationships? What do they even understand about relationships? And they're so frequently in and out. It is so shocking. I used to be a counselor before I started pursuing spirituality. So I worked in the counseling field for some time. And the little girls, 15, 16-year-olds would come. And these children would always live in that fantasy world. So making them understand that, what is reality, to accept the reality as it is, it would be so difficult for them. And they would be going through so much pain and suffering because what if they did not get attention from the other person, they felt that something was terribly wrong with them, and they were trying to change, and they were trying to sculpt themselves, they're trying to make things better by they were forcing themselves on the other person. They end up forcing themselves on the other person. What happens to the other person? The other person is so suffocated, and the person still, the person runs away literally. And then it leaves the girl or boy behind feeling that he's not good enough to himself. There's so much of self-hatred that is happening to these kids. The present generation, they're caught in this world, which is causing so much of harm, and they don't realize. But when you go to a guru, when you go to a master, how beautifully he grooms these children. They are not exposed to these kind of things in Gurukul. they have a different way. They start manifesting powers. They're manifesting powers. They're guiding people. They're enriching people. They're, at least in our programs, you will see all our children talking so confidently, so powerfully. At that age, we did not carry so much power. We did not have that confidence to talk to people so courageously, so confidently. And they are blessed, truly blessed. They're all chosen. The way they conduct themselves. Okay. So Maharani is telling that is why Swamiji said, I need to attend this program. I never watched TV or media growing up, which is good, which is a good sign. When you attend this program, you are empowered with the right kind of understanding about life. Okay? What is life? How you need to live, how you need to be empowered to run your life, how you need to exist powerfully, how you need to run your life in a powerful manner. That is what this program is going to give you. And even after you finish this program and you become a graduate and you walk out of this program, continue to be in touch, continue to listen to Swamiji's satsangs, be in touch with the Sangha. The Sangha will help you grow. Okay, not just attending the program and disappearing. You will forget everything that you learned in the program if you do not keep yourself in touch with the happening. So it is very important to keep in touch with all the teachings and to live these truths. You have to become a part of the Sangha, because the Sangha will guide you. They will raise you. Together you raise as a Sangha. If somebody is struggling, you will be able to help that person understand where is the struggle coming from. With all the knowledge that you gain in this program, only when you make use of it, your life will become useful to you. If you don't make use of the teachings, then there is no point in attending this program day and night and letting go of all the truths, by not following it. So Chandrasekhara Priya is accepting that, yes, and trying to change yourself to suit the other person. Why do we even have to do that? We are harming ourselves by doing that. We need to be nice, but that doesn't mean you are so nice that you beat yourself up in the journey to please somebody. Most of us do that. The present generation especially, they want to please everybody. It is so superficial. It is so shocking, and it upsets actually when we see the present generation living in this manner. It becomes my resolve becomes even stronger to guide these children in the right path. So when I am empowered with the right knowledge, I'm able to guide the other person. But when I don't have the right knowledge myself, how will I guide the other person? So that is why you need to attend this program to empower yourself and guide. Yes, accept life the way it comes. When you are completely complete, you will be able to accept reality the way it is. So, completion, perpetual completion is very important here. Yes, believing God gives the best. You have the master, the God, Paramashiva as your master. What else do you want in your life? You have the best guide in your life. Okay? Start following master's teachings, and you will see that you are in safe hands and you are guided continuously in the right path. So, let's move on further. Now, when two people live together, there will be peace. When three people live together, there will be a village-like atmosphere. And when four people live together, there will be a city-like atmosphere. So here, the husband having an imagination of the not only living with his wife, but also living with the so-called imagination, an ideal woman of an ideal woman. And the woman having, her husband as well as her so-called ideal man. Now, what happens when four people live together? There will be like city-like atmosphere. It is going to be noisy. Okay? It is going to be noisy, and it is going to be full of disturbance. Now, when the husband and wife drop their images inside them and live together, they are only two people coexisting, and hence there will be peace. When only one of them drops the image, there will be, in effect, three people coexisting, and the atmosphere will still be relatively calm, like in a village. When neither of them drops their image, there will be, in effect, four people trying to coexist, and the atmosphere becomes chaotic, like in a city. Now, both husband and wife need to drop their images so that there are only two people in the house and not four. So, this problem will impact all relationships. Now, this, your so called fantasy, imagination, it is going to trying to chisel the other person, trying to change the other person. It's going to impact all relationships. And this problem is not just between lovers and couples, but it exists in all relationships. Wherever we have a fantasy template, we try to fit that person into, be it parents, children, friends, boss, or worker. Those who accept reality are always fine, and those who live with fantasy only suffer themselves. It is only those who mix reality with fantasy cause damage by trying to carve others to their fantasy or image. Fantasies can also be about ourselves, our body, intellect, etc. These too can cause serious damage in relationships. So understand, Mooladhara chakra has a reserve of energy in itself. It is not like the other chakras where we have to create energy in them. With this chakra, we only need to cleanse the energy in it and take the energy upwards. If this chakra is in a healthy condition, clarity will happen and automatically good health will prevail. Okay? If this chakra is kept healthy, active, and alive, then clarity will happen and good health will also happen. So, chronic or fatal diseases like cancer, stroke, etc., have their root in this chakra. If we understand this chakra completely, we can maximize our biological, psychological, and spiritual energies. 80% of our problems lie in this chakra. So, how do we awaken the Mooladhara chakra? We can awaken the Mooladhara chakra by dropping greed, fantasies, lust, and anger. So do not try to control them. Anything suppressed only takes another form. It doesn't get uprooted totally. So most of the time we suppress our feelings, our fantasies, our imaginations. We suppress our anger. We suppress the lust. We suppress greed. So what happens when we suppress? More you suppress, the more diseases manifest in the body. So when you suppress, it doesn't leave your system. It comes back to you in the form of a disease. Now, this chakra is connected to thought currents related to greed. Now, let us look at this a little more. We may think that all our thought currents are based on the past, but it is not. So, for example, it is Friday afternoon in the office and everybody is in a very jovial mood. The atmosphere is very light because it's time to go home and there's a long weekend. You can enjoy your weekend. You can laze around, you can travel, you can do all the things that you want on a weekend. But on a Sunday evening, how is the mood? How's the mood on a Sunday evening? You start becoming heavy, isn't it? The mood has turned from happiness to seriousness because you have to get back to work. You have to start working. Okay? So, while you are in the present, you're worried about the future. Sitting in the present, you are thinking about your future. Isn't it? You're not living in the present moment and you're going through ups and downs. You're enjoying, you're suffering. Both is happening just because of your mind, isn't it? The mind is showing you all kinds of fantasies. So on a Friday evening, you feel jovial, you feel light, you feel like, you want to, you're so happy on a weekend. But what happens when you have to go back to work, when you have to face the reality? You don't like it, isn't it? You start sulking. So many of our thought currents are based on what may happen in the future. So that is a greed based thought current. So I hope you're all following. So Maharani is agreeing that, yes, she's agreeing to this statement. Now, how are fantasies created? Unfortunately, almost 99% of your life you spend in fantasy. There is almost always a constant mismatch in your inner and outer worlds. Why is there a mismatch? And how are fantasies created? Let us delve into this. Let us learn how are fantasies created. Now, there is something called the world and my world. If you look closely, two things are happening continuously. One is what is actually happening in your life, incidents or situations, etc. This is what we call the world. Whatever is happening in your life at this moment. You're sitting here and listening to this class. You're in this class and you're listening. That is the world, isn't it? Just a minute, please. Now, what is actually happening in your life, the incidents, the situations, this is what we call the world. The other is your cognition or understanding of what happened, the way you see it, what is happening in your life, which is called my world. It's a very interesting part. Please provide your listening. The way things are happening in your life, all the happening, the situations, okay, in your life is the world. How you are looking at it, okay, how you are understanding it, you're perceiving it is your world. That is my world, the world and my world. Okay, so a person walks into a room, okay, one person walks into a room and there are about 10 people sitting there in the room. So what is happening when that person, as that person is walking in, now 10 people have 10 different opinion about that person. The actual happening is the person walking into the room. Now the 10 people out here looking at that person and having their own opinion. One person may look at that person as a well dressed person. One person must be thinking she's tall, she's short, she's fair, she's dark, she's beautiful, she's ugly. Each one perceives in their own way. Now, the actual happening is the world, the person walking in. My world is my perception, my cognition about that person. And that is completely determined by your past experiences, by your knowledge, ideas, biases, concepts, etc. If that person resembles, somebody in your life, you may be thinking about a teacher, she looks like my teacher, she looks like my ex-friend, that those kind of opinions. So it is completely, your interpretation is completely determined by your past experiences, knowledge, ideas, biases, concepts, etc. So how you are interpreting the whole thing is nothing but your world. That is, the world is the happening and my interpretation is my world. For example, let's say a dog is running around on the road. Now, how would a person react? It depends on the person. So for a dog lover, he may look at that dog as a very sweet dog. He may want to go and pet that dog, touch it and cuddle it and feed it. A dog lover would want to do that. But if somebody who's scared of dogs, who has had a terrible experience with a dog in the past, that person would want to run away. And he may even want to harm that dog, by throwing a stone or chasing that dog away. So again, it depends on, what does it depend upon, the whole thing? It depends on your past experiences, right? Now, who is right and who is wrong? Is the dog lover right in petting the dog, or is the person who is afraid of dogs right in trying to run away from that place or trying to chase the dog away from that place? Who's right and who's wrong? None of them are right or wrong, but each person has a completely different reaction based on their unique past. Understand? Based on your unique past, you come to certain conclusions. You derive at certain understanding based on your past. The incident remains the same, that is, of a dog running in the street. And similarly, we are constantly processing every incident through the filter of our cognition. And this is completely controlled by our belief system. What we were taught when we were kids, what we experienced in our life, our country of birth, where we have lived, what religion we follow, etc. So some are borrowed from our parents and some are made on our own. So when you see your parents, when you observe adults, you imbibe their habits, you imbibe their behaviors, and you also imbibe their thought processes, how they think. Okay? So sometimes our perception of an object depends on whether we have it or not. When something is in hand, our desire for it drops. How many of us go through this? See, you look at a colleague, you look at a colleague or your neighbor, they have a new vehicle, they have purchased a new vehicle. So until you get that new vehicle, what happens to you? You strive, you struggle, you try to make things happen. You just want that, for yourself. It could be anything. I'm just giving you an example of a vehicle. It could be anything. So until that, until you get that, you are running behind it. You're striving, you're working day in and out to make it happen for yourself, isn't it? You're not happy with what you have. You may be having the best in your hand, but what the other person looks attractive, and you want to have that. So when you achieve that, what happens? When you finally achieve what you always wanted, everything just drops, isn't it? That striving, that desire, you come to terms with it. So until it becomes possible, we wait for it and we almost die for it. After it becomes possible, we die because of it. This is called the honeymoon effect. So welcome, Lalita Gabriela. This is called the honeymoon effect. We either die for the other person before our honeymoon and die because of them after honeymoon. So Bhagavan Ramana Maharishi says, before achieving anything, even the mustard seed looks like a mountain. You need it, and without it, you cannot breathe. But after achieving it, even a mountain will look like a mustard seed. So were we born with these ideas? The answer is no. We started adding these ideas to us little by little over the years. And slowly, these ideas have started clouding our idea of what reality is. And soon we started thinking that the thoughts and ideas in our head are true, and we started making every decision in our lives based on these ideas. So we live as if our thoughts are true. And this is how we get out of touch with reality. We slowly think that only my world exists. Understand? Your imagination, your past experiences, the way you have cognized, you perceive, you start believing that that is the reality. Okay? So that is how my world only exists. We do not even realize the other ways of looking at it are possible, and reality is completely different from all of them. I hope all of you are able to follow. Are you able to understand the difference between the world and my world? Can you share your understanding? What is the world and what is my world? Yes. Let's share our understanding about the world and my world. It's very simple, right? Whatever we learned. So please pay attention to what is being shared. What is the world? The world is the happening, isn't it? And what is my world? My world is my interpretation of the world. Yes, my perception. Good. Ma Christina, you have got the right understanding. Yes. Everardo Alfaro is asking a question. My world is past engrams inclusive. Yes, we are all a bunch of patterns. We run our life only because we think we are the we are the patterns, but we are not the patterns. So yes, we do. It is driven by our patterns, by our engrams. So my Chandrasekhara Priya is sharing. My interpretation is looking through our own lens of the world. Yes, through your own lens, and that happens from your past understanding. So Vishwanathan is sharing, the world is the reality and my world is the world is the reality and my world is the imagination we carry. Yes, all of you are right in your own ways. Yes, very good. All of you have got it. Let's move forward. Now, to understand the world and my world, now let us move on to our inner image and outer image. Again, this also affects our understanding of the world. Okay, what we think about ourselves, how we project ourselves outside also has its effect on our understanding and our cognition. Now let us look at our cognition about ourselves, our image about ourselves a little deeper. Our cognitions are associated with identities. Let us look at how, when these identities are created, so they were created in situation in life when you felt inadequate or powerless. Now, for example, a child is playing in the rain. She is enjoying the rain and how she feels when she is enjoying. She is twirling, she's playing, she's having fun. She's having the best time of her life, enjoying the rain. And suddenly, the mother rushes and she starts shouting, "Get back into the house. Why are you playing in the rain? You stupid girl. You never listen to me. You are always doing the wrong things." So the mother starts shouting at the girl. Now, this little child, until then, who was enjoying herself, she's not able to understand why the mother is shouting. She does not understand the mother's anger. So she assumes that something is wrong with her. So Vishwanathan is asking, without imagining and believing, how do we conclude which is reality? Okay, we will get clarity with the help of this example which I'm sharing. Okay, so what is reality? The happening is reality, isn't it? Now, for example, I told you a person walking into a room is the reality, isn't it? That person walking into the room is reality. Now, what you are thinking about that person is your imagining. It is your imagination. How do you conclude it is reality? The happening is the reality. It is raining outside. That is the reality. Your imagination, your ideas about rain is, what is it? It is your interpretation. Like if I go and play in the rain, I may fall sick. If it rains, it is dull. I cannot go out. I get stuck when it rains. The roads are, messy. All that is what? Your belief system, isn't it? What is reality then? Reality is the rain happening. It is raining outside. That is the reality. You are sitting here and attending the class. That is the reality. Okay? I hope it is clear now. Vishwanathan, you're able to get it? What is reality and what is imagination? Okay. So if you're still not clear, we can understand with this present example. So Lalita Gabriela is sharing about this day I'm feeling this duality. I was doing unclutching and then I heard a voice saying bad things about my future. I didn't create this voice. It just came from unconscious. Okay. So what is happening here, Ma? It is again, where is this voice coming from? When you are continuously engaged in negative thinking, you will have these kind of things coming up. Okay. So when you are doing and clutching, see, you have indulged yourself in so much of negativity, like you've been having negative thoughts about yourself, that now you're imagining this voice coming. See, what you sow you reap, isn't it? The kind of seed you put in, you sow, that is what becomes a tree. Now if I'm thinking about myself in a positive way, I'm only giving myself positive cognitions, positive statements. I look at myself as a possibility continuously, day in and day out during the day, then I will have that kind of dreams. How you live your day is the kind of dreams that you have in the night. Okay. Sometimes I experience deep, sleep state where I don't even remember my dreams. But sometimes I have disturbed sleep because I'm having dreams. Okay. So it shows my day, how my day has been. The state of my sleep is directly dependent on how my day has been. So, Ma Lalita is continuing to say, like, I'm doing completion to stop this bad mood. So, what? Okay, Ma, completion is one thing. You are completing. What are you completing with? See, there is a way to do completion. I hope you know the method. I hope you know the process. The procedure to do completion. There is a certain way to do completion. We have shared the technique in our earlier segments in our programs. We do continuously, we keep sharing the completion method. So when you do it the right way, Ma, you cannot stop this, like, overnight. It cannot happen. You need to continue to do the meditation. Then a cognitive shift will happen by the master's grace. Even that completion can be given to you by the master when you really want that completion. When you sincerely sit and do, when he tells you, take the mirror, sit in front of the mirror for 48 days, continuously do completion. Talk to your, the image in the mirror. The image in the mirror is the incomplete part of you. You are the complete. The image that you are seeing is the chaya, and this is the kaya. So the image that you are seeing in the mirror is the incomplete child sitting there. Try to complete that child. Bring out all the suppressed emotions. There is a certain way that it is called samskara dahana kriya. Please go to YouTube and type the keywords samskara dahana kriya Nithyananda. Okay, completion technique is elaborately explained in a few satsangs. So watch those satsangs for better understanding. You need to know the right technique, right method of doing the completion. So it is not like just sitting and talking to yourself or writing. There is a certain way to do completion. When you do it in that way, you will not have these kind of things coming up. Okay. So it becomes much better and better. Now, let us look at the story of this little girl, how the inner image and outer image happens. They are not ghosts. Okay. They just loud thinking, Ma. It has nothing to do with. It is just very loud thinking. I can say it is. You're thinking too much. Just drop it. You have the master in your life. Okay, drop all those worries and decide to be complete. When you sit for the darshan, declare that you want completion, and you will, like, you already have. It is like, Swamiji says, fake it to make it. So you can declare, I am a completely complete person. You can make such positive statements for yourselves. For you, Malalita, I would recommend you to write down 10 best things about you. Okay, 10 best things about you. Write down 10 statements and put it in a place where you can you can see it the whole day. You read that every time. You should have that in front of you all the time. Have it as your screensaver in your laptop or in your gadget, whichever you're using. 10 best things about you. Okay, even if you're faking it, it is fine. Swamiji always says you can fake it to make it. Okay, I highly recommend that you do that for yourself, Ma. Write down 10 best things about yourself. Even if the quality is not there, you will imbibe that just by writing it and reading it often. Yes, if there has been a lot of violence in childhood, that violence can be taken away, can be healed only by the master. Please understand. And how sincerely you want to achieve that completion, that state of completion, depends on you. How sincerely you want to do the completion and reach that state of complete completion. When you are intense, when it becomes intense, you will achieve that state of completion. See, if you're really hungry, don't you make food for yourself and eat to overcome that hunger, to fill yourself? Same thing, when you're incomplete, you should have that drive, that fire in you to achieve completion, and then only it can happen. So it is not like you sit in one corner and you think about food and the food appears. It doesn't happen that way. You need to put in some efforts for food to make that food happen, to fill your stomach, isn't it? It's the same. When you are going through incompletions, you should have that intense fire in you, to make that completion happen, to get over whatever you're going through. That intensity only will give you results. If you just sit and do completion once or twice, oh, I did completion, but I'm still suffering, it will not happen that way. When Swamiji says do completion, he also sends the energy for that completion to happen. Most of us miss it. We don't understand why he is asking us to do. When he asks you to do something, he also sends you the energy to achieve that. So in this program, if you are being taught completion, the energy is also guiding you to make that completion happen for you. Okay, now let's get back. Now, this girl who has been playing in the rain, suddenly she sees her mother shouting at her. Okay, and this girl is not able to understand from where is it coming, what is happening. So suddenly she feels odd. The child is not comfortable. She feels that maybe she's really stupid. She has the doubt. Or she may assume that she's always doing wrong things. If my mother got angry with me, I must have done something really wrong. Now that becomes her inner image. But she does not want to admit that she's stupid. So she may give her mother a very defined face and say, I knew that I can do whatever I want. That becomes her outer image, the way she projects herself outside. See, inside she may have that doubt, oh, maybe I'm a stupid girl. My mother is calling me stupid. Maybe I'm stupid and I'm not doing the right thing. She carries that doubt within. But she's putting up a bold face in front of her mother and she's trying to cover herself with that kind of a image. She's projecting a face to cover her inner image. Now, inner image is always a low cognition of ourselves. Outer image is always compensating for our inner image. In Sanskrit, there are terms that describe these images. Mamakara, the inner image, what we think about ourselves. This is usually something we feel about ourselves when we are in tough situations. For example, I am lazy, I am a fool, etc. Okay, that is Mamakara, the inner image, what we think about ourselves. And see, when you look back into your own life, all of us, all of us seated here must have gone through some or the other kind of such an incident in our life, which shook, our understanding, which left us with strong emotions. Isn't it? We must have all gone through such kind of situations in our lives. So, what is your inner image when you go through such a situation, such an incident in your life? Look in and see what was your inner image, what you think about yourself. So, this is usually something we feel about ourselves when we are in tough situations. For example, I am lazy, I'm a fool, I'm stupid, I am so and so, etc. Now, what is the outer image? How do we project ourselves? Most of the time, we will not show out our inner image, the way we feel about ourselves, we will not show it outside. We will project ourselves in a different manner. Understanding? All of you are able to follow? What you think about you from within, you will not show it outside as it is. You will try to show a different face. That is ahamkara. Mamakara is the inner image, what you think about yourself, what you feel about yourself. But ahankara is what you project yourself as outside. Like from within, you may feel you're lazy or you're stupid, but from outside, when you project yourself outside, you may show yourself as a nice person, you're a brave person, or you're a very timid person. Okay. So now this gap, we learned about this gap also in our previous segments. We have learned about this gap between our inner image and our outer image. The gap is one of the major fantasies we have in our life, and it dominates our life. The gap between your inner image and outer image is self-doubt. We learned about this, right, in our previous segment. Now, this gap is one of the major fantasies we have in life, and it dominates our life. The gap between the two is not always bad. It is bad only when it comes out of unconsciousness and we fall into powerlessness. Not falling into powerlessness due to gap between four identities is completion. So Nitya Lingodbhavanaya is sharing, parents expect so much on their kids. It is a virtuous cycle. I don't blame the parents because they have been raised by their parents in that way. They have been conditioned. Nobody is a perfect parent because we've learned from our parents, and our parents were not perfect. So let it not affect us. Now that we know the truth, let it not affect us. Let us accept them because they are not at fault. They have been raised in that manner, isn't it? We have to pity them actually. We have to have empathy for them because they did not learn how to be a perfect parent. They imbibed from their parents. Whatever they saw, they learned. And nobody is perfect, including us, all of us. None of us are perfect. So that is what letting go of your imagination, your so-called fantasies, and accepting the reality is all about unblocking the Muladhara chakra. Not falling into powerlessness due to gap between four identities is completion. The Muladhara chakra can be opened with the Dukkha Harana meditation. But to keep it alive and open forever, we have to reduce the gap between our inner and outer identities. Authenticity is the key to reduce the gap between your inner and outer images. I hope you're following. Authenticity is the key to reduce the gap between inner and outer images. Now, what is authenticity? Authenticity is you being established in the peak of your capability and responding to life from who you perceive yourself to be for yourself, who you project yourself to be for others, and what others expect you to be for them. Let me repeat. Authenticity is you being established in the peak of your capability and responding to life from who you perceive yourself to be for yourself, who you project yourself to be for others, and what others expect you to be for them. So the first of our identities is Mamakara or inner image. It is the inner image and experience that you carry about yourself. I am healthy. I am ugly. I am intelligent, I cannot tolerate hard work, I love people, etc. So you carry many such inner ideas about yourself. And unfortunately, the idea that you carry about you is always less than what you project yourself to be for others. The second identity is ahankara or outer image. It is how you project yourself to others. You may try to project yourself as a powerful, talented, honest, helpful, or whatever. Unfortunately, what you project is always far more than what you believe yourself to be. Please understand all these identities you carry are actually thought patterns that you carry about you. These identities that you carry are actually thought patterns that you carry about you. Even others' image about you is an idea that you have created in them. So you are the creator of all your identities. So when one identity is fighting with another identity, how can your thinking be focused? All your energy is going to be used in reconciling your fighting identities. And when all your identities or images are in tune, all your thinking will be aligned in one direction. Your thinking becomes clear and sharp like a laser beam. You will awaken the power of thinking. When your thinking becomes clear and sharp, you will awaken the power of thinking. And with authenticity, there is no more space for unconscious thinking and living because you will always be aware of the causes and effects that are playing in your life. So, usually, your inner image will be much lower than the identity you project your outside to others. But understand this very important truth. If you can project a higher identity to others, it means that the higher identity is already there in your visualization space, in your thinking space, and whatever you can think of yourself as, you already have the capacity to make that into reality. Now, let us do a short exercise that is aligning your inner and outer images. Okay, quickly take down a pen and a paper or a book. We will make 2 columns in the book titled Inner Image, Outer Image. Yes, make 2 columns in your workbook titled Inner Image and Outer Image. Okay, quickly, if you have made the columns, in the first column, make a list of your top 10 inner images, the beliefs that you have about yourself. In the first column, make a list of your top 10 inner images, that is, beliefs you have about yourself. Example, I am weak, I am friendly, I am violent, I am unhappy, I am unlucky, whatever. Whatever you tell yourself, the words that you're giving to yourself. So quickly start writing down whatever you feel about yourself from inside, the inner image about you. And in the corresponding in the next column, you will start writing the outer image that you project to your others. Like, for example, the first statement, if you have written, I am unhappy, I am unlucky, but you will be projecting yourself as a very happy go lucky person. Okay, I'm a very happy person. From within, you may feel that you're unlucky, but from the outside, you may projecting yourself as a very happy-go personality. In the second, I am weak. You may be feeling that you're weak from within, but outside, you would be projecting that you are a very strong person. Okay, you may be not physically weak. You may be feeling that mentally you're very weak, but you may be projecting yourself as a very strong person. So for all the 10, for example, now we are writing our top 10 inner images. For all the top 10 inner images, we will be writing the outer image also, what we project outside. So you can quickly finish it. Requesting all the participants to do this exercise. Please keep your cameras turned on and do the exercises. Yes. To have a better understanding about yourselves, you need to do this exercise. So you will write down your top 10 inner image, and in the corresponding column, you will write your top, the way you project yourself, the outer image, how you project yourself outside. Yes, if you have finished writing down the top 10 inner image and how you project yourself, your outer image, now compare each inner image and outer image that you have written down. Compare. Compare the inner image and the outer image that you have written down. Okay, so when you compare, after you have done the comparison, okay, wherever there is a conflict, start tuning your inner image and outer image. Okay, let me tell you how to do it. Okay, so what you perceive as you, okay, and what you project as you to others, by always choosing the higher idea. Now you will tune your, suppose, for example, wherever your outer image is higher than your inner image, decide to tune your outer image. If your outer image is higher than your inner image, so decide to tune your inner image to your, it has to match. Like if you feel, like for example, you feel that you are a unlucky person from within, but on the outside you show yourself as a very lucky person, a very happy person. Now you have to tune your inner image to your outer image. You're getting it? All of you are getting it? Suppose your inner image says that you are stupid, but you project yourself as a very intelligent person on the outside. Now you have to tune your inner image to your outer image. Okay? You have to start telling yourself that you are intelligent. You have to feel that from within. I am an intelligent person. And then you also show yourself as an intelligent person. Are you getting it? So wherever your outer image is higher than your inner image, decide to tune your inner image to your outer image. Do not reduce what you project yourself to be for others. Increase what you perceive yourself to be for you. Are you getting it? Increase what you perceive yourself to be for you. So if you are feeling that you're unlucky, tell yourself from today, I am lucky. You're the most luckiest person on planet Earth because you're sitting here in this program. You have been handpicked by the master. You have been personally chosen by the cosmos to be here. So you are one of the luckiest person on planet Earth. Okay? So that should be your inner image from today onwards. So wherever you feel that it is lower, raise that, increase what you perceive yourself to be for you. So repeat it for each point. Compare both the identities. Whatever qualities are best in both, choose those. And draw a star against all your best images. Okay? Draw a star against all your best outer image. Now, if there are some great qualities in your inner image, you need to raise your outer image to match that. If there are some great qualities in the outer image you project, you need to raise your inner image to match that which you project. Continuously tune yourself to your peak image. Yes. Everardo Alfaro is sharing. Yes, ma, I keep refining the inner image. Great. So you got it. So identify the obstacles that stop you or distract you from achieving what you want to be, who you want to be, and how you want to be. One of the biggest obstacles for most people is self-doubt, which is a negative thought pattern. It happens because of the memory of past failures. It's time to let go of all the past failures, because here you are being empowered with knowledge, and you are Swamiji is working directly on your consciousness. Okay, so first of all, acknowledge, each one of you have to acknowledge that you are handpicked, you are all chosen. You're the luckiest ones on planet Earth for now, because you're all sitting in this program and working on yourselves. Okay, you want that change, to bring in that change in your lives. You want that transformation, and that is how you landed yourselves here. So it is easier with this understanding, it becomes easier to work on your inner image. You're all, Swamiji says, Brahmanyam Bahuputratam. You're all the favorite inheritors of the cosmos. Understand? Unless, until and unless you were not chosen and, you did not receive a call from Paramashiva, you can never be here in this program. So all of you understand? With that understanding, now when you sit and do this exercise, you will be able to walk out of all the powerlessness that you have been carrying all these years. So decide to do this exercise sincerely and you will make it happen. So Ma Trang is trying to convey something. You can type, Ma. You can type in the chat whatever you're trying to convey. So drop all the self-doubt, which is a negative thought pattern. It is happening because of the memory of past failures. Now you don't have to carry that anymore. That's the best part. Whichever thought is in alignment with your peak possibility, encourage it, enrich it, and entertain it. Whichever thought is not in alignment with, complete with it. Of course, all of you now know how to do the completion. Consciously, decisively complete with that pattern. Go on completing every day with the patterns that are stopping you from achieving your peak possibility. When you start living authenticity, you know the right way of thinking and you will use your thinking to achieve what you want in life. So in the Hindu spiritual practice, this is the second step known as manana, authentic thinking. When we are authentic to the current image we have about ourselves, a new higher image is revealed to us. When we are authentic to that image, higher and higher images are revealed. Authenticity will take us progressively to higher peak possibilities. So let your thinking be established in authenticity, continuously expanding you towards your peak possibility. When you achieve a powerful clarity, sorry about that. So, when you achieve a powerful clarity in your thoughts that makes whatever you think into success, you have unblocked your Mooladhara chakra. So we also have the Vedic references for the Dukkha Harana meditation. The main aspects of Dukkha Harana meditation comes from Bhastrika and Omkara meditation. Bhastrika comes from Hatha Yoga Pradipika, the treatise on yoga, pranayama and kriyas, and Omkara meditation has been taken from the Mandukya Upanishad. The Shastra Pramana, Om Ityetat Tadaksharam Idam Sarvam. The translation, Om, this imperishable syllable is everything. So this meditation technique, the Dukkha Harana meditation technique, which will unblock the Mooladhara chakra. We will just look at what this meditation technique can do. So it brings out all the suppressed emotions in you. The Dukkha Harana meditation will bring out all the suppressed emotions in you. So many masters have employed this technique before. It takes about 30 minutes to do this meditation. Now, breathing is the bridge to the universe. It is the system with which you are living your mind. If your thinking is calm, your breath will be relaxed. If your thinking is aggressive, your breathing will also be aggressive. So you first need to control your breathing in order to control your mind. So presently in our repressed state, most of us are half alive and half dead. In the first part of this meditation, you will be doing the chaotic breathing. So the chaotic breathing is carried out in order to create chaos in your repressed system. Your mental system is made fully alive by the increased intake of oxygen. It becomes more vital. Your cells will get more energy and will create more bioelectricity or bioenergy. This energy will melt all the depressed emotions like melting ice. So the step 1 is to wear eye bands and stand with eyes closed. I'm just reading the instructions. We can do this a little. We are preparing to do this meditation. So first let us understand how to do this meditation, and then we will be doing this meditation. So you will wear your eye bands and stand with your eyes closed and breathe deeply and chaotically from the depths of your body. You will breathe deeply and chaotically from the depths of your body. You will extend your arms outwards and plant your feet firmly about 18 inches apart. So you will be doing this meditation by standing in the standing position. You will tie your eyes, you will breathe deeply and chaotically from the depths of your body. You will extend your arms outwards and plant your feet firmly about 18 inches apart. So then next you will gently lower yourself down till your knees are bent. Simultaneously keeping your arms extended outwards at your shoulder level. This is the moving down motion. So you will stand with your feet 18 inches apart. You will breathe deeply and chaotically, and then you will gently lower yourself till your knees are bent, simultaneously keeping your arms extended outwards at your shoulder level. This is the moving down motion. And then you come back to the normal position, normal standing position. Okay, you can. So here, Sri Maharani is sharing, I have a big incompletion with work. I keep getting fired every time I get a job. I lost my job last week again. I feel happy I don't have to work right now, but also stressed now because I worry for money. What would be my peak imagine? Okay. So all incompletions will be taken care of in this program. When you attend this program sincerely every day, you will see that all your incompletions are being melted. It will give you the right guidance. This program is going to give you the right guidance how to be in that state of perpetual completion. That is, being in that state of complete completion all the time is called perpetual completion. Okay, so what I would recommend is attend all the sessions and do all the exercises. Now that we are doing this meditation, we will be doing this meditation. Do it sincerely. Okay, you will see breakthrough happening. When you do it sincerely, you will definitely we are doing this meditation to unblock the Muladhara chakra. Okay, so the the steps are being explained how to do the meditation. So please do this to walk out of all your incompletions. Now you will repeat this motion gently, slowly. That is keeping your hand extended. You will go down, come up, go down, come up. Okay, slowly, without exerting yourself. And you will continue to breathe deeply and in rhythm with the movement. So breathe from your nostrils, okay, with your mouth closed. So if you are having any kind of heart issues, if you are pregnant, please avoid doing this meditation. Okay, so you can just stand and do the breathing, and avoid breathing chaotically also if you are a heart patient. It is not recommended. Now the next 10 minutes, once you do this movements, you're done with the first step. The second step is to tense and relax your limbs. So you will tense each and every part of your limbs and you will relax. Start with your feet. Okay, tense your feet for 40 seconds and then completely relax for 20 seconds. Next, keep your feet relaxed. Next, you go up. So for each and every part of your body, you will tense that part of the body and you will relax. You will tense it for 40 seconds and then you will relax for 20 seconds. Similarly, you will Relax, tense and relax each and every part of your body. So you will move upwards in order. You will begin with your feet and go up till your head. Each and every limb or body part tense as much as possible for 40 seconds and then relax for 20 seconds and then move on to the next body part. So when you're doing this, two things can happen. The first is all the 72,000 energy points in the body get activated and energized. Many of them will be getting activated and energized for the first time in our lives. In addition, all the emotional hangovers will disappear. In your office, your boss may scold you, but you will not be able to scold him back because you are out of all the emotional hangovers. Now, what can this meditation do? Your mind and body will be angry and aggressive, and this causes your body to release an acid. When you are unable to react to this acid, it gets suppressed in your body. So imagine when you are on a two-wheeler at the traffic signal on the road, a car pulls up next to you. So you suddenly feel a desire to possess it, and this desire gets suppressed due to non-fulfillment. So many such desires and emotions are suppressed in you. So, how can you be blissful when all your emotions and desires are suppressed? Well, there is no image. Actually, you have to just stand up with your, feet 18 inches apart and keep both your hands extended. You sit like a bird, go down, come up, go down, come up. That is how you will be doing this meditation. So that is only the first step. The second step, you'll be tensing and relaxing each part of your limb. So what happens when you are doing this? Now you feel a sudden desire to possess. When you see something, you have a sudden desire to possess it. And this desire gets suppressed inside you due to non-fulfillment. So many such desires and emotions are suppressed in you. So how can you enjoy bliss? So what happens at the end of these 10 minutes, you will become vacant from inside and your body becomes cool, calm, and composed. When you hear the tape saying stop, just stop as you are. For a moment, you will experience the state of no mind. Now, the third step, when your mind is silent, you can just sit down. Okay, in the third step, see, this is a guided meditation, so I'll be guiding you throughout. So, next, when the third step is to sit and chant the syllable Om, Omkara. You will just sit and chant Om. Okay? You don't have to make it deep, long, and loud as we do in the Maha Mantra meditation. It is just Om. Okay? You will chant. Now simply witness whatever happens inside or outside your being. The first two parts of this technique are actually a preparation for this third part, that is meditation. You will see that the mind becomes silent effortlessly by itself. Silence cannot be forced upon, it can only happen. Remain in this relaxed state with a smiling face and blissful mood. Okay? And when you are doing this meditation, you will have many experiences. So just watch them as you would watch the television. Do not focus on the Muladhara at any point during the meditation, as this will create fantasies which you are trying to remove. Okay? So do not focus on the Muladhara when you are doing this meditation. Now, after you have chanted the Omkara for 10 minutes, sit silently for about a minute and then open your eyes. So you can continue to practice this technique on an empty stomach, preferably in the morning. And you need to be wearing loose fitting clothes. You can't be wearing tight fitting clothes to do this exercise. The meditation. So when you do this meditation for 21 days, it is going to transform your being. So it is like taking a psychological bath. You will be able to experience the silence in you. So when you kill the dukkha, the sorrow, ananda, bliss flowers and sends forth a beautiful perfume from you. So there is scientific evidence to show that the steps of Dukkha are beneficial to everyone. The nerves in the Muladhara area have direct connection to what scientists call the emotional brain, the part of the brain that connects emotions to thoughts and memories. This is also called the limbic system. Bhastrika stimulates these very nerves which stimulate the emotional brain. Now, Dukkha meditation has the following effects. It washes out the receptors, which is like reformatting the hard drive. It stimulates the emotional brain so that it disconnects thoughts from emotions, thus making it easy to see things as they are. And Omkara sound releases chemicals like dopamine that calm the mind. So now let's do the meditation. Please all stand up. You can all be in the standing position. See, it is very important to do this meditation. If you're not comfortable doing the meditation with the cameras on, you can turn off your cameras and do the meditation, but don't skip or avoid because we're working on the Muladhara chakra. Okay? Tie your eye bands and come to the standing position. Wear your eye bands. Come to the standing position. Keep your feet 18 inches apart. Okay, keep your feet apart. Come to the standing position. You need to stand up. You need to do the first step is you will do this first step and second step you will be doing it in the standing position. The third step only you will sit and do the no, the pregnant women cannot do this meditation. Please avoid doing the meditation if you are pregnant. You're pregnant, ma? Are you pregnant? Okay. So it's the child in your womb is a very conscious being because the mother is listening to all these truths. The child is imbibing all these truths. So it is going to be a conscious birth for that little one. Wonderful, ma. Nice to know that. Now, just start breathing chaotically. Okay. Extend your arms. Okay. Stand with your arms extended and go down. Go down and come up only till your knees. You will sit. You will go down till your knees, bend your knees, and then come up. Okay. I wish I could show this to you, but my camera doesn't permit me to have a full image. Okay, in the standing position, just go down and come up. Go down and come up and breathe chaotically. And let it align with your movement. The breathing has to align with your movement. Let's start. So it is a guided meditation. I'll continue to guide you. So start breathing chaotically and start making the movement. So you will bend till your knees and then you come up. So repeat it and do it as comfortably as possible. No hurry. Don't stress yourself. Please avoid straining yourself. Do it as comfortably as you can. tensing each and every part of your body. So we begin with the feet. You will tense your feet for 40 seconds and you will relax for 20 seconds. So keep your feet tensed for 40 seconds and relax for 20 seconds. So move up your body. So you will tense and release each and every part of your body. So you begin with your feet and go upwards till your head. Continue to tense and relax all the parts of your body. All of you, please relax. And you can sit wherever you are. Please be seated comfortably. Sit down comfortably. Now start chanting the Omkara, the Om syllable. Just chant Om, Om. Just chant the Omkara. So the first two steps were the preparation for the current step. Now, as you're chanting Om, watch your mind becoming silent. Simply witness whatever is happening inside and outside your being. You will see that your mind becoming completely silent effortlessly. So silence cannot be forced upon, it can only happen. Continue to remain in this relaxed state with a smiling face and blissful mood. Continue to chant the Om and continue to be in the relaxed state of bliss. You can all relax and slowly, very slowly, please open your eyes. Yes, come back to your positions. You can all relax. So now that you know how to do the meditation, please continue to do the meditation for the next 21 days. Okay, this meditation is going to help to unblock your Muladhara chakra. Machan, you can open your eye band. Yes. How are you all feeling? Please share your experience. After the meditation, how do you all feel? So in the interest of time, we could not do this meditation for 30 minutes, but actually it is recommended to do it for 30 minutes. So when you practice, please practice it for 30 minutes. So Vishwanathan is sharing, feeling good, ma. Okay. So whatever was shared in this segment, the exercises that you need to do, all of you, please understand. It's a very important part of this program. So the internalization exercises go a long way in helping you achieve that state. So please don't miss doing any of the internalization exercises, because these exercises are only going to help you to work on your patterns directly, and it helps you achieve completion. So these exercises are an integral part of this program. So continue to do these internalization exercises by making time for yourselves. So yes, I have many people sharing here their experiences of the meditation. So Malalita is sharing very relaxed when we do the Bastrika. Okay. Matrang is sharing, feeling relaxed. Vishwanathan is sharing. Can you repeat one more time? Second step. So second step, what you need to do is you need to tense. See, I'll show you my fist here. Tensing is what really making it tight like this. Tensing and then relaxing. Tense, relax, like that. Each and every part of your body. Okay, you will tense and you will relax. So the first part is breathing chaotically. That is the Bastrika part. You will breathe chaotically. Oh, okay, you can do it. You can practice this. You will breathe chaotically as you're going down. Like you will have your arms extended towards the side. You'll sit, get up, sit. That is only till your knees. Okay, like a bird. And then the second part would be to tense and relax. Tense your, like say, example, feet. Tense it for 40 seconds and relax it for 20 seconds. Tense it for 40 seconds. Then the next is the leg, the calf muscle, the knees, your thighs. Like that, you move up your body, each and every part. You got it, Vishwanathan? Understood? Okay. So continue to do this exercise for the next 21 days and see the changes that is happening in your being, body, and mind. Okay, but Bastrika is just breathing chaotically, ma. Like how we do in Nithyananda. The first step is chaotic breathing, like that. Okay, so with that, we come to the conclusion of this segment. The next Acharya will lead you into the next segment. So there's a lot more learning, and we will be learning more about the other chakras in the upcoming segments. So please stay tuned. Now let us all chant the Purna Mantra. Yes, please sit up straight with your head, neck, and spine in a straight line. your hands in the Anjali Mudra, let us chant the Purna Mantra by offering our gratitude at Bhagavan's holy feet for blessing us with all the spiritual truths that helps us to raise our frequency, the level of our consciousness. ॐ पूर्णमदः पूर्णमिदं पूर्णात् पूर्णमुदच्यते पूर्णस्य पूर्णमादाय पूर्णमेवावशिष्यते ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः हरि ओं तत्सत् सर्वं भगवत् श्री नित्यानन्द परमशिवं पादुकार्पणमस्तु ॐ नित्यानन्दम् Thank you all for your participation. Nityanandam.
Nithyanandam, everyone. Now we are going to start the next session after the power manifestation. So we're going to do the consciousness over matter power manifestation. So please go ahead and post your powerful cognitions from Living Enlightenment book. We're going to have a quick round of power manifestation. Then we're going to move on to our next chakra. More seconds, please start posting your powerful cognitions. Vishwanathan posted, just look at the people around you. Always stay crowd on the laughing loud. Christina, intense innocence, innocent inner space. Wonderful. Chandrasekhara Priya. Seriousness is ego. When you are afraid of getting hurt, when you are afraid of losing your power or control, you become serious. When you are too centered yourself, this happens. Wonderful. So now please straight. And this power manifestation, you need a coconut or a round fruit. Please go ahead quickly and get it. For those of you who have been doing, you are able to manifest quickly, you move on to advanced level, like you decide the direction it should fall. Say it should fall front, or it should fall back, it should fall left or right. You decide the direction that the coconut falls. Even if you're able to do that, try with multiple objects, both hands. You keep the objects and do it. Even if you're doing that, you move on to placing the object on a silicon, meaning put it on a tab or a computer or flat surface. Do not, no contact with the physical body. You start manifesting that. Like that, the same power, but we move into little advance. Any hand, ma. Some people are left-handed, some people are right-handed. Ma Christina, it's your choice. It doesn't matter. Sri Maharani is asking why it is harder to move it from a table or tablet. Let me explain to you. Let everyone of you, all of you are here. There's a beautiful question here. Yes, Maharani, such a beautiful question. I'm going to explain to you in a bit. Let everyone come. Everyone has gone to bring the objects. Vishwanathan, are you here? Yes. So Maharani is asking one beautiful question. I just said, if this power manifestation, we did it earlier, one of the days. So now we are going to move a little advanced. So if you are comfortable, see, first you have to put the object on the flat hand, the palm, basically. So if you're absolutely comfortable, within few minutes, you are able to roll the coconut, the object. You decide, next level is you decide the direction it should fall. First, it will fall by itself, but you should be able to command over that. In the sense, with your consciousness, you should have the power to move which direction. Say, if you say it should fall on this side, and it should fall the other side, left, right. So even if you're comfortable with that, try with multiple objects. If after you're comfortable with hand, then move on to placing the object on the silicon, meaning on the computer flat surface or a tab phone. You keep the object there and move it. So Maharani asking, that is little bit advanced. Maharani is asking why it is harder to move it from table or tablet. First tablet, then table, ma. First you need to have silicon, the tablet, then move on to the table. Okay. So why it is harder? Understand, when you are holding this, your hand is in contact, isn't it? It is still, you have a control. You still you feel Advaita with that. It's easy to feel the oneness with that object when you are in contact. Understand? You feel you are in oneness with that coconut. Is easy. The moment it is separated to other object, you don't, it's hard to feel Advaita. Getting it, ma? When you are holding it, it's easy to move even the direction it should fall because you're still in contact and you still feel the Advaita space with that. It's part of you. Understand? You're holding it. You feel it's part of you. The moment you put it on the table, table is next level, on the silica, next level, meaning on the computer tab or any phone flat surface. So the moment you put it there, you feel little separation. That is where you need to practice. Even away, you need to feel the oneness. Nothing. You will once you practice more and more oneness, it will move. You understand, Maharani? Yes. Yes, let's start. Please sit straight with your head, neck, back, straight line, and keep your, see, I have explained to you which level you want to do, your choice. I just explained on the flat surface, but the levels I explained to you, you decide the level that you want to manifest. Each one of us, some of you might have done it earlier, and some of you are doing it for the first time. So whatever level you want to choose, but I just explained the first level. You decide what level you want to do. So flatten your palm and place your object on the palm. And now sit straight with your head, neck, back, straight line. And bring your awareness to your third eye and fill your inner space with Swamiji's form. Any thoughts that are coming now, just unclutch, let it come, let it go. You bring your awareness to your third eye. Forget rest of the body. Completely your awareness on the third eye. Any thoughts that are coming, just unclutch them. And now with this space, start chanting the Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Start chanting the Mahavakya and experience the space of oneness. With that space of oneness, declare the object on your hand or on the tablet or to move, to rule with your power of consciousness. Declare the object to move and manifest the power of consciousness over matter.
Paramashivoham Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham Om 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Yes. Nityanandam, everyone. So can you all please go ahead and post your responses, your manifestation results now? Yeah, so Vishwanathan posted two fruits in two hands, both fallen down. Wonderful. Next, second time, red and phone, that also fallen down. Happy. Wonderful. How about others? Malalita, Maharani, Karunakar. Yes. I could not move on the tablet. Okay. Next time. So try it next time. Yet to manifest. Don't say could not. But on the hand, no problem. Yes. Yeah. So let's move on to our next chakra. Swadhisthana chakra, which is spleen center. You know, my husband ate a palm fruit. No problem, Ma. Lalita is cooking for. All right. So now let's learn about the next chakra. Swadhisthana chakra is fear. We will now look closely at the thought trends that develop in us, which make us experience fear in our life. How many of us are stopped by fear in life? Literally every one of us. A lot of us. Very rare to find. So, and there are some of us who have fear even to raise our hands. I would say almost every human being is stopped by some fear or the other in life. Can you shout out some of your fears? The list is endless. I'm 100% sure. The Swadhisthana chakra is located 2 inches above the Mooladhara chakra and 2 inches below the navel center. In Sanskrit, Swadhisthana means where your being is established. Swa means self. Adhisthana means established, where your self is established. Fear of talking to new people. Yes. So what blocks this chakra is blocked by fear, especially the fear of death. What unblocks this chakra is this chakra flowers with acceptance of fear, acceptance of death itself. The Nirbhaya Dhyana meditation will open this chakra now. What keeps it alive? See, the understanding, whatever we are going to learn now, the cognitions about the fear and all that, will clear the conscious part of the brain. Then the meditation that we are going to do, clear whatever damage that has already happened, the unconscious part of our brain. Now, what keeps it alive going forward is practicing authenticity in all dimensions. So let's learn. All our fears are actually fear of death under various disguises. That's all. Every single fear is related to the fear of death, but in a convoluted way. Because it is convoluted, we do not see it as a fear of death. Without fear, the word death, as we come to see, it loses its meaning. Death is not something that happens at the end of our lives. It is happening every moment of our lives. Every act of ours is unconsciously related to death and the fear of dying. Death changes the very quality of our life. It is not the end, but the climax of our life, towards which our whole life has been oriented. Why is that? Because our idea of life is controlled by our concept of death. Greed, which is related to Muladhara Chakra, is actually very easy to handle because it is in your freedom. But fear is difficult to handle because it is not in your control. The fear is rooted in the deeper DNA strands. For a normal man, 2 DNA strands are alive, and all your fear is rooted in these 2 DNA strands. Your greed is not your blind spot. Blind spot means that which exists in you, but which you cannot see or identify its existence. It is there, but you can't see it. In fact, others see your blind spots easily. So your greed is not a blind spot for you. You can see it. You can choose it, allow it, and accept it. It exists. But fear is difficult. It is rooted in deeper strands of DNA which are dormant, inactive most of the time. That's why the fear creates stronger chemical reactions in you than greed. That's why you have expressions like butterflies in your stomach, churning in the stomach when you have fear, which is the experience of many of us, isn't it? So fear manifests in many ways in our life. Fear of losing wealth, name and fame. If you write down the list, how many fears you have, the list is endless and all fall into these buckets. What is that? Fear of losing wealth, name and fame, identity of the outer world, and fear of losing health, both your physical health and mental health, fear of accidents and fear of losing parts of the body, fear of losing your loved ones and their love, fear of ghosts, unknown, fear of God, fear of death. So all our fears are actually fear of death, but under various disguises. That's all. Every single fear is related to fear of death, but in a convoluted, roundabout way. Because it is a convoluted roundabout, we don't see it as fear of death. Without fear, the word death itself loses the meaning that we have been associating with it. So, why do you bother so much about death? Because you do not know what will happen after that. Isn't it? This is the unknown factor. That is why you have fear. If you know which house you will be coming back after you die, you will just transfer all your things to that house while you are alive. That's all. So, but death is not like that. It's totally unknown to you. And that's why you have this fear of death. Usually, we think death is what happens at the end of our lives. If death was nothing more than that, it would be so easy. But death is not something that happens at the end of our lives. It is something which is happening every moment of our lives. Every act of ours is unconsciously related to our death. The fear of dying, death changes the very quality of our lives. It's not the end, it is the climax of our lives, towards which our whole life is oriented. Why do I say that? Because our whole life is controlled by our concept of death. Even our social structure is dictated by our concept of death. In fact, all great religions and the world philosophies have arisen out of trying to answer one question: what happens after death? Yeah, yes, Ma Elizabeth, would it be correct to say that death is actually a commencement? Yeah. Listen, Ma, still we are not actually dealt the subject. Listen, we are just getting there. In trying to answer this one question, different life solutions have taken the root. The cultures which believe in a single life, with no concept of reincarnation, have poured all their energies into excelling in life. They have achieved the peak in terms of assimilation of information, gaining of knowledge and material comforts. Maximum out of life. These cultures have given rise to science. Science helps us live life at its optimum and helps us get the maximum out of this life. The eternity is granted. The culture which believe in reincarnation have turned the focus of their life inwards. Their search is different. They are not motivated to live life in a hurry because eternity is granted to them. You can see the play of this concept clearly in the behavior of people. In India, if a program is scheduled to start at 6 o'clock, you can be sure that it would start before, it wouldn't start before 7:30 because people have eternity before them. Our whole mental setup, the course of our lives, our society, our culture, our religion, everything is based on nothing but our idea of death. We try our best not to think about death, but death pervades every moment of our life. When we understand the depth, the secrets, and mystery of death, we will understand the secrets of life. We need to solve death and see it as a mere continuity in a different form. Otherwise, we will miss life itself. If we understand and remind ourselves again and again that death is nothing but continuity in another form, slowly we will be out of fear of death. And when we stop fearing death, we will know to what extent we have been missing life. We take life for granted and we live so superficially that we miss many aspects of life. Understanding death will simply teach us to look into life with more awareness. Somehow, for most people, life never goes beyond the Swadhisthana chakra. Life never goes beyond the fear of death. We live and die between Muladhara and Swadhisthana chakras, between desire and fear. We don't know any other way of life, or we don't have the courage to take on any other way of life. In earlier times, people lived without the life security that we have today. There was no vaccination available against fatal diseases. There was no satellite-based advance warning of natural calamities. And there was no security against famine or floods. So, therefore, people were always mentally prepared for struggle, even for death. So, we all live in constant fear of death. We are ready to escape it at all cost. Death is seen upon as our greatest enemy. A small story about Socrates, the Greek philosopher. Socrates was killed by being forced to drink the juice of the poisonous herb called hemlock. Just before he drank the poison, one of his disciples asked him, "Master, are you not afraid of dying? You appear to be so calm." Socrates replied, "Why should I be? I know that only two things can happen after death. Either I will continue to exist in some other form or name, or I will cease to exist after death. In the first case, there is nothing to worry about. In the second case, who will remain to worry? So, either way, there is nothing to fear." Socrates was fearless of death purely because he had a clear understanding of death and its consequences. Death is always looked upon as discontinuity, and that is why people suffer when they see death. The basic understanding of death is lacking. Death is never a discontinuity. It is either continuity in some other form or simply liberation. That's all. When man understands this, he will realize how foolish it is to suffer on this account. Man is very attached to the physical form, and that is why he suffers so much. The body is a mere vehicle for the soul. This has to be understood very clearly. Although the only certain thing on planet Earth for man is death. He is always taken by surprise when it actually happens. That is the most surprising thing about man. A lady was celebrating her 100th birthday. Her entire family was there for the occasion. They were opening all the gifts and reading all the cards that had been received from family and friends. They showed the lady one card that had been sent by her 94-year-old friend. The lady shrieked, "God, she's still alive." We are able to apply death to everyone else except us. We are all like this. Everything in life we are prepared for except our own death. The irony is, everything in life is so unpredictable except death. The only certain thing in life is death. But the last thing we would like to be told is that sooner or later, we are going to die. When you conquer the fear of death, you conquer death itself. Because death is just one more imagination. Just like how, as in the Mooladhara Chakra, our greed and fantasy makes us imagine that the world to be more beautiful than it actually is. Here, our fear makes us imagine death to be more frightening than it actually is. We wear glasses of greed and fear, which we do not allow us to see reality. When you experience death psychologically, you release the energy that has been locked in the Swadhisthana. Swadhisthana is located in the navel center, with this energy center activated, or when it opens, the whole quality of your life changes. Because of your capacity to accept death as just a continuity in another form, your capacity to enjoy life is transformed. Your whole body relaxes. Your consciousness expands. Your living capacity expands. Whether you accept it or not, every moment of your life, the fear of death lingers in the subconscious mind. By understanding death and fear of death, your life will be enriched. We will do a couple of powerful meditations a little later in this session, which will work on the fear of death in you. In this program, we will work on a day-to-day fears that we face daily. Fear of death is a very important fear, which we will work on it in the next level. Now let us look at common everyday fear. There is always a current of fear in us. Sometimes certain incidences cause a spike of fear in us. These can be caused by sudden events, running into someone unexpectedly in a semi-dark room, or even simple events like negative feedback from our boss at the work or spouse at home that invoke a sense of survival in us. So these fear strokes can happen with a great intensity although they are for a very short duration of time. Fear strokes weaken the immune system. They release depression-inducing chemicals and even accelerate our aging process. The intensity and frequency of our fear strokes can be greatly reduced by reducing the intensity and the depth of the regular fear that is in us. Only from this regular fear, the fear strokes arise. If deeper understanding and clarity can reduce the regular fear, the fear strokes will also reduce. We have a powerful mechanism that protects us from danger and is closely connected to fear. This is called flight or fight mechanism. All of us have a certain part of the brain called amygdala, which is the primary location where the base emotions are processed. Feedback from outside world, such as sight, sound, what you hear, what you see, etc., enters the brain and takes two paths. One path leads to amygdala, and the other takes much longer path that leads to cerebral cortex. The thinking, reasoning, conscious part of the brain is cerebral cortex. So whatever we see, whatever we hear, enters into the brain and takes two paths. One is to the amygdala, one is to the cerebral cortex. The cerebral cortex is responsible for thinking, reasoning, conscious part of the brain. So amygdala can be found in most animals. This is the part of the brain that they use to determine danger and whether they should run away or stand and fight or flight reaction. The prefrontal cerebral cortex, on the other hand, is seen only in human beings and some apes. It is a recent development. Millions of years of evolution has programmed us into react with the amygdala first and the cerebral cortex later. When the amygdala rings the alarm bells, it triggers the adrenal gland, which floods the body with hormones that stimulate faster heart rate and quick muscle reactions. The following graphic characterizes the process. You can see the picture. The problem or the difficulty here is that we react to certain current situations using mechanisms that were developed millions of years ago, even though the same kind of threat to life doesn't exist. For example, when our manager or spouse start giving negative feedback, we interrupt them as intense threats and react with either fight or flight reaction, whereas the rational reaction would be much better. This is not all. The amygdala is simultaneously flooding the cerebral cortex, the conscious part of the brain, with neurochemicals that change its functioning. It is flooded state the cortex does not receive and the process and store the information in its normal way. So thus, in this new environment, the amygdala regularly hijacks the conscious brain in the face of the mere threat of psychological, not physical pain. The result can be highly counterproductive. It takes from 20-30 minutes of absence from the stimulus for the neurochemicals in the flooded brain to dissipate and thereby enable the possibility of the recent rational interaction to occur. See what happens when we have fear. Many of us experience certain body reactions, right? So let me explain to you briefly. There is certain part in the center of our brain, amygdala, and the frontal cortex is cerebral cortex. So any information, what we see, what we hear, the information first comes into the brain, takes two parts. One to the amygdala, which is the response. One is to the cerebral cortex, it's the logical reasoning, conscious part of the brain. But when something like fear related to something fear, suddenly you see a big snake, suddenly you see something which you're threatened that you will be killed, then the information that goes to the cerebral cortex and to the amygdala here amygdala reacts because there is a certain the life threat. Amygdala reacts and the conscious part, it literally hijacks. The conscious part doesn't work at that time. So basically amygdala take and sends signals to all body that there is a danger. So that's why our heartbeat increases, or we shiver, all that happens when the fear happens. There is no logical reasoning at that time. Conscious part doesn't work. And that is the essence why we get fear stroke, our heart rate increases, we get shiver, all kinds of heart palpitations increases, all that happen because this amygdala hijack. And this system happened millions of, the many, when the life was really a danger at every moment. Still, it is continuing. Literally, this amygdala, for a threat, it just takes over the conscious part also and gives us the signals. Human beings generally are averse to being informed about their mistakes. Indeed, we go to great lengths to protect ourselves from the psychological and emotional pain associated with confronting our errors. The result of this is that we continue to take actions that harm ourselves, our partners, business people, businesses, our loved ones, and so on. This behavior, with while irrational, becomes understandable once you understand the role of the amygdala hijack and its impact on your behavior. Amygdala hijacks leave you with no freedom to be or to act. It dumps you. Your conscious brain doesn't work because you are hijacked by this amygdala. It just sends threatening signals to all body parts. So therefore, you become dumb and unable to respond appropriately and optimally to the given situation. It is also limit learning. So one major way we learn is to see mistakes we make, therefore create the opportunity to change those actions to achieve superior outcomes. Seeing how it works makes you more aware of its impact on you. Now, to some good news. If you notice that, I'm just seeing, let me get you the diagram. Are you all able to follow me a bit? So far, can you post your comments? A lucid reaction, also called the knee-jerk reaction here in the USA. Yes, yes, ma'am. Others also, please post your questions, your understanding so far. Diana says, I have experienced a lot of fight and or flight. Karunakara, body never dies, the atoms are recycled. Diana, and I have known about the amygdala. Wonderful, ma. Vishwanathan, fear is just acting upon our cerebral part of the brain, and death is just imagination like greed we carry. Elizabeth, when you conquer the fear of death, you conquer the death itself, because death is just one more imagination. This funny saying in the United States, you can only be sure of two things, death and taxes. There's nothing, sorry, I was just reading a question from Diana. Do ordinary people conquer the fear of death? You are not ordinary, ma. I am not ordinary. Vishwanathan is not ordinary. All are Paramashiva. That is what this program is all about. We are here to realize our divine self. So I understand your question. Everyone can conquer the fear of death. That is what we are working on. It needs, if it is not, no voice, can't hear. Am I audible? Okay. Maybe Buddhists too and monks. Where is Buddhism is from, ma? It's from Sanatana Hindu Dharma. Buddha is from India. And what he preached become Buddhism. What he preached, Vipassana, is one of the Shiva Sutra technique. Understand, all major religions are from Sanatana Hindu Dharma. So it is possible to conquer the death, fear of death. It is The fear, as we understand, it is there in our DNA. We just need to understand how to handle that fear. Yeah. So Karunakar says, well said, Ma, we are not ordinary, we are all Paramashiva. Yes. Elizabeth Covey, would it be correct to say that our spirit gets recycled? No. No way. Our spirit, our Atman, is the God particle. Nothing like a recycle, Ma. It gets this vasanas, the patterns, the behavioral tendencies, which carry forward from one birth to other birth. We just need to get rid of it. Not recycle, but you can say Diana says, I have fear to do something until I do it. Yes, many of us have it, that fear of start, fear of unknown, just like that, no reason, no logic. Okay, so Vishwanathan is saying, can you repeat that hormonal hijack in brain? Yes, absolutely. Elizabeth Koi, are you saying that our behavioral tendencies get recycled? It's not. Okay, in a way, yes, Ma. Yes, it's in Sanskrit we call what we repeat. Let me explain this briefly. Understand what you constantly saying, thinking, what you repeat, it becomes a muscle memory in you, meaning it gets into literally stores in our body. You still continuing, whether it's negative thought current or positive, whatever it is, then it gets into our biomemory, meaning literally unconsciously. There is no control over it once it gets into muscle memory, biomemory. All this unnecessary, the verbal chatter is all that coming from that. Then you, after that, it gets repeated by itself. After we die also, it continues to our next life as a smell, meaning the behavioral tendency. That's how we pick up our behaviors in the next life and continue this. The only way to break through is completion with the pattern, break free, do something, do unclutch. When it is in a muscle memory, all muscle memory patterns, once the body dies, it goes away. But once it gets into biomemory, they'll come to next life as vasana, the smell. You understand, Ma Elizabeth? Recycle, I don't know the exact word that you're mentioning, but it comes. Not recycled, it just comes. Nothing comes with you, right? Like physical things like your money, your house, nothing will come, but your behavior, what you are, that will come to you. So it's very important to understand about ourselves, listening to ourselves, and keep working on our behavior, our thought currents, the thought patterns. Then we move towards our Paramashivoham. I have fear of jealous people. Yes, Elizabeth. So what you repeat gets integrated into our muscle memory. Yes, initially, yes. And first, then our biomemory, yes. And gets into bioenergy. That bioenergy is what comes as vasana to next lives. Verbal chatter continues to remain. Yeah. That's why it's important to be aware all the time what we are thinking, what we are saying. So all this power manifestation that you do, all this meditation that you do, all these cognitions, continuously listening, that all will help to break the patterns, to fix our thought currents. You still think that, oh, I've been doing this meditation for so long. I've been, but still the same person. No, I was giving you an example, right? There is this, a spiral. Imagine a cone with a spiral, like, a big circle, 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 a big circle first, a continuous circle. And the circle goes up till point. As it goes, the length of the circle reduces. So, but when you are in the circle, when you're traveling in the circle, it seems like you are loop, you are like no progress. But you are, when you get in the next, you are moving consistently, you reach the point. You sometimes you would not know the difference, obviously, but others will know. So the only way is just keep practicing. Keep practicing. Do not quit. Elizabeth Ma, you understand? All of you who are listening, you are understanding, right? So keep working on see, we have been learning 4 tattvas. We learned so many ways Swamiji has taught us. So many. If the essence is one, right? Whether we are understanding in terms of 4 tattvas, in terms of what are all we have learned so far, and we are going to learn. The essence is same. We are Amritasya Putraha. We are divine. We have the highest potential. Experiencing this human with so many patterns, so many tendencies. We need to break free. That is what is liberation. Break free from this human existence and experience that divine self, which we truly are. The original self, the Atman. So let's get back to our session. Okay, so let me, Vishwanathan asked about to explain this amygdala hijack. That's what you're asking, right, Vishwanathan? Okay, so let me explain to you with showing the picture. So, Elizabeth says, what you repeat gets ingrained in our muscle memory and then biomemory and then to bioenergy. Verbal chatter continues to remain. That's why it's important to be aware of what we are thinking. The only way is to keep practicing, never quit. Wonderful, Ma. Exactly. Verbatim you posted. Yes. Thank you. So let me explain to you with pictures, with amygdala pictures. So I hope you understand in a better way. Now see this picture. See the red feedback. Vishwanathan and others, please listen to this carefully. Feedback from the outside world, such as what we see, what we hear, all that enters into the brain and takes two paths. One path leads to amygdala, which you see in the picture, the triangle, which is in red. It literally at the center of the brain. Then other path takes to the much longer path, leads to the cerebral cortex, it covers the brain, which is what responsible for our thinking, reasoning, the conscious part of the brain, as you see in the picture. Reactions of fear can be traced in the brain and the effects can be traced in the body. Why so? When the amygdala rings the alarm bells, right? Any harm, there's a tiger there. It rings the alarm bell. Anything, even here, Swamiji gave an example that even simple things as your boss giving you a feedback, right? So when the amygdala rings the alarm bells, it triggers the adrenal gland, which floods the body with hormones that stimulate faster heart rate and quick muscle reactions. The amygdala is simultaneously flooding the cerebral cortex, which is conscious part of the brain, with neurochemical. It spreads out everywhere, whole body, including the cerebral cortex. Understand, the cerebral cortex should get the response directly from the what we see or what we hear. Directly it should get, but when amygdala sees some danger bells rings, it floods that responses to every part of the body, including the cerebral cortex. It receives the signals from the amygdala. So then that logical reasoning stops. The conscious part of the brain with neurochemical that change its functioning. What it's supposed to function, it changes because the signals are coming from amygdala. The psychological functioning of the brain is affected. And there is no psychological need to be fulfilled. Thus, when the amygdala regularly hijacks the conscious brain in the face of perceived psychological threat that cannot bring physical pain, the result can be counterproductive. Neurochemicals. Once the neurochemicals flood the brain, it takes 20 to 30 minutes for them to dissipate. During this entire time, the brain is disabled. And the possibility of a rational interaction to occur is minimal because it is getting signal from, there's no logic works anymore, the reasoning works anymore, the rational interaction works anymore because the amygdala hijacked and it sent a signal, danger signals to even the cerebral cortex. So that's whatever our reactions of heart rate, higher heart rate, all that reactions because of that. So the good news is you can break your irrational reaction to fear. How many of you understood this? How many of you understood? Is it clear, Vishwanathan, now? Is it clear or not? Karunakar says yes. Kind of technique. Yeah. See, basically, okay. One is the amygdala, which is responsible to send which is at the center of the brain. It is responsible to send signals of, it is okay to proceed. Something is dangerous to you, something is okay to you, all that is the amygdala's response. And on the cerebral cortex, which is on top portion of our brain, which is responsible for our logical reasoning, rational behavior, whatever our behavior. So any signals we receive, what we see, what we hear, it takes two parts. One is to amygdala, it sends all the signals, and one signal goes to cerebral cortex. Generally, that is the case. We are all receiving like that. When the signal goes to logical reasoning, the cerebral cortex, it gives it whatever reactions, whatever signals it gives. Cerebral cortex with the logical reasoning it gives. But whenever something amygdala senses that it is danger to you, seeing something, perceived, whatever perceived fear, amygdala it's like a fire alarm. It just rings the fire alarm. That fire alarm signals goes to all parts of the body. Our heart rate increases and hand shakes, shiver. The signals goes to cerebral cortex also. Generally, how our cerebral cortex should receive the signals? It should receive directly, right? The information should receive it directly for it to function as a logically. But when amygdala sends the signal, danger bells, alarm bells, it literally takes over cerebral cortex also. So what it's supposed to function, the cerebral cortex, there's a minimum because amygdala takes over. For next 20 minutes or so, our without logical reason, we take on over by fear. That's the essence actually. If you went through trauma years ago that stays in the body, can it ever be released? Amygdala gets better. Yeah. It depends, ma. This much medical knowledge is beyond the actually scope of this session, and understand that it depends on each person also. We cannot say this is how the fear strokes happen. What we are trying to understand is the fear strokes happen, the fear, how it is triggered with when it triggered, how we whole body reacts. That's what we are trying to understand. Yes, now let's continue. The good news is you can break your irrational reaction to fear. The neural connection runs not only up to from amygdala to cerebral cortex, but also from cortex down to the amygdala. You can think of this link as something like a neurological muscle that can be strengthened, similarly to how one can strengthen a physical muscle. This happens when you have faced fears and incorporate authenticity in your life. The only way to handle this is incorporate authenticity in whatever we do. Facing these fears, when we are becoming authentic in every aspect of our life, we can face fears. When you experience death psychologically, now we are trying to understand how to overcome fear, or you can say how to handle fear. When you experience death psychologically, you release the energy that has been locked in Swadhisthana chakra. When this center is activated, the whole quality of your life changes. During the, okay, now let's understand before entering into the meditation. A little bit more about so the key is if you bring in awareness to your thought trends that want to avoid confrontation when it comes to you receiving negative feedback. This is an example. So many of us worry when in the office or in any confrontation, right? We are so afraid of this negative feedback. This is an example one of the reason we get the fear strokes. You will be able to control the amygdala when you are bringing awareness what is happening, your thought currents. Along with this, the meditation technique that we'll be doing now will automatically work on your fear knots and release the fear of unknown that you have carried in your system for many, many years. So what can overcome fear and open the Swadhisthana chakra? It's again authenticity. Here, we will talk about the other dimensions of authenticity. The authenticity in all 4 dimensions we have learned about. So I'm not going over this again. In the interest of time, we have so many other chakras to do. The inner image, outer image, others image, and life image that we have learned, right? In all this, when we become authentic, one thing you remember, everything that we do, if we become authentic, we can handle the fear. We become unified. The genesis of identity happens when you are inauthentic. When in authentic level, when we are doing our best in every aspect, all these images, the genesis of I will be unified. We become one. There's no conflict inside. There's no inner image, outer image. You don't have to project something different which you are not, right? That is happens only when you are authentic. It is our idea of life that constantly makes us scared. We have the idea that life itself will deny us. Life is unfair, life is unsafe. We have ideas that others are out to get us constantly. All these ideas keep us in fear and keep the Swadhisthana chakra blocked. When you are inauthentic, especially in the words that we give it to others, see, fear comes when, if you generally notice, example, here the boss feedback we are taking, right? Say you're an employee and you're getting the feedback from boss about your work. The fear comes because it is of our inauthenticity, not performing our best. When you are inauthentic, especially in the words we give it to others, and we experience the hangover of fear. We say we will do it, but we don't perform. Then the hangover of fear comes. This means that we are not stretching to meet others' expectations of us. Inauthenticity, of what we think the world expects of us. When we are trying to understand the fear in other words, whenever you utter a word to yourself, and the incomplete part of you sitting inside you, making mockery of you, is fear. Inside you, your being is divided into 2 halves. One half is complete you, and the other half is big chunk of you, which is incomplete you. The complete part of you always operates in the zone of possibility and has you live and leaves you expanding in life. The other hand, the incomplete part of you is always operate from zone of past incompletion and zone of no possibility and leaves you in shrinking in life. The incomplete part in you does not have confidence on any word you utter and any word utter to you, because many times you fail and you are out of integrity with you. Because many times you are out of integrity with you, one chunk in you, which is incomplete part of you, does not believe you. It does not trust you. So whenever you make any plan, a part of you mocks at you. That mockery is fear. Each time you utter the words without being authentic to your possibility, you encourage the hangover of fear pattern in you. The way to overcome this is to align all four images completely. How? By being authentic. For example, you could align the four images like this. The best inner image is confidence, showing the same confidence. That is the best outer image. Humble but not weak, powerful but not arrogant. The best others image is loving, caring, and supporting. Best life image is life is here to support you. Love me. So Swamiji's a personal example from Swamiji. He says, inside, how I felt about myself as a vast emptiness, space which is completely complete. Inner image. Outer image I show, I declare boldly that I am an incarnation and I am here to transmit this experience to others. And I'm very clear. A doctor is saying he's a doctor is not arrogance. He has to tell that he is a doctor. This is the fact. Same with me. I have to tell who I am. The other's image. I am responsible for all the expectations of me. Heal your headache to knee pain. I am responsible for it. So anything in the range of Shakti, I am responsible because I have declared efficiency in causing that reality for you. But I can't hit a century as it is not in the framework of my declaration. I have to give you energy and intelligence, and if you cannot do it with energy alone, I have to create the space for you to understand how you can. I have to teach you how to receive the energy, teach you the science of receiving the energy. Swamiji is taking example of a couple who were there at the program. If she expects you to be good husband, you are responsible. Within the purview of your declaration, you are responsible. When people come to you for help, you are a doctor, you are responsible as their expectation is within the purview of your declaration. If I have invited you as a disciple, I have to wait till you get enlightened. Now you understand. Don't have a desire for this seat. Don't think why he is being worshipped. It comes with responsibility. You take up the responsibility and we are there to worship you too. The fourth is the best life image I wanted to have. The whole life, everyone is there to celebrate with me. All the four are aligned. And that's why I'm settled. Now, I will help you to raise you to what you think the best about you and align it. Now, aligning all four images, the process for authenticity. Describe your peak four images, your peak inner image, peak outer image, peak others image, and peak life image. Are you functioning at your peak in these four images? If not, what cognition is stopping you from operating at your peak of these 4 images. Go back to the first incident when you first experienced this cognition. Now complete with all the incidences when the same cognition has happened in your life. Now we'll do this quickly. So please start pinning down. Before we enter into the meditation, quickly do this. Describe all your peak 4 images. What is your best? Don't worry about whether it happens really or not. That whatever is saying that it doesn't happen is your mind. Let it say, but you keep writing. Describe your peak 4 images. What is your peak inner image, peak outer, what you want to feel inside of you, your best. And that is what you want to project. Peak others image and peak life image. What others want to think about you. So quickly pen down. Before we enter into the meditation. Few more minutes, quickly finish it. To move on. Are you all done? Can them everyone? You're all done? So we are going to do the darkness meditation. called Nirbhaya Dhyana meditation. Bhaya means fear. Nirbhaya means fearlessness. So it's a guided meditation. Let me explain to you how it works. So this meditation is called darkness meditation. Tantric followers meditate upon darkness to feel the intensity of Mother Kali, the primal mother power Shakti. Darkness is the mother's womb, where we originate. It is also death, where we return. Darkness is the start, the passage, and the end. By meditating upon this darkness, you feel liberated. During the meditation, become aware of the darkness around you and as intensely as possible. Everything is darkness. You may feel as if you are separating from your body. If that happens, let it. This meditation is for 21 minutes. This can also be done by you at night before sleeping. It helps you sleep well. Please sit comfortably with your head, neck, back, spine straight line. Close your eyes. Exhale deeply few times. Let inhalation happens naturally. So please get ready for this meditation. Close your eyes. You can turn off your, no. Tie your eyes with eye band. Yes, I should be able to see you all. All of you who are off camera, please come in front of the camera. Let's get ready. You must wear eye bands. If you do not have the eye bands, that's okay. You just put some piece of cloth. Tie your eyes. Please sit straight. Tie your eyes with eye band. Just take some exhalations. Few more seconds, please get ready. Please come back and sit with your eyes closed and tie your eyes with eye band. And I'll be guiding you to this meditation. Are you all ready? Maharani, Karunakariya, all of you, please be on camera. Yes. Just do some exhalations. Let the inhalation happens by itself, naturally. Focus on exhalation. Let the inhalation happen by itself. Visualize that you are walking into a very dark space, a cave. It is so dark, so intensely dark that you can't see anything around you. You are walking into a cave, pitch dark, nothing you see. You can't see anything around you. Feel the darkness. You can't see your own body. You can't see anything. Only through touch, you can feel your presence in this darkness. Visualize, visualize, visualize darkness. Nothing you see. Your eyes must be completely closed. Tie your eyes. Visualize you are entering into a dark cave where you can't see anything. Just complete darkness. Only through touch you can feel your presence in this darkness. Visualize. Feel the darkness. Visualize the darkness. Are in the darkness as you were when you were in your mother's womb. Breathe in the darkness deeply. Let each cell breathe the darkness in. Merge into darkness. Slowly, very slowly, experience your body merging with the darkness around you. Merge into darkness. body losing its boundaries into darkness. Let your every cell in your body and mind breathe in the darkness, become one with the darkness, merge into darkness. every cell in your body and mind. Breathe in the darkness. Become one with the darkness. Merge. Let every cell in our body and mind breathe in the darkness, become one with the darkness, merge into the darkness. Become aware of yourself now. With your awareness, start experiencing your entire body. Gently, slowly, move your body from the dark cave, the cave. Slowly, return to your presence in the your room. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Slowly, very slowly, open your eyes. You can share your experience. So nice, no? But some thought interpreted because I felt so tight. That must have been released. Whatever you felt, that emotion must have been released. Lalita, in a moment, I was in the darkness feeling some pressure in the stomach, just some random thoughts. Understand? Our thoughts, the inner chatter comes from that stomach area. So Adhisthana to Manipuraka. You learn more when we are learning about the next chakra, from that area, our inner chatter starts. When you're working on this, they are getting released. It's very natural. Our inner chatter, whatever that constant goes on, right? That Pandora bag, that comes from the navel region, the stomach area. Between Swadhisthana and Manipuraka region, they come. So it is very natural. Elizabeth says, I experienced a comfortable peacefulness and quietness, although there was a music playing. Wonderful. And then Trang, feel comfortable and sleepy. Rado, was like most meditations where I see a blank box, no thoughts. Wonderful, wonderful. All right. So, the tightness, all that because of this, the fear getting released. Christina, lose the body. The darkness is my darkness is my identity. Live darkness. I am darkness. I am the cosmos. Wonderful. Okay. So now let's move on to our next chakra, Manipuraka. The navel center. Today is pretty hectic and lots of information. Manipuraka is at the navel, located at the navel center. In Sanskrit, Manipuraka means city of jewels. When this chakra is unblocked, that's what you felt, you feel. So what blocks this chakra is worry, constant worry. This chakra is locked by constant worry. What unblocks this chakra is flowers when you stop worrying about worries. The diabetes Kriya meditation will open this chakra, and whatever damage happened, diabetes Kriya will open this, and what keeps it alive is practicing integrity. Pregnant. See, pregnant, I am not here any health condition, like say you have BP, sugar, any medical conditions, any pregnant woman, think you are pregnant, you have to take doctor's advice. You have to take doctor's advice. We are not here to, it is for what meditation, all the meditation that we do are for regular, normal participants. But any, like some of the meditations really are, intense. Understand, ma? So, see, each one of you are different. So we will not be able to, with general participant, we can guide. But if you think you are pregnant, then each one is different, ma. Each one medical condition is different. So we'll not be able to guide. You have to follow your doctor's advice. You have to ask your doctor's advice. So what unblocks the chakra is the chakra flowers when you stop worrying about worries. The diabetes Kriya meditation will open this chakra, and what keeps it alive is practicing integrity. Worry is constant chaos without any clarity happening in you. This is what is known as worrying. These knots in the thought flow affect the Manipuraka chakra, navel center. Just do this one small test. Whenever you feel negative thoughts coming up, look into them and see where they are rising from. Just now we were talking, right? This is what it is. Any negative thought, look into them and see where they are coming from. You will find that they always arises from the navel. And all the inner chatter is from between these two regions, Swadhisthana and Manipuraka, spleen center and navel center, between that region. So whenever you feel worried, whenever a situation arises that you simply cannot handle, the first thing to get affected is also your navel region, your stomach. You can simply feel depression as a weight in your stomach. That is why we always say, I can't stomach it, I can't digest it, right? So this expression is there in all languages across the world. So it is universal. Constant worrying locks the Manipuraka chakra. When you worry, you will not know whether it is fear or greed with which you are suffering. You will not know if it is a past or future that is causing anxiety in you, but you will be suffering. All you will experience is just chaos and confusion. What you are saying are reasons for worry? I'm not asking you the reason for worry because I'm asking you what is worry. If I ask you the reasons for worry, this session will never end. All of us has infinite reasons why we are in worry. We have lots of things, right? So each of you will be ready with a long list. And so my children are worried, my business is lost, my business is so many, like tons of reasons we tell. So we all have so many worries all the time. And if we can't find any worries, we will worry about not having any worries. When we have no worries, we start feeling insecure. Before defining worry, I just want us to recognize a few things about worry. First, if I ask you why you worry, you will list so many reasons. You always think that worry is caused by external matters, and you always blame the people around you for it. In the cause for worry, if the cause for worry were external, there should be at least one person who has beaten all these causes and free from worries. But is that the case? Is there anyone here who doesn't have worry? Anyone you meet has got some worry or the other, isn't it? Whether they are rich or poor, whether they're married or unmarried, whether children or without children, working or having their own business. Everyone seems to have worries, right? So this is because although we think that the cause for worry is external, actually, the cause for worry lies deep within ourselves. That is why everyone has some worry or the other all the time. Second, when you worry about something, you feel you have a definite point of reference against which you run your life. That's why worrying gives a direction to your life. Without worry, you feel you have no access about which you move. And so you actually nurture your worries. Three men were sitting in an abandoned island. A short story. They did not know for how many years they had been there. Suddenly, one of them found a bottle and picked it up. He rubbed his hand over it. Suddenly, a guinea appeared out of it. They were shocked. The guinea told them, "Thank you for freeing me from this bottle. Each of you may ask for a wish. I will grant it for you." They were very excited and they thought for a while. Okay, the first man asked, "I want to marry my girlfriend and live happily." The Guinea said, all right, your wish will come true. Then first man disappeared from island and the Guinea looked at the second man. The second man said, I want to become a wealthy businessman. The Guinea said, all right, your wish will be granted. The second man disappeared and the Guinea asked the third man what he wanted. The third man said, I'm going to miss my two friends who have been with me all these years. I want to be with them. The Guinea said, all right, and it disappeared, leaving the three men just as they had been on the abandoned island. So the third were actually attached to his worry, which is being marooned in this island. So you are secretly in love with your worries. You are so fond of them. So though we claim that our worries gave us misery, we are so attached to them. We are so attached to our worries that we carry them with us all the time. Another story, similar one. Three fishermen went to sell fish one day and it became late at that night and they were returning home. They decided to spend the night in some house on the way. They entered the house of a lady who sold jasmine flowers for a livelihood and they requested to spend the night there. The lady agreed and they went to sleep in the room given to them. The house was filled with the fragrance of jasmine flowers. But however hard they tried, this fisherwoman could not sleep. They were tossing, turning, and they did not know what to do. Then suddenly one of them got up and brought in the empty fish basket and kept it by their heads. They went to sleep in no time. So we carry our worries with us everywhere we go and feel comfortable nurturing them. But we also complain that we are so worried all the time. We want to be free from something, but we are not willing to transform and be free from it. This is what we call being self-contradictory. If we don't want to worry, then we should not worry. On the one side, we say we don't want to worry, but on the other side, we want to worry all the time. The third thing, each person thinks that only he has a lot of worries, and that's why he is unhappy. Others have negligible problems and they don't have much worries. Only I have more worries. But that is the reason makes him unhappy. And everyone else is very happy. But the strange thing is, everyone thinks this way, irrespective of our culture, financial status, age, or anything. We all have worries. In a certain kingdom, another story, in a certain kingdom, it came to the king's notice that everybody in his kingdom was depressed because each person felt that they had the maximum worries and with no one else had any such worries. So the king announced a worry exchange offer where people could bring in their big worries and exchange them for someone else's small worries. A big space was made ready, and in the center of it, a huge worry pot was placed. Anybody who wanted could come and dump his own worries inside it and pick up other worries they wanted. The only thing was, they had to pick up some worries. The whole kingdom gathered for the event. The people moved around and met each other and started talking to each other about their worries. After a long time, the event was declared open for the worry exchange. A lot of time passed and not a single person came forward to drop their worries in the pot. The king asked his ministers what was happening. The ministers replied, Your Majesty, after all that interaction, everyone thinks that their own familiar small worries are much better than everyone else's worries. So if we get down to the bottom, our so-called worries, we will understand that we are simply magnifying things that are not so bad at all. We simply talk in the air without getting down to the actual facts. If you get down to the facts, it will be not even 1/10 of what you worry about. So we come back to the question, what is worry? An unwanted but continuous stream of words happening inside us all the time is worry. Just watch your mind when you're worrying about something. You will see that a continuous stream of thoughts is being generated in your mind. Totally disconnected thoughts and usually negative thoughts. An influx of negative and repetitive words will be like a current in your mind. As we already discussed in the first session yesterday, there is always constant and continuous inner chatter happening in you all the time. If you observe closely, you will notice that we all use two kinds of speak. Speaking out and speaking in. Speaking out is speaking to others. So we call a speech, a conversation, or talking, whatever. Speaking in is speaking to ourselves. Actually, this speaking in is a continuous process that goes on inside us. The speaking in is only what we call in other words, inner chatter. And this is what is called worry also. All inner chatter is worry. Worrying is nothing but this continuous, uncontrolled inner chatter happening in your mind. This inner chatter becomes your master and takes control of you. Whatever words you speak out, you speak carefully, because if not, society will ask you to be careful. It is not acceptable by society if you are not careful with what you speak out. But your speaking in is not controlled by any fashion. So you don't control what you speak inside, but you feel there are no consequences. Also, we don't give as much fear and respect to ourselves as we give to ourselves. So we simply say what you wish inside of us. We dump all negativity inside us by living with a negative inner chatter. It is like throwing a garbage inside us constantly. At least with the outer conversations, there are breaks with no conversation happens. But the inner chatter is continuous. It can drive you mad. Actually, many times, even outside, we speak only to escape from your own inner chatter. That is why so much of talking goes on in the world. People are afraid to be silent because there is a madhouse inside them. So if they meet up, socialize, talk, and keep themselves occupied. So what exactly do you mean by this inner chatter? Just try this small exercise when you're by yourself. Just sit for a few minutes with your eyes closed. Keep pen and paper with you. Don't focus your mind on anything. Just witness your mind. Just see what is going on in the mind. Almost as soon as you close your eyes, you will see that there is a continuous stream of thoughts flowing through your mind. Write down honestly. Whatever thoughts are there, just write whatever is going on. However unconnected the thoughts may be, do this for a few minutes. Just take 2 minutes and write down whatever thoughts are coming without editing. Quickly pen down. Now read what you wrote and you'll be shocked. Whatever you have recorded on the paper is your inner chatter. If you read it, you will see how disconnected, how irrelevant your thoughts are. One moment you will be here, next moment you will be in America, the next moment you will be in your office, the next moment you will be thinking of your children. Random. This is the mind you have entrusted your whole life. Whole life. This is the mind that generates all your worries. This is the mind that is living your life for you. If you understand this step, the rest is easy. One day, there was an accident on the road. People gathered around and saw that a brand new car had crashed against the wall. They asked the driver, "Why are you driving the car if you don't know how to drive properly?" "Of course, I know how to drive," replied the man. "I only don't know how to stop." So the man knew how to drive, but didn't know how to stop. You are also driving a vehicle which you don't know how to stop. It is a very dangerous thing. The mind is like a vehicle that you don't know how to stop. Just try to stop the inner chatter. Even for a few seconds, can you? When you try to control it, the number of thoughts increases. And you will have one more worry that you have to stop your mind. To understand worry, we need to have a deep insight into the nature of our mind. We keep searching for answers all the wrong places. We search outside all the time. We think, if I had more money, all my worries would be over. If I have more good looking, all my worries over, and so on. Solution cannot be found outer world things if you can find only inside ourselves. Are you all okay? Able to follow? Nityanandam, everyone? Yes, reading your comments. Yes, now okay, so this inner chatter, not letting anything creative to happen. Creativity and worrying are dead against each other. Whether it is greed, fear, comparison, or any emotion, just if this worrying structure is ended, all your emotion will end in creativity. The worrying flow which you allow inside you disturb inside you disturbs everything in your life. It goes on disturbing you. The worry thought flow is in fact the inner ghost sitting in you. As of now, constantly you're suffering with your inner conflict, the inner chattering which goes on and on and on. It does not let you live. So you can see for anything that is happening in your life, there is insight, there is always comment in you. I know this, I saw this, I know what is he's saying. Your mind goes on disrespecting everything. So from now on, words start being in integrity. And what is the way you will know if you are in integrity with both your inner and outer worlds, and to be continuously aware of what's happening inside you, the thoughts, emotions, feelings in you, and what you are projecting, saying outside of you. Just telling ourselves that we should not get worried anymore. What will happen if we say that? We will create one more worry of not worrying to worry. So never say stop worrying. It is utterly impossible. The only thing you can do instead is stop worrying about worries. So now write down, or let's do this exercise and then we'll go for meditation. So please quickly pen down, write down all aspects of your life that you worry about in your life. Write down all aspects of your life that you are worried about in your life. For each of these worrying aspects in your life, write down the thoughts you have, the words that you utter, and the actions you take. Identify where you are not being in integrity. Examine where you gave words and did not honor and fulfill them. Remember, whenever you are not integrated with the inner and outer words you utter, worrying will become a pattern in you. Please pen them down quickly. Now, look into your life and identify all the things that you forgot most often. For example, you regularly forgot to take your medicine. You forgot where you kept your car keys, etc. Examine what are the words that you utter in these aspects of your life where you are forgetful. Identify and write down where you are not in integrity with your words. For each of these worrying aspects of your life, write down the thoughts you have, the words that you utter, and the actions you take. Identify where you are not being in integrity, authenticity, where you are ignorant and unaware. Bring awareness now. Examine where you gave your words and did not honor and fulfill them. Now, let's quickly move on to next. Look into the solutions you discover in your life with you forgot again and again and end up wasting your time and energy rediscovering the same solutions again and again. Basically, you got the gist of it, right? Now, let's move on to the meditation. We are going to do a kriya to address the worries. You have any questions on the chapter that we discussed about worry? Let me know before moving on to the meditation. Yes, thank you. No worries. No. Okay, so now we are going to do Manipuraka Shuddhikriya, meditation to clean the navel center. Scientific evidence is the navel center is near the adrenal gland. The part of the adrenal gland closer to the stomach produces cortisol, which is the stress hormone. Worries have been shown scientifically to increase stress, blood pressure, and heart attack. The diabetes kriya pumps energy through this part of the body, thus healing and energy blocks. It has shown to decrease sugar level in diabetic patients by 20 to 30%. Now, the steps that we do is Gomukhasana. I'm going to explain this. Uddishasana Bandha, Uddiyana Bandha, sorry. Bastrika Kumbhaka, Murcha Kumbhaka, and Brahmari Kumbhaka. So the pramana for this is from Gajendra Samhita, Upadesha 2, verse 16. The right ankle should be placed near the left buttock and left ankle should be placed near the right buttock. The body should be steady and mouth should be raised a little and sitting equally. This is called Gomukhasana. I'll show you. You all will very easily do it. This is the Gomukhasana. It's easy, right? So technique. Bend, sit in Gomukhasana. It's explain how to do the Gomukhasana in words, but simply see the picture and sit. Sit in Gomukhasana for 30 seconds and raise your head a little bit. Sit in Gomukhasana. I'll show you the picture. All this verbal description is this picture. So this picture, and just sit your head a little bit. So sit in for 30 seconds. Now, next Uddipasana is hold the abdominal muscles inward. Sorry, pull the abdominal muscles inward like that. Just pull the muscles inward so that the organs of the abdomen touch the back muscles. You try to touch the back muscles of your abdomen. Just pull the stomach so it try to touches the back. All right. Then hold as long as you can. Like pull like this and just hold it. Hold as long as you can. When you can't hold anymore, before inhaling, relax the stomach and abdomen. Release the Jalandhara Bandha. Do it now. Pull your stomach inside so it touches the back walls of the stomach. Hold as long as you can. You can't hold anymore. Release. Release this bandha. Then inhale through nostrils slowly. Do this 3 times. Do this initial period 3 times. Now you're doing, just do this for 3 times. Then we'll move on. Do this for 3 times. You can do up to 10 times also. If you can do it 10 times, you can do it. Now, Bastrika Kumbhaka. Third one is Bastrika Kumbhaka. Inhale slowly, expanding stomach. Exhale slowly. Inhale and exhale, expanding the stomach for 21 times. After 21 times, now inhale slowly. Hold the breath. Inhale and hold the breath as long as you can. When you feel you can't hold, quickly expel the air with the sound of bellows. At this moment, the stomach should contract to touch the back. This one is Bastrika. Do this complete sequence 3 times. Now the fourth step, Murcha Kumbhaka. Sit in the same asana. Place the palms of your hands on the knees, like Gomukasana that you sat. Sit in the same asana. Place the palms of the hands on the knees and close the eyes. Inhale slowly, deeply. Hold the breath with Jalandhara Bandha. Jalandhara Bandha means pull your stomach so the stomach wall touches the back. Keep the holding the breath for even longer than this comfortable. Exhale in a very controlled manner in Jalandhara Bandha itself. This is one cycle. Do this for 21 times. Sit in Gomukasana. Sit in Gomukasana and inhale, hold the breath, pull the stomach inside, then exhale 21 times. Do this 21 times. Now, Brahmari Kumbhaka, the last step of this Kriya. Close your ears with your hands and close your eyes. Close your ears with your hands and close your eyes and hum intensely. Close your ears with your hands and close your eyes and hum intensely. Do this for 7 minutes. That's how you hum. Now relax. Then relax now. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Just relax. You can share this experience, this meditation experience. Then we'll move on to our next chakra, Anahata chakra. A very simple Anahata. Very, very simple. Feeling relaxed. Vishwanathan, Elizabeth says, I heard a waterfall on my breath. Also, I had to keep clearing my throat. Overall, it was rather relaxing once I was done. The Anahata, the heart center, is blocked by attention need. Constantly demanding attention and putting blame on others and feeling powerlessness. Technique will awaken the heart center is Maha Mantra. Taking responsibility is the solution. The four powers taking responsibility will continue to keep it open. This meditation also very simple, very powerful meditation that we are going to do. What do I mean by attention need? Whenever Whatever we do, whatever we think, we are subconsciously seeking concurrence and approval from the people around us in some way or the other. We are very keen that we should earn a good name from everyone. We may not do this in a very obvious fashion, but if you analyze deeply, you will not be at ease without the appreciation and endorsement of the people around you. This endorsement, this approval is what we call attention need. 80% of our problems is due to this seeking for attention or approval. If you just sit and write down, in a day, how many things do you do to get good name? To maintain your reputation in family and society? You will see. You will find that all the 24 hours, all your lifetime, you are involved in getting approval from others. All your life, you are on a signature campaign, getting approvals, signatures from family and society. It is like as if in a big register, you make a column, good father, for everything that you do for your children. You expect the signature of approval under that column. Then you go to your wife, your boss, to your friends. You prepare columns with suitable headlines like good husband, good employee, good friend, etc. And wait for them to sign under it. Of course, all these people are also come to you for your signature. You too need to sign on their registers under the columns applicable to you. Unfortunately, this is not one-time effort. You repeat the signature collecting campaign almost every day. If you have seen children play, you might have seen them building castles with cards. They will place the cards at a certain angle to each other and build several layers of such patterns in a pyramid shape. It will be a beautiful to look at it. But if you remove even one card from the castle, from anywhere, the whole castle will collapse. The higher the castle, the more chances of collapsing it. Just like this, we build our own self-image like a castle out of people's opinions of us. We collect certificates and signature from our father, mother, boyfriend, girlfriend, teacher, friends, and whatnot. And arrange all these certificates and build a castle to form our self-image. This image will look beautiful and we feel very happy. But even if one person withdraws their certificate, what happens? The castle collapses. You start feeling miserable about yourself. You feel depressed. You feel that the whole world has come to an end. At least in the case of children, they build their castles with their own cards. But we build our castles with others' cards, with other certificates. We don't have control over the castle because it is built with other people's certificates. So what do? We start working hard in maintaining the castle, in guarding it well. We start behaving in such a way that people don't remove their certificates. We start doing things to get their continuous approval because their approval has become our very survival. So why do we bother so much about others' opinions about us? Why can't we judge ourselves by our own strength and continue to do our work? Why are we deriving strength from others? all this is because of two things. One, we don't know anything about ourselves. We know ourselves only through others' opinions of us, only through others' certificates. Second, when we give us their approval and attention, they are actually giving us energy to move on. Attention is energy. That is why we feel so boosted when they give us attention. So, attention is nothing but energy which keeps us in good spirits. It is a subtle form of energizing ourselves, and we are not even aware of this. When we need something, that something is not love, it is attention. You don't need love, you are love yourself. So when you say that you need love, when you say that you need to be loved, you are really in need of attention, not love. So the problem is that you don't know how to stand on your own. You want to use the attention given by others to stand up. Unfortunately, the attention that we give it to one another, the energy flow of the heart, energy current of our so-called love is completely based on hypocrisy, and therefore it can never actually give you any fulfillment. Instead of giving you energy, it can only give you more and more restlessness and tiredness. So when we are seeking attention, we feel that we live in a world that is created and driven by others. In this world, the external actions are beyond our control and they determine our inner feelings. So constantly, we are trying to get the external world to give us certificates on our attention. Our inadequate inner image makes us want this attention from others. So, what is the solution for this? Responsibility. Living and responding to life from the truth and understanding that you are the source of, and therefore you are responsible for all happenings in and around you. This understanding gives you tremendous control over your life, makes you a leader, and gives you the power to be positive influence in the life of others. There is a small story. Once upon a time, there were 4 people named everybody, somebody, anybody, and nobody. Once there was an important job to be done, but who was to do it? Everybody was sure that somebody would do it. Anybody could have done it, but nobody did it. Somebody got angry about that because it was everybody's job. Everybody thought that anybody could do it, but nobody realized that everybody wouldn't do it. So it ended up that everybody blamed somebody when nobody did what anybody could have done it. So a person who does not feel responsible even for his own actions lives like an animal. He lives in a very low level of consciousness. A person who feels responsible only for his own actions is a human being. He lives in a middle level consciousness. A person who takes responsibility even for others' actions is divine. He lives in a leadership consciousness, even though the actions are not responsible for something. Taking responsibility even for others' inauthenticity and irresponsibility makes you a leader. So when we hear about taking responsibility, for everything, the biggest question we have in our mind is, how can I be responsible for everything happening around me? I understand that I can be held responsible what is happening inside me. But how can I be held responsible for what is happening outside of me? For example, if an accident happened in my life, how can I be responsible? Everybody asks this question. Listen, there is an important difference between being cause for something and being responsible for it. Sometimes you may not be the reason for a certain happening, but if it is affecting your life, you are responsible for that happening. For example, you may not be the cause for political corruption in your country, but as a citizen of the country, you are responsible for it. You need to know that unless you take responsibility, you are neither going to improve the situation, nor are you going to expand in your inner space. You always believe that you are suffocated by your smallness. No, you are suffocated by your bigness. Whenever bigness is demanded of you, whenever you feel you are being forced to expand, you shrink even further into small comfort zone. Your tiredness, your weakness, your powerlessness, all these are nothing but the resistance you have to seeing in your own bigness. That's why when someone tells you that you are weak, poor, a sinner, it is so easy to accept it. But if someone tells you you are divine, you are powerful, you are complete, and your whole identity starts trembling with fear. But life always demands your expansion, because expansion is the natural law of life. The more you engage with your life, the greater the expansion that will be demanded of you. So whenever you are feeling weak, tired, and powerless, the first thing you should do is this. Immediately take on 10 responsibilities and commit to fulfill them within an impossibility short time. Shake your inner space so powerfully with that commitment that there will be no way for weakness and tiredness that grow inside you. We always feel that responsibility is a burden. No, it is a power. Responsibility directly leads you to leadership consciousness. As long as you feel responsible only for your family, you remain a head to just that family. When you feel responsible for the community, you become a leader of the community. As your feeling of responsibility expands, your leadership quality also expands. The decision to feel responsible for the whole cosmos is enlightenment. Feeling responsible for the whole world and declaring to live by your feeling is responsible declaration. Known in Hindi spiritual practice is Nithyananda. Responsible declaration unlocks the power of feeling in you. But the moment you hear that you are responsible for everything happening around you, you think, if I feel responsible for the garbage on the streets, I will be stuck cleaning it up the whole day. I will not be able to do anything else. Please listen. I am not saying that if you feel responsible for the streets, you will need to clean them yourself. I'm also not saying that you will not clean them yourself. Anything may happen, but don't be afraid to dive into the feeling of responsibility just because of your imaginary complications. Don't stop yourself from feeling it all. Complete with those imaginary complications. Take a little time to let this feeling sink inside you and be in sync with your actions. It has to sink inside you and be in sync with your actions. Then responsibility will become synergy, synchronized energy. Now let's do the exercises before moving on to the Maha Mantra meditation. Write down all the situations where you are seeking attention or approval from someone else. In each of these situations, ask yourself, what is it that you are looking for? There is some belief which is stopping you. This belief includes something negative about you, also some belief about the world. For example, I feel like a failure. If only my father told me that I am doing well, I will feel better. There is an inner image of yourself as inadequate. So please pen them down. Now, let's move on, working on the Anahata Chakra. Ask yourself, why do you need attention? Approval need. Why do you need to believe that this person should be the one to give you approval or attention? Now, we are going to do a meditation to unblock the Anahata Chakra, which is Mahamantra meditation. Vedic reference is humming meditation also is there. This Mahamantra makes your mind stira. Stira means firm. The mind is always oscillating with thoughts. This meditation makes your mind still by making it enter into the zone of no mind. It is like a jumping boat to enter into infinity. This meditation should be done on an empty stomach, either alone or as a group. Total duration is 30 minutes. Stress, total involvement and awareness of meditation. In this case, humming. Meditator should become humming. Meditator may feel vibration in various body parts. Tell them to expect it. Not to worry and focus on humming. The energy may cause coughing, hiccuping, etc. This is normal. Let them cough and go back to humming. Wear the eye band and close your eyes. Sit cross-legged in a comfortable position on the floor. Your head, neck, back, straight line. Those of you who are not able to sit on the floor may sit in a chair. Feel relaxed and close your eyes. And I will explain to you how to do this meditation. Now, when you close your eyes also, you will see some images, right? You need to close your verbalization and visualization. So, to close the visualization, now when you close your eyes, you will see the some images. To tackle this, imagine that your eyes have become stones. Lock them mentally. Your eyes have become stones. Lock them mentally. Without physical effort, then images will die. Lock your eyes. Visualize they have become stones. Harden your eyeballs with mental effort. Please, right? Harden your eyeballs with mental effort. The next is, first listen to the next one, then we can continue to do the meditation. I would like all of you to listen first, then we will enter. I'll play the music, we'll listen to this. Okay, so place your tongue. We are first closing visualization and verbalization. Visualization by visualizing eyeballs have become rock. With your mental effort, you have to visualize that these eyes have become hardened like a rocks. Second, verbalization. With the tongue only you will verbalize, right? So place your tongue on the upper palate, locked. This only you will do for 1 minute. Understand? Your eyeballs are locked, become hardened, and tongue to the upper palate, locked. For 1 minute, you do this. Then, how to do the humming, I'll tell you. First, visualization stop with the eyes. Verbalization stop with the mouth. The hardened eyeballs and locked tongue will help you to still the mind. The locked eyeballs and tongue is only to still the mind, to start up, and only for a maximum of 1 minute. Drop both after a minute. Relax. Then this we will do before the beginning of the meditation. Let me explain to you the meditation. Keep your legs together and lips together and produce the sound of from inside. If you are put your face inside an empty aluminum vessel and make a humming sound, the sound generated will be like this. Note that it is not hum or om. It is simply keeping your lips closed, producing sound. The humming should be as lengthy as possible, as long as possible, as loud as possible. At the end of humming, let your body inhale naturally as necessary. So basically, first 1 minute, you visualize your eyelids are locked, palate, lock it to upper palate, tongue to upper palate. So both verbalization, visualization stops. That's for maximum 1 minute. After that, sit and start the humming sound. As long as possible, just and as loud as possible, as deep as possible. Like that, you can't, you focus, just become humming. Don't worry about breathing. Don't worry about anything. You have to sit straight with your head, neck, back, straight line and produce the humming sound. So I'm going to, are you all clear? Then after 20 minutes, you sit and relax. Just complete awareness on the Anahata chakra. Just sit. Now, please, just last step is just sit and with a blissful face, complete awareness in the Anahata. That's the last step. So first step, 1 minute of visualization and verbalization to stop by eyes becoming rock and your tongue to the upper palate. 1 minute only. After that, humming for 21 minutes. So let's start. I'm going to play the music. Sit straight. Visualize your eyes have locked, becoming hardened. Visualize they have become rocks. You can tie your eye bands now. Now relax and sit with complete awareness on your anahata. Just witness your thoughts and with your awareness on the anahata chakra. And with the blissful smile, please sit with your awareness on the anahata. relax and share your experience, and we'll move on to the getting ready for the darshan. You can share your experience. It's time to get ready for the darshan preparation. After the darshan, we are going to do the remaining chakras. Beautiful. Thank you, Ma. And have a good feeling. Christina, not able to do concurrent too much energy with. Yes. Okay, Ma. And Sherry, I felt really good and wonderful. So let's wait for the darshan. It looks like darshan preparation is not yet started. So we'll do one power manifestation in the meantime. The consciousness over matter. Because we have not done a couple of times. So we'll do it one time now. You can move into more advanced playing. If you are new, you can place it in the hand and do it. If you are advanced, you can do multiple objects. You can command the direction. You can place it in the silicon. You can place it in the table and move. Even if you're done with that, you can break the coconut with your power, okay? With the power of consciousness. Break the coconut also, you can do. All right, so please sit straight, get your coconuts, get your fruits. And sit straight with your head, neck, back, straight line. Visualize Swamiji's form in your third eye. And start chanting the Mahavakya with the space of unclutching intensely. And experience the oneness. With that oneness, declare what you want to manifest the power of consciousness over matter.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham